It's just one touch to open, one touch to close, one touch to show me not all minds are cold. One touch to loosen the hold. One touch to free me from falling down on my
Well, a very good morning and welcome here to the home of touch football in New South Wales, Tempe. We're at the Velodrome. It's finals day between the winners of the Junior State Cup, Southern Conference and Northern Conference. On this occasion, for the 16 boys, it's the Hills Hornets taking on Manly. James Preston and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action. Stanto, we're in for a good one to start things off.
Nice to be with you here, James. Very excited, mate. I've been sketching up all morning. It's finals day.
And we're underway here. So the Hornets getting first use of the ball here. They march upfield. They'll roll it back towards the middle now. Of course, 25-minute matches. No half-time break. Two sides changing ends when a try is scored. And that first try, all important. It's worth 3 points. Every subsequent try worth the 2. Here come Hills looking for an opportunity nice and early. The touch is made out wide from Manly. One final play here. Back towards the middle they go through Davis. Quick promoting of the ball there for Patterson. Keeps it alive, but the ball hits the deck there.
Yeah, pretty good start there for Manly. One of the things last week, James, is that they were very resilient against Maitland. That game was try for try in Dubbo. So Manly, they're very disciplined. They're going to be hard to beat today.
Good meters here as well from Manly in their first set. Clark Moore rolls it back and appearing as an option once again. Gore picks it up out of acting half. Shows it to Clark Moore, now takes off, the flick pass comes out. He did open up a bit of space there. Had they hit the line, that was potentially brewing quite nicely for Manly.
Yeah, the number one there for Manly, Saxon Gore. It's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out today, James, because he was unstoppable last week, but Hills would have been able to watch the game back on KO, and they would have done their homework on Saxon Gore.
They'll roll it back quickly now. Last play, according to Deacon Cameron. That pass has gone forward and to ground, though. So after a minute and a half of play, no change to the scoreline as of yet. Of course, best of 3 matches here. It's not just the one final dance. It's a bit of a series throughout today here. So Manly up towards halfway. Touch is now made there from Zara. So they head up over that halfway now. Short pass here for Lowe. Lowe hopping in and acting half once more. On the last now for Manly. Short pass there. Nothing really building from either side at the moment. It's almost a case of a bit of nerves popping out.
I think so. It might take them a little bit of time to settle in. And one of the things we'll probably talk about throughout today, James, is that it's a little bit different from the last couple of weeks where they're playing unknowns. Now with the coverage on KO, these teams would know each other inside out by now.
Ball floating over the top. Well read, though, in the end. That was Hickson who came in to make the touch. And now turning it out to that left-hand side. Beautiful conditions here at the Velodrome for both sides. Often we see a lot of that early morning dew, but not the case here today, Stanto.
No, it's awesome. I had a bit of a walk out there earlier, and it's great conditions for touch here. Absolutely perfect.
Last one here for Manly. Gore goes out the back. A hard one to reel in. Calms nearly did enough, but in the end the ball goes to ground. So after nearly 3 minutes of play, still no opening try as of yet. They'll roll it just inside that 10 metres to the halfway line mark as the subset comes into action here for the Hillside. A very sloppy play. The ball let go, though. No, there it is, picked up on the spot. That's good refereeing.
Yeah, Saxon Gore was right all over that, wasn't he? Pointing and saying, hey, how about that one? And he got the call.
Now Gore hops in at acting half. Bit of pace about the set so far. Crotty is out there as well. They work it wide now for Calms. Gore. Calms once more, takes off. Calms trying to get nice and close to that line. It's going to be a touch pass, though. Just trying to squeeze through. The gap closed very quickly, though, from the Hillside. And at the moment, it's really a case of both sides being on point defensively.
Yeah, what's actually happening, James, is the defensive links are getting a bit of a read and peeling off quite early. So what both teams need to do here when this happens is go a bit straighter, have a couple dives between the middles and really try and get those links shutting down.
Good meters here from Fitzhenry for the Hillside. Now they continue driving forward, and now Gore comes in with a strong touch and the ball goes to ground. And that's a very smart play there from Gore. Sometimes we see that go either way, but strong contact. It is a contact sport, touch football.
Yeah, Saxon's had a couple of those 50-50s go his way, so I think he's quite clever. So Hills will have to be really switched on with their dumps around him today.
Well, there might be a commentator's curse straight away. It's Saxon Gore who turns over possession here, right on the halfway mark. So just over 4 gone. And now the Hills get pretty much their best field position of the match so far. They'll turn it back to that right-hand side. Out comes Spooner. He's the man to watch in the 6. Great long ball on him. Waiting one off to this left-hand side. Currently sitting in that link position. They pick up easy meters here through Dave. And they'll have a scoop from distance. It's a great dive and first points here for the Hills side. They'll lead 3-0.
That was nice there by Hills, James. Right on cue. There was a little bit of lateral play, and the first play almost of the day, the first dive almost, results in a try. So I think both the teams are going to be switched on with that. I'm sure Manly coach Craig Lowe's over there right on that, thinking, right, boys, we've got to straighten it up.
Of course, they're a first try specialist, if you will, the Hillside, in their final for the Southern Conference, 9-4 over Penrith, picking up that first try. We know how important it can be.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of results in the last couple of weeks actually went down to the first try. Lots of draws there in the semis and finals, and the team that was good enough to get the first one end up progressing through.
Calms now receives it from Gore, crabbing across field again. Once more, no opening. There's the changeover, so 5.5 gone here. All the action live, exclusive, on demand, and importantly free. A big thank you to KO for getting involved with New South Wales touch football. Strong touch right up against the line. It's a little bit more than strong. He's pushed over the sideline. That'll be another set to work with here.
Yeah, the referee Deeks was all over that one because there's been a couple contact. One's 50-50 that went Manly's way. And probably a little bit too exuberant on that occasion, and referee Deeks was all over it.
Lynch now with a short ball here for Dave. Dave dropping it down nice and quick, and then chiming in is Bealby. Bealby sends it long now. Out for Fitzhenry. Drops it down. Oh, was building nicely there. Ball just evading the grasp though, but good signs here from Hills.
Yeah, pretty good start from Hills. One thing about this Manly team, with their coach there, Craig Lowe, James, he's actually had victories all the way through, 8s, 10s, 12s, 14s. He's a very, very experienced coach. And
it's Manly for Manly. It's going to be a touch pass that's called though, Jason Stanton. So they'll go all the way into the in goal, but brought back here 10 shy of the halfway line. Dave now up towards halfway. Ball just out the back here for Ellis. And Ellis for Patterson. Patterson into enemy territory, and now straightening here through Davis. Davis with the short ball out of acting half. Little pass once more coming here. Ellis slowing it down now. Spooner looks long. Spooner goes that way. What a ball from Spooner, nearly in for the corner. They just got to him in time, but that's the danger of Spooner. He can really whip it out.
Yeah, I think for Hills to win this one, I think they've got to keep pushing, almost lead most of the game. If it gets pretty nice tight in an arm wrestle, I think Manly have probably got the goods late in the game, but Hills are looking good now. They just got to get maybe another try and cash in on this extra possession.
Well, here they go once more in good field position. Little ball here for Patterson. One thing that is notable so far, neither side has really established a flow as of yet. It's been very stop-start.
Yeah, some of that's a bit from it. I think they'll get better throughout the day, James. Just a bit of excitement, and they're looking to go a bit lateral and do those plays a bit early. Early in grand finals, you want to be straight, direct, set up a really good platform for the game.
So rolled back here from Patterson, and then hopping out to this left-hand side where Spooner waits for it. Spooner picks it up. Short release here for Patterson. Now they'll have a crack here. Again, Patterson, nowhere to go. Steps off the left, back to the 7. Again, a very truncated set here from Hills. Step up and make the touch. Not in time, though. That's what they were baying for, and they got it.
That's now 2, James, on the line. If it's a third penalty, then one of the Manly players will have to step off, and it'll be a 6-on-5.
Patterson with a very flat ball. Patterson, good footwork, nearly getting through. More than flat, it was forward. Again, referees on point here in this first match of the day at the Canterbury Velodrome. Short pass here for Manly as they head towards the subs box, and there's another error from them. Geez, they've been killing Craig Lowe so far.
Mate, Hills have got a lot of ball. They've really got to. They've only got the one try lead here. With this possession, you want to be 2 or 3 up. So they've got to be a bit more patient than what they were in that last set and really execute their plays.
Well, another try here for the Hillside, closing in on that 10-minute mark. Could be very crucial.
It's better.
Nice little pass back on the inside. This time shut down well from Manly. Back to that 7-metre mark they come. Short pass here, and now Bub. Bub hopping in and acting half. Spooner again. Good ball back on the inside to Bub. Well marked up though. It was Medved who made the touch. Of course, younger brother of Alyssa Medved, a Manly stalwart. It's shown a couple of times here from Bub, but no opening. That'll be the changeover. So Still some nervy times here for both sides.
Yeah, neither team's really grabbed this final just yet. They're still feeling their way in, and I think still this next 10-15, it's going to be very different to the first 10, because I think they're going to really settle in.
Saxon Gore now popping a little pass here for Smythe, plays it quickly. This is better from Manly. Now Calms out the back. Calms the draw and pass. Oh, what a ball from Calms. Have they called it back? They have too. It looked beautiful from Calms, but the touch pass is called. I thought he timed it to perfection, but referees are on the spot, will back him in. That is as close as it gets though.
Yeah, and that'll be really encouraging for Manly. And I think it's the first time they've played that pass out the back, and it was a really close one, and could have gone either way. But it was really good that the winger stepped off the line there, James, and got the save for Hill. It's really good wing play there, not waiting, really coming to the ball player, putting them under pressure.
Well, more pressure now set to come as Gore explores up through the middle. They were never back on side there, Bud, so perhaps lucky to get away with that one. Gore once more. The architect for Manly thus far. Smythe. Gore once again. Drops it down. Smythe, quick release back to Gore. Smythe drops it inside the 7. They'll go early, but the Hillside marked up well. It was never on out that way.
Yeah, it's probably not quite the right play, James. We're talking about in the grand final sending a foundation. So really good read for those watching at home is how many Manly players have dived.
Oh, here we go, Stano. Gore steps up, takes the intercept out of absolutely nowhere. Manly have been building for a couple of sets, but just when the Hillside thought they'd escaped all the punishment, there it comes. Gore steps up, takes the intercept. It's a 1-point game.
Mate, Saxon Gore's making it an absolute career of whenever the commentator says Manly is struggling or he's struggling, he just pulls something out of the bag of tricks. Saxon Gore does it again, and Manly within striking distance.
He played a massive role in Manly's Northern Conference victory. He's always got sharp footwork. He does create more than a few problems to the opposition, this time even without the ball. Just reading it beautifully. Patterson trying to scoot around a couple of defenders. He'll go back to the 7-metre mark and play it here. Spooner out there now for Hills. Last play, Spooner goes for a short side raid. Nothing really doing. And far from killing it away from the Manly box, they've actually brought it a little bit closer. That's not a good end to the set there from Hills.
Yeah, they helped him out on that one. So just back to that previous point, James, what I was saying with Manly is that they need to be careful they don't go too lateral too early and trying to run around this Hills team. I think Coach Lowe would want them to be going, diving, asking questions, making the Hills collapse, and then go lateral probably in the last 5-10 minutes of the game.
Dave drops it down now. Canning hopping around here on the wing. Dave picks it up again. Patterson off the left foot. Short pass. Nearly opened them up. Good read, though, in the end there from Patchett. Still a couple of plays up their sleeves here, the Hills outfit. Patterson. Slow approach once more. Not a great pass back to Patterson at all. It was going to be a tough one to take. Should have hit chest. Instead, Manly run away with it upfield. They'll keep promoting the ball, but they've also turned it over with a very obvious touch pass.
Yeah, they're just probably a little bit unsettled. I know they're only, down that half try, so to speak, on the scoreboard. But I just think this Manly team's so classy. If they can settle a bit, just get up and down the field a little bit straighter, a little bit more patient. I think they're definitely quite strong, but Hills are just with their nose in front at the moment.
Logan Barb back out there for Hills. Now Hunter Jones joins the action. Here he is with ball in hand. Playing it around about 10 metres shy of the try line. So the big guns on deck here for the Hills side. Spooner is one of them. He drops it down now, receives it back again. Here comes Spooner. Oh, the delay on the pass was nice. Manly had to make a play at it. They'd opened up the space there.
Yeah, first time they've run that play, Hills. Very classy play. Probably the pass a fraction earlier would have been the try.
Spooner feigns the drop down, has a crack himself. Good touch made. It's Medved who gets there just in time. Just shy of the 15-minute mark, just over 10 to go. First in a series of a best-of-3 situation. They have a little wraparound here through Barb. Nearly another intercept there for Manly. Fitzhenry back Into the grain now, so too is Jones. He hops in at acting half. Now Bob has a dive once more. Good touch again from Manly. That will be the changeover. And there's a couple of clutch touches in that set from the Manly side.
Yeah, really good save. I think that might have been forward at the ruck there. So really good spot there by the referee. And Manly, they've been outplayed for the most part, but they get a try here and they can take it.
Well, the key point, as you mentioned there, they're sticking with them. So despite a run of errors and arguably far more opportunities for Hills, the margin's still just the 1 point, 1 try apiece though. Saxon Gore out there once more for Manly. Last play, here they go. Gore goes deep for Carms. Oh, good footwork from Carms. Nearly gets around them. He had them on ice skates for a moment. Very close to a second try for Manly.
Yeah, really good scramble there from Hills, showing that they've got a lot of energy in their outfit too. It's not just all about Manly here.
Easy meters here from Hills though, on the back of the subset. And they keep driving forward. Good meters again here from Hills. They're just cruising upfield. Short ball here from Bilby. Last play, they'll get a crack at them. They're not back on side. Had they just run directly at Carms, there was another set on the offer for them.
Yeah, again, probably trying to run around them a little bit again. You could do worse than run at the offside player. But one of the things as well, James, is that Hills is largely haven't been tested. They were so dominant in their conference, and they even won the final, I think 9-4, I think it was against Penrith. They haven't really been tested, whereas Manly's had a few arm wrestles. So that's why I just keep saying I still think we're learning about these teams. They haven't really quite showed their hand.
Nice, Patchy!
There's a big push off there from James Patchett. No penalty forthcoming though. It's now the touch is made here on Medved. Manly slowing things up, looking for that strike dump before they launch an attack. Low, holding it for an eternity here. Now wraps around, ball over the top from Patchett. Lovely pass, and they evade the touch. It is Patchett who puts it down. What a pass it was from Medved. And 4-3, Manly hit the lead.
It was a beautiful ball, and again it was a little bit different. Instead of playing out the back and quite lateral, that was sort of poking into the line and a bit of a looping pass over the top. So really hard to defend, and again we're seeing that it's a different type of play. They're right at the line in Hills, and now Hills would be ruining all that early ball they had because now they're down. They should have been up by 2 or 3, and now they're going to have to respond.
Well, it was almost a false sense of security for the Hills defenders there. Manly, a very slow approach in the set, but they were building toward exactly that moment. You've got to be ready when it comes. So now Manly in the lead for the first time with 7 to go, working away from their own end. They'll try and get the fresh troops back on the pitch as well. Short pass coming here up towards halfway. Now Carms, those long legs striding up. Gore back into the action too. Links up with Clark Moore. Gore takes off again. Gore with a dummy, nearly getting through. Jeez, he's dangerous every time he touches it.
Yeah, really good scoop, and that's the one to watch for the kids watching at home, that really direct running at the offside player. Sometimes you get a playthrough, you might get a penalty for offside.
Patterson rolls it quickly. Now Dave up into enemy territory. Short pass here for Bub. And now good meters here from Hunter Jones. Great scoop as well from Bub. Bub at full pelt, but Saxon Gore so quick. Chased him down easily. There's the turnover.
Yeah, the referee would have asked the player there, the scooper, to give the ball to Manly, and there was a bit of a delay, so that's what that penalty was for.
Talk about speed being something you cannot replicate, and that certainly is the case so far for Saxon Gore. That intercept came out of nowhere, saving a try on that occasion, and just causing all sorts of problems for the Hills defensive line as Manly once more look to work it up through the middle.
Yeah, Manly definitely, they've been showing throughout last weekend and today, they just hang in the game. They've got a great sense of just hanging in there. And that's why we were so sort of like right over it with Hills early, saying you've got to get a couple tries. You really got to take it to Manly early. Because when they hang in these games, they're really comfortable. They almost enjoy the arm wrestle.
So Shanahan out there for Hills. Nice quick roll ball now, Hunter Jones. This time Lynch. Spooner. Lynch once more, dropping it down. Little pass here for Spooner again. Spooner looking for that flat pass. Touched in flight from Manly. I think lucky to get away with that one. It didn't quite come out of the hands right.
Yeah, Spooner's definitely a really good chance to be able to put something on here. I'd like to see him charge into the line and maybe throw the ball a fraction early. He's had a couple knocked down now. I think it's the third time that would have been a try, but knocked down. So maybe really bite into the line, maybe throw the ball a fraction earlier.
Here he goes again, Spooner. This time, no real estate to work with. Back to that 7 metre mark he goes. Short pass here for Bilby. Bilby in an acting half once more. Spooner pulls him back around. Lynch also hovering. In an acting half now, and short ball to Spooner. Lynch drops it down. Last play here. Spooner once more looking long. This time a little too far and wide, and easily dealt with from Truman.
Yeah, so one of the things with the setup there, you would have noticed it took Hills 3 dumps in a row to be able to set up for Spooner. And what that means is that you lose having that second crack. If the first dump worked, Spooner could have probably hit the link or the winger, come back and run a second play. So that's something they might look to improve on when they get to game 2 today.
Gore now with ball in hand for Manly. Last play here. Calms having a little look at them. Had options deep. Instead hit the short man. And time is quickly getting away from the hillside here. We've only had the 2 tries in it. Manly scoring second, but backing up with the 3rd try as well. 4-3 the score. And just over 2.5 minutes remaining here.
Tell you what, Spooner for Hills, he's definitely one to watch. He's classy. Really good drive on that occasion, showing that he can play both ends of the field.
So Patterson, little short ball now through to Davis. He drops it down. Patterson once again bouncing around, drops it down now. Here comes Davis. Davis draw and pass. There's a better end of the set there from Hills, but still no result for them.
Yeah, really close game here. I wouldn't be surprised to see, regardless of who wins this one, the result being returned in game 2, and or reverse, sorry. And this looks like it'll go to 3 games in this division.
Well, if it stays this way, as Manly go on the attack once again, ball pops up in the air. It was there for the taking, just for a moment from Shanahan. He did make a good read in defence, but potentially the intercept could have also been taken. It was hanging in the air for an eternity there. But ultimately, they do have possession here. Shanahan hops in an acting half. Fitzhenry with the big dummy. Shanahan working hard in this set again. He's in there. Jones, now Bub. Jones, ball in 2 hands. Drops it down. Last play now. They need something here. Bub with the dummy. This time it won't work for them, and Medved makes the touch. They might only get 1 more full set at them here, Hills.
Yeah, probably 1 set to go. The number 10 there, Logan Bub, he had a great tournament a couple of weeks back as well. So I'd be looking at him probably to inject himself probably a little bit more in game 2.
So Calms 5 metres shy of the halfway line. Gore then pops it up and then takes the scoop on the follow-up. Gore, lovely pass out the back. Calms, good footwork. Opened up the space. It goes begging, though. Hickson just couldn't reel it in. And with 90 seconds on the clock, that surely should be a penalty here for the Hornets. That'll help a little bit. It's only play 1, though, so I think that's almost on purpose there for Manly, just to slow down the clock a little bit.
Yeah, Manly inviting Hills back in there. They didn't really complete their set well. Now a penalty. If I'm Hills, I'm trying to get Spooner out there to run a really direct play, maybe with an early ball, and they can steal this one in the last minute. Here he comes.
Here is Spooner now. Drops it down. And they're going to be pinged back on the halfway mark. I think it might be for 7 on.
And that should do it here if Manly can just control the ball for their set. Scraping through that, probably a little bit lucky to get out of this one, Manly.
Shanahan's foot making contact with the roll ball. So there comes another set here for Manly, and this will see it out now. They just have to be smart here. Nothing long, nothing silly. And speaking of the devil, there it is. There's something silly straight away. 20 seconds to go, so Hills need to go quickly here. I wonder if they've had a look at the clock. Shanahan hops in, 15 seconds. Patterson up towards halfway now. Lovely late little delay on the pass. Davis picks up more meters, and there's the turnover.
Yeah, just too many errors for the most part. I think either either team would be ruined, lost opportunities in this game one.
Well, there's a lot for the coaches to have a chat with their players with after that one. Yes, Manly come away with the victory, but they gave Hills every opportunity to get back in it at the end.
I think so. I think both coaches are going to go away thinking they've got to complete their sets. I think they were lucky. I haven't got stats in front of me, but they'd be lucky to be completing 50 to 60% both teams. So I think you'll find Hills will probably both teams will come back knowing if they control the ball, they can reverse the result.
We'll find out in a little bit of time when they do play their second of 3 matches. But up next for you, right here on KO Freebies, it's the 16 girls division. Penrith take on Newcastle. We'll take a quick break and then all the action in just a moment.
It's just one touch to open, one touch to close, one touch to show me not all minds are cold, one touch to loosen the hold, one touch to free me from falling down on my loosen the hold, one touch to free me from falling down on my
Welcome back here to the home of touch football in New South Wales. Tempe, the Canterbury Velodrome, James Preston and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action here for finals day. The state finals with the winners of the Junior State Cup, Southern and Northern Conference taking on each other in best of 3 series here to decide the ultimate team in the state. This is the 16 girls division. Penrith taking on Newcastle. Our referees are Attica Scott, Ella Carnage and Steve Pratt. Another enticing fixture here, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, this one's particularly interesting, James, because both these teams, you know, from my sort of viewpoint, weren't really challenging either of their conferences. Newcastle were fairly dominant against Maitland and Manly in the Beaches, and Penrith had a fairly easy win over Balmain. So both these teams really haven't had that tight arm wrestle game. So this is really exciting to see who the best in the state really is.
Of course, a shout out as well. Balmain enjoying their grand final day for touch football on March 17 as well. If you want to have a look at some of the action there, Timbrell Park, that's where all that will be taking place in a couple of weeks. Right here and now, it's the 16 girls. Penrith taking on Newcastle for the ultimate supremacy in the state, and Penrith shifting it from left to right, nearly finding a little passage down the sideline, but good slide in defence there from Newcastle.
Yeah, pretty good start. I'm interested. This one could be a bit like last game in that both these teams would have watched the video, would have watched KO during the week, got a bit of a read of what plays the other team would be doing. So interesting to see whether it's going to be a bit of a trick play or what sort of, how this first try is going to come.
So Penrith now with good field position here. Starting this set from 7 away. Short little pass here for Golding. Now they'll shift it out to this left-hand side. Carroll with the short pass. Golding once more. Newcastle up and in the faces. Golding, little short pass, lovely ball here, nearly opening them up. It was a nice pass there from Aaliyah Womel. Floating over, it's Golding once again. Last play here for Penrith. They haven't asked too many questions so far in this set. Now simply head across field and really not too much doing in that set.
Yeah, again, probably a little bit lateral, and I think that'll be a bit of a theme for today. You'll probably hear me having a bit of a rant about all day, James. Grand final, game 1 of 3. You want to be controlling the ball, getting up and down the field and running at the offside play. You've got to build a foundation. You can't look to run around them too early.
Well, let's see if Newcastle can do exactly that with their first use of the ball. No, they won't. There is the commentator's curse. Nice and early. It's taken a grand total of 2 minutes, and the changeover happens in the first set here for Newcastle. So up towards that try line, Penrith come once again. And there's a penalty here going the way of Newcastle. I think that might have been for latching as they were in the process of playing the ball.
Yeah, when you're reaching out to make the touch, it's sort of minimum force on both sides. So even the attacker, if you grab or you hook your arm around the defender, the referees are right on that. So good call on that occasion.
So now Ty sending it to this right-hand side as the reinforcements come in for Newcastle. They won't get to use the footy, though. They're yet to complete a set here, the Novocastrians. So 10 shy of that halfway line. Short pass here for Shemp. Shemp then sends it wider still. Out for Stapleton. And rolls it back. And it's a real run of errors here from both sides. I think we've only had the 2 completed sets from Penrith thus far.
Yeah, I think both teams haven't really settled in. But it has only been 3 or 4 minutes just because the game's so fast that, the clock seems to be going slow, but they're only a few minutes in, they'll settle.
So short pass here for McCarthy, who drops it down. McCarthy has another crack at them. Good touch made, though. That time from Aaliyah Womel, also a very talented rugby league player. Spends a lot of time at hooker there, so she's a player that certainly knows how to scoot from acting half. Keep an eye on that as the game unfolds. Once more, here comes Newcastle. Good dummy. They open them up. Well tracked, though, in the end from Stapleton. Stuck with her the entire way and prevents a try.
Yeah, perfect set there from Newcastle. Just what the doctor ordered. They went direct with the dive, got in the in goal. Great set. Really good signs for Newcastle. Just see if they can control the ball a bit better now.
And there is Stapleton once more, taking the hard yards. They've lost meterage on this particular play. It's Golding. Sends it out to the middle. Last one here. Golding trying to come up with something. Can't conjure any miracles, though. And there is the turnover. A great defensive set from Newcastle.
Yeah, probably the last 60 seconds have been great for them. Let's see if they can get down there again and ask some questions.
So out towards their subs box they go. Reinforcements arriving now. McCarthy Popping a little pass. Now back into the action there is Ellers. That's certainly a name we've come to associate with touch footy royalty, if you will. All the Ellers, boys and girls, very talented players. That pass goes to ground, though. So now Penrith, after around about 5 minutes of play, still searching for that first try. Nice draw and pass here. Stapleton's wider still. Well read, though, in the end from Forbes Abercrombie. Golding, very flat pass back to the middle. Let go here from the referees. Short ball now from Patakura Jim. Jim picks it up. Short pass here. Ison, another very talented league player. Typically plays in the centre, so not too far away from that usual role. Hovering around the middle in that link position. Ison picks it up. Last play here. Again, they've just misread the numbers there. They had them set to that left-hand side, but took it down the short.
Yeah, look, one of the things, James, it seems a bit like counterintuitive because when you play footy, you're trying to run around players that look for space. But just the modern defender is so good at taking the attacker in front of them and peeling off to the next. So you've really got to be running straight at them, trying to get them offside before you go wide.
Well, here come Penrith now with heaps of room to move. They'll roll it back. Ison, very quick player. Nearly opened up an opportunity there. Golding, who's spent plenty of time on the field so far. Up they step to meter and make the touch there through Bond. Short pass here now for Carroll. Carroll drops it down. Golding, this time looking a little bit more likely. They've thrown it long, and that was probably the play that was on. They just drifted infield a little bit, though.
Yeah, this will probably be one of their few occasions where they've got a full set against this Newcastle D. Let's see what they can come up with here, because the game definitely in the balance. Probably Newcastle asked a couple more questions than Penrith, so let's see what happens here.
So bouncing around once more, Golding, short pass. This time they've opened them up, an opportunity here for Penrith. They dive, but a saving touch made from the Knights. A good one too. Back to the 7 they go. Golding, short pass here for Carroll. Carroll drops it down. Golding again. Patient in the build-up. Womel hops in at acting half. Golding sweeps around. Well read once more here from Newcastle. MacArthur makes the touch. Last one now here for Penrith. They'll operate down a short side. Womel always sneaky out of acting half. Nearly opens up a gap, but in the end, not a bad play, killing it well away from the Newcastle box.
Yeah, really good to see the Penrith high performance program out there reaping rewards. Generally, we talk about Manly and Northern Beaches and these sorts of teams in the younger girls, but Penrith are in the final today for 16s and in the 18s, so they're really doing well out there at the foot of the mountain, so to speak.
Last play here for Newcastle. The big dummy comes out. Opportunity out wide. Great ball. Now they put down the foot and nearly Forbes Abercrombie getting away from them. But lovely play there from Scarlett Hagan. That was a Jason Stanton specialty. Dummy left and right. Just trying to open up the passage of play. It was all about between the ears as opposed to the leg speed.
I think that's the second or third time they've heard him like scoop in hard between the two middles. So Penrith might have to get a little bit tighter.
More things happening here around Scarlett Hagan. She forces the issue. And now a turnover. Here she is once more, Hagan. Rolling it back. Short pass here. It's Rawlins who slows it down. Hagan. McCarthy ushering players underneath. McCarthy directing traffic, receives it back once again here. McCarthy has a crack herself. She just put the foot down. They were resting on their laurels. And Newcastle get the first try here in the state final. It's 3-0.
Really superb smarts there from McCarthy. And you might notice on the replay, depending on how far we go back with it, is that she was actually pointing at the defenders, telling the referee they've got to come up, they've got to come up. That made a bit of indecision from the Penrith team, and you only need to blink or, take one step the wrong way and it's a try. That's how fast these modern players are.
Fast feet and fast decision making there from McCarthy. The turnover comes here as well from Penrith. So compounding the error there having already let in the try. Fresh set for the Novocastrians to work with. They'll jam in hard on this occasion though. Nice touch made in the end there from McQueenie. Good metres again though from Newcastle. That's given them a bit of confidence, that try. Forward they march now. MacArthur out there. Floating it on here for Bond. Bond directing traffic. Now McCarthy gets involved again. Beautiful pass down the sideline, tiptoeing along it and just getting the touch in time. Stapleton again. It's a second try saver for her.
She's keeping a minute.
She's got more work to do. Does it again. Make it 3. Stapleton all over the place here thanks to Guzmani Gomez.
She's saving everything. I'd almost attack the opposite way. Try and score around the other winger because Stapleton's letting nothing through on this side.
Here she is now with ball in hand, drops it back. Yet to have a break either, Stapleton. She's been working very hard and she's going to have to do even more work in defence here. Turnover from Penrith. With around about 14 minutes to go here at Tempe. State finals day thanks to Guzmani Gomez. Now drop it down. And now Bond through the middle. Bond eventually caught in the touch. Hagan. Bond once more. Hagan now drops it down. Strong contact there from Golding. Just a warning there. And perhaps there was more than just the hand being stuck out, that a shoulder is the call.
Yeah, this is a danger set for Penrith. Newcastle, very good chance here to go 2 up.
A little dummy comes in now from MacArthur. MacArthur and now back here for Bond. Bond getting very close but turned away. And Lakanich, the referee, currently in control in the middle there. They drop it down once more. They'll have another crack at it. McCarthy again.
It's down.
It's 2 in a row. McCarthy, brilliant at isolating retreating defenders. Puts the foot down, stretches out and collects a second try. It's 5-0.
Yeah, I think Penrith really need to hold him out there. Still got plenty of footy left in this, but they're going to have to make some changes on the Panther side because Newcastle seem to be feeling their way into the game, getting better in each 5-minute segment. And now they're up 5-0. It's going to be a big mountain to climb for the Panthers.
It's a great dump in the lead-up. That's what caused the problem there. Golding could never get back on side. Just all too quick from Newcastle. So 2 tries now. The dummy comes out here from Penrith. You think they need to be next to score. About halfway through this match, of course, no half-time itself. 2 sides simply changing ends when a try is scored. Newcastle have done that twice already. Draw and pass here from the Knights. Short ball. More metres on offer there for Letitia West. She's been playing the game since she was 7. So, a real veteran, really, if you think about it, for touch footy, nearly a decade on the field. As Ellers gets involved as well. Now hopping in an acting half. Ellers again an option. Touch is made. There is the changeover, though. So Penrith, this might be the opportunity they need just to get themselves back into it. It's decent field position to start this set.
Yeah, the thing as well, when you're playing these 3-game series is in game 1, whether you win or the score is not overly important. You know, there's been so many series I've seen or been involved with where you lose game 1, but you sort of pick up a few tips of what you need to do, and then you win 2 and 3. So it's really important for Penrith to string a few really good sets here together in a row and complete them.
Carroll on the last now and looping around as Button. Button looking to press the button and go forward. They will at least get another set out of it. Golding was under pressure, but they were offside, and that's exactly why there was very little room to move. So just over 10 minutes remaining in this one. 2 tries to nil, Newcastle leading 5-0. Penrith looking to get back into it. Golding collapses quickly, tries to get to ground. Touch is made, though, from Ellers. Back to the 7 they go. Golding turning it here once again for Carroll. Dropped back down. Carroll crabbing back towards the middle of the field. Newcastle slowly but surely stepping up to meet her. Now they've opened them up. Golding, good ball. Oh, if there wasn't the juggle, I think it was in for a try for sure.
A roller down now, last play, still another crack at them. Golding, good draw and pass, good evasive technique, but a desperate dive from Newcastle. Just gets there in time. I thought once again it was brewing for a try. That's two that probably should have been scored in that set.
Yeah, a little bit better there from Penrith. They need a bit of encouragement to get back in this, but also for for coming into game two. They want to be knowing, if we do this and we do that, we can get the result. So they've got to keep asking questions here.
Bond drops it down and now scoops it up on the follow-up play. Last one it is, though. There is the changeover called by Steve Pratt. And 9.5 to go here. Back on the mark. Now back underway. Golding sends it out wide here. Dummy comes in from Button. Under pressure here is Carroll. Oh, and there's an unfortunate error for the Penrith Panthers, just as they were beginning to get on the front foot in that set. They had a couple of lateral plays and then the drive started to come out and it all went wrong.
Yeah, they've got to be a bit more consistent, I think, and Newcastle with a good chance to take this game right here.
Newcastle looking to close things out, put the nail in the coffin, if you will. Still plenty of time, but Penrith haven't really been able to break down this defence so far. There's been no clean breaks whatsoever. Ball back on the inside here for Bond. Good touches made, though, from Golding. Last one here. If they can see it off, they stay alive. 8.5 on the clock. West, Bond. Oh, and that was close to being played at there. I don't mind that call, though, from Steve Pratt.
Yeah, I think that was a good call there. I don't think the defender had any intention of playing at the ball. Good to see the referee getting those ones right. Great call.
Stapleton brings it upfield. Touch is made now from West. Stapleton again, good meters. Working hard in this set. She scoops it up once more. Has to get rid of it. Can't run and be caught from acting half. Ball popped here for Waipori. Waipori still an option on that right-hand side. Here they go, Penrith. The big dummy comes out and just at the death getting the touch. That's the closest they've come, though.
Yeah, a little bit straighter there, and I'm not sure if it's coming through on the ground mics, but you might be hearing the referee saying play through, play on, and that's what you want to hear as a scooper. Whenever you hear that, you want to be running straight as fast as you can. You don't want to be going lateral when the referee's calling players off.
Here it is on the replay. They really opened up the space through Jim. It was a great diving effort. I think it might have been from Hagan, who just got her in time, thanks to Guzmani Gomez. So touch is made. And now Penrith again, good field position. Jim, who split them in the last set, we're looking to do exactly that once again. Golding back out there now too. She's been the main threat for this Newcastle line. Hopping in at acting half here. Jim and Golding combining in this set. Golding once more looking back on the inside. It was telegraphed though. Easy pickings for Brianna Rawlins. Last play here. Golding brings it to the line. The quick pass. Now, was that played out from Newcastle? Yes, it was. Another set to go here with 6:40 on the clock. They need to score now. Of course, they'll need 3 based on that early first try, which is worth the extra point.
Yeah, I think you just saw a sweeper there. I think Penrith have got to run some sweepers and dive at the line. I don't know whether they're stationary or these static type plays are the way they're going to get through Newcastle. Newcastle very good on their feet. This sort of play here with the sweeper, that's what they've got to be doing.
Let's see if it produces a result. They put the foot down and just getting that touch right at the death was Brianna Rawlins, who's come from left to right to make it. Great tracking from her. Golding slows it down. And now Jim. Golding once more. Newcastle gradually stepping up to apply the pressure. Touch comes down. Good release here. Golding turning it back towards the middle. Again, it's Rawlins, who's made 3 touches or knockdowns in this one set.
Yeah, this is better from Penrith. I like seeing the couple of sweepers have run there, and then I guess a bit of a tip for those watching, when you are running the sweeper, you can go really wide lateral depending on what you're trying to do with the D, or you can straighten back up and at the line and dive at the feet. So Penrith have tried a couple wide ones. If I'm on their team now, I want to do that early sweep and then be straightening right up, diving between the middles.
And I think Rawlins there might be heading to the sideline with a bit of a concern from bleeding of the nose there. The pass went straight into the face. So she'll get some attention here, some running repairs. Now Penrith drop it down. Golding, short pass here. Now they step back off the left. This time it produces a result. Lovely left foot step. It's Aaliyah Womel. She has looked likely. And it's try time here for Penrith. They're on the board at 5-2.
Right on cue. So if you're watching at home, you would have seen 2 sweeps in a row from Penrith. The really wide one, and then almost as though they were listening in to James and me, they've straightened up on the next one, right between the middles, and that's the second way to run a sweeper. So you've seen both options there by the Panthers, and they're back in it.
It's a delicious play there from the Panthers. The other thing that's delicious is Guzmani Gomez, proud to be sponsoring the 2024 New South Wales Junior State Cup Finals. Guzmani Gomez is serving fresh, clean, and of course delicious food to the next generation of athletes, their families and fans. Newcastle on deck here, but the turnover coming. So Penrith still staying alive here with just over 4 minutes remaining. They need to score again and score quickly.
Guzmani Gomez, are they open, James? Is it too early? Do I have to wait for lunch, or can I get down to GYG early?
It's never too early for something delicious, Steno. You should know that. Never too early. And certainly for Penrith, they're hoping that it's not too late to get this one back in action. They need to score and do so pretty much for the next set, you'd have to say, with still 2 more tries to come to get themselves in front.
Yeah, Newcastle have been quite good with the ball in this last period, so you'd expect them to be able to close this one out. But as I keep saying, Penrith have got to keep trying to find that way to break open this Newcastle defence so they can prep for game 2 as well.
Nice quick roll ball here from Newcastle, nearly finding a way through. They were trying to get that Steeden across the line. Iconic Australian Rugby League brand dedicated to producing the highest quality footballs, equipment and apparel. Great to have Steeden on board once again here for the Junior State Cup Finals live from Tempe. Quick play the ball here for Penrith. Stapleton hopping in at acting half. Really picking up the pace now. Stapleton, the draw.
This is it. This is the way they've got to play, James.
Well, again, it's Stapleton. I mean, we talk about the work she's done in defence, but she's really got them on the front foot in the last 5 minutes or so, and playing from the wing too. Often we see wingers just hovering out there, waiting for the opportunity to strike, but she's putting herself right into the game with a lot of this dummy half work. Here they go now through Golding. The dummy comes in, all touched right at the death there from Ty. So back to the 7 they go. Penrith with 2.5 on the clock. A try here would still give them an opportunity to snag a late winner. Here they come. Womel once again gets a second. Aaliyah Womel. I mentioned Steno. She's crafty. Oh, she's crafty, all right. That's a second try she produces.
And this is very clever from Penrith. Really shout out to their coaching staff, because they've identified that sweeping wide and going lateral with the ball hasn't really worked. They've straightened up with their drive, and now 2 tries from that early sweep coming back straight and between the middles. Great work, Penrith. This is going to be, it's not going to be all Newcastle's way today.
Well, it's a grandstand finish here. 1:45 on the clock. Newcastle scored first, got the second. That, of course, means they have that little buffer there with that first try. 3 points instead of 2. And now a chance to close it out here. Great diving effort in the end there from Button, who makes the touch. 90 seconds on the clock. Newcastle looking for the killer blow. McCarthy trying to squeeze through, but the touch is made, is it? There's a little bit of confusion here. Button thinks she's made it. But they're going to say it's a clean play, and that will claim it here for Newcastle. 7-4, and guess who once again splitting them? It's McCarthy.
Yeah, probably a little bit unlucky on that occasion. I think the defender was called offside. Didn't hit the line, so the scooper was able to run straight into the in goal and find a vacant player.
Yeah, McCarthy was certainly playing through. She felt the touch, looked around for the referee's call. And that's exactly what we talk about, Jason Stanton, playing to the whistle. Until it's gone,
definitely.
It's play on.
Yeah, definitely. So Newcastle are going to get this one, but I've seen enough in this last 5-10 from Penrith that I'm quietly excited to see what they can do in game 2. This one could be going to a game 3 later today.
So good change of pace here from Penrith. It was Jim who put down the foot. 20 seconds on the clock. They'd love to finish with a consolation try here to build into game 2. Golding hopping in at acting half. Running out of options though. Now they appear out wide. Stapleton deserves a try, but she's not going to get one on this occasion.
Yeah, I think that probably was forward out of their hands, but it didn't need to be. Stapleton, what a great performance out wide. And Penrith, I wouldn't be writing them off at all, not by any chance.
There goes the final siren and the final whistle from Steve Pratt at full time here in game 1 of 3, the best of 3 series. It's the Northern Conference who claim victory through Newcastle. 7 points to 4, 3 tries to 2. We'll take a quick break and then all the action up next with the 18 girls division, once again featuring Penrith up against Manly.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer. Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Welcome back here to Tempe, the home of touch football in New South Wales. It's Guzmani Gomez State Finals Day. The ultimate matchup between the winners of the Southern Conference and the Northern Conference for the 18 girls division. Penrith claiming the Southern Conference 2 weeks ago. Manly claiming the Northern Conference last week. And joining me in the booth, one of the true legends of the sport, a Jubilee recipient, Hall of Famer, Gab Rose. Here she is in the flesh. And Gab, these are two sides you know a fair bit about as well.
Yeah, I've watched both these teams, Manly over the last few years, and I watched Penrith down at Wagga a couple of weeks ago, so I think it's going to be a really fast and exciting game, James. Good conditions for it. Yeah, great conditions here today. Lots of sun shining about, just a slight little breeze, enough to cool the players down without impacting how that ball does float about. And a very dry surface too. You're telling me that had a little bit of training this morning, a little bit of a wet surface further south, but here it is absolutely peerless. Yeah, a little bit. It was a little bit dewy this morning down at the Oval, but it's dried out now, and I think the pitch report or the keys would say it's perfect for a good game of touch. Should be an absolute cracker. Your referees are Steve Namoski, Amanda Crowley and Craig Carmody. So these two sides, really two of the big heavyweights of touch in the state. Penrith, of course, featuring in our last match. It was a big
Yeah, a couple of weeks for the likes of Penrith and also for your home side, the Sharkies.
Yeah, Penrith are in the 16-18 girls, but Sharks as well as we head into the start of this match.
So Manly underway now. You can hear that siren going full blare in the background. 25 minutes on the clock, of course, that first try, all important. It's worth 3 points, and it might come here straight away for Manly. Great delivery. Oh, what about the ball out wide? They had the leak nice and deep, and Jazz Vera goes in for Manly. It's 3-0 off the first set.
You could not get a better start than that. They just drove it straight in, and then a beautiful pass out to a winger running wide, and great finish there by Jazz. They're a very fast team, and they like to play wide, Manly, so I'm thinking there'll be plenty of tries scored today.
Well, Vera didn't need to show us how fast she was on that occasion, but one thing we've certainly seen, Gab, over the past few years is that Vera can really motor if she needs to. That was easy.
Yeah, she is certainly one of the best finishers coming up through the ranks at the moment. Let's see how Penrith responds here.
So Penrith on the last now, playing it directly on that 7-metre mark. They'll go wide, or nearly an opportunity for an intercept, but they might have got there in time. There's no double movement, of course. No one's touching her. And there's a try out of nowhere for Penrith.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing in rugby league. That'd be no try, but for touch, it's play on. 3-2, 2 tries, 2 sets of 6.
I think that may be the first time I've seen someone quite literally crawl to the line. Here it is on the Guzmani Gomez replay. Lovely ball out wide, and then just crabbing all the way to the try line. They get it on the board, but a lovely pass there from Elford, and that is a name we've certainly become quite synonymous with, Estida.
We sure have. She's in the thick of things already. And as we can see, James, it's obviously going to be a wide game. The 3 sets of 6, we've seen long balls out to the wingers, and that's how we like to see the game played.
And 2 tries for that matter as well. 3-2 after less than 2 minutes on the clock. So this is an interesting one already. A drive forward here. Good meters on that occasion from Taya Moore. Moore again getting involved, popping a little pass here for Ma Chong. Good speed again here, and we certainly saw that from Dol Dunham when we were having a little watch of the Northern Conference a couple of weeks ago. Southern Conference, I should say.
Yeah, there's a few key players here for Penrith, and Ma Chong's one as well, and obviously Elford that we've already spoken about. So there's going to be some good matchups across the park this morning. There's another one of Manly's key players in Chase Perrin.
Good meters there from Perrin, and now pulling it up here through Calms, who then hops in and acting half the second time here. Calms once more. Rolling it back. Last play now for Manly. Manly building nicely here in the set, but they perhaps lost track of the touch count. Now, that does happen a little bit here when it comes to finals. I think it's, again, a case of the nerves just being worked out.
Yeah, one of her teammates was kind of trying to indicate to her, but yeah, you get caught up in the moment. So, but not so bad. They ended up in the other side of the field. So let's see how Penrith rocket up the field.
It's Penrith 10 metres into enemy territory now. The touch is made. Last one here for them. Nice quick play the ball as well. Graham Whittle has a little crack at them. Nice diving touch there from Gemma Calms. And there's a few brother-sister combinations across these Manly 16 boys and now the 18 girls. Of course, Alyssa Medved, the older sister of Jake, and now also Gemma Calms here as well.
Yeah, it's great seeing those family connections, and that's the beauty of our sport of touch. So you see siblings, and then you see parents coaching and different generations. So another bonus of our sport.
Speaking of which, Archie Rose, of course, doing great things in the Southern Conference a couple of weeks ago. Pretty much close to being player of the match, at least for the Sharks. It's Manly going the attack here, so would have been a very proud Gab Rose sitting in the booth here next to me.
Yeah, he had a really good final, as did all of their team. Unfortunately for the Sharks, Wagga were just too good on that afternoon, and I think we'll see Wagga in the next game maybe at 12 o'clock playing against Central Coast and the 18 boys.
Certainly will. That should be a cracking match. Don't go too far for that one. Hope you're enjoying all the action live, exclusive, free, on demand as part of KO Freebies. Changeover here in favour of Manly. Inside enemy territory. Nice little pass here. Meters on offer here for the Seagulls. They keep driving forward. Gray. Short pass here for Medved. Medved once again. Penrith eventually hopping up to meet them. Now Medved again. An easy opportunity here. The passage opened right up. Medved thought she'd set it up, but the touch pass is called.
Yeah, it looked like she just got through too easily there, Medved, but not to be. So Penrith get a chance to get it up the other end of the field. They need a really good set here, Panthers, because they've been under pressure the last couple of minutes.
Well, it's almost like watching Jason Stanton out there. He's certainly not the quickest customer, but very crafty with ball in hand. Just
doesn't matter how you get through, as long as you get there, I say.
Same applies for tries. I'd say they all count for the same, but that's not the case here, of course, on Guzmani Gomez State Finals. So the first one is worth 3 as a result. Manly leading 3-2, so Penrith still needing another one here to try and get into the ascendancy.
Yeah, and as we saw in some of the games, obviously at Wagga and Dubbo, the scoring that first try proves pivotal, not only in the result, but in the way you have to play your game. You're always on catch-up if you're the second scorer.
So Dul Dunham now for Penrith, turning it back towards the middle. Wanted the quick scoop, didn't quite get it though. Medved steps up, trying to make the touch here. Dul Dunham nearly played it before the touch came. That could have been interesting. Elford now running out of options, sends it wide. They keep it alive here, hot potato style. And then Elford succumbs to the touch. There's the turnover. So Manly, this aggressive defence, producing results at the moment.
Yeah, and Manly are renowned for that. And they've got some, obviously, very experienced coach there in Christian Brown. And then newcomer Imogen Say, who I've coached Imogen. She's in the under-20s next weekend, playing a tournament. But, yeah, Christian Brown will have them going fast up the field the whole game, as we see here.
Speaking of which, Calm's picking up good metres, 2 plays in a row. She's still an option out in that right lane. Good ball back on the inside. Well read, though, from Dul Dunham, who had to track across. We talk about a hard-working middle. There's a great example of it right there.
Yep, you need those hard-working middles through your game, and sometimes they go unnoticed, but not there. We can see exactly the value she adds to that team.
Playing right at the advantage line here too, Penrith. Good driving set so far. 3 in a row, they've picked up great meterage. Now out for Ma Chong. Ma Chong with the stutter step before providing for Graham Whittle. Graham Whittle gets the play on call here. Graham Whittle all the way through. Ma Chong. Well, it was heads-up play. She heard the call from Craig Carmody, put the foot down, and then Graham Whittle, sticking with her, gets the try.
Yeah, great listening there by Ma Chong. The ref called the defender offside, and she took full advantage of that and passed it to a hard-running Dallas Graham Whittle. There, stepped around. Won't score an easier try than that. Puts them in the lead, Panthers, 4-3.
A beautiful try there for the Penrith Panthers, thanks to Guzmani Gomez, proud sponsor of the 2024 New South Wales Junior State Cup Finals. Live exclusive end free right here from Canterbury, and a beautiful pass over the top, and then they put the foot down. They're not going to catch Carissa Smythe. There's another family member in this Manly lineup, and it's another try for the Seagulls. Back in front, it didn't last very long.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that opened up, but it was a nice pass at the end. As we see, it's just done a little quickie, cut-out pass. Great hands. Still had a little bit of work to do. Good put down.
Lovely ball from Alyssa Medved. She's already split them once. This time goes over the top, so all the different weapons on display from Medved as Ma Chong gets back involved. Short pass now here for Moore. Moore drops it down quickly. Dul Dunham. Dul Dunham has a go at them. Nearly got through, instead gets the penalty. That's great play from Dul Dunham. Ran directly at who she thought was an offside marker.
Yeah, so what happened was there, the ref, I think, Schumann called the middle offside, but the link affected the touch, but it came back for a penalty for the Panthers. So they'll get another set of 6 here. This is a great game so far. We're only about 7 or 8 minutes in. 4 tries scored. We're expecting a high-scoring affair, James.
Yeah, enterprising play from both sides so far as Ma Chong comes back to that 7-metre mark here. Dul Dunham. Back to Ma Chong once more. Touch is made from Taudia. Now Dul Dunham drops it down. Not quite the strike dump. They can still work with it though. Ma Chong delays the pass. So long, in fact, it was going to be called as a touch pass here. So despite that knock-on from Manly, the initial indiscretion from Penrith, there's a meek turnover.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that Panthers. They really have upped their game, you know, even from when we saw them a couple of weeks ago down at Wagga. So they've come here ready to play and wanting to beat this juggernaut of Manly in the junior girls divisions.
So far, they are sticking with them. 2 tries apiece. Manly got the first, so 5-4 the score. They keep it alive here. Nice cycling of the footy. Vera hops in at acting half, and now Mia Wall drops it down. A very sloppy play the ball. Carmody had a second look at it. Thought for a moment the whistle was going to mouth. Instead, play on here for Manly. Last one now. Options back through the middle. Well read, though, from Dul Dunham, but they've been pinged.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that Panthers. They did good defence. You know, those last couple of touches, Manly came around for a sweet play for Perrott. Looked like number 7, Grace French, went straight through and drew a penalty for her team.
They can feel quite unlucky about that sequence of events there. It could have easily been a turnover from the play of the ball. Manly instead still have possession.
Great defence there by Panthers. I'm not sure who it was, possibly it was Taya Moore there. Great link defence. We call that pinching the touch.
Medved back out there. They'll go straight to Vera, though. The express delivery. What a ball it was from French. Goodness me. The Frenchies say ooh la la.
That was a pass and a half. There's not much the defence could do there. That just attack was too good. That'll look amazing on the replay.
Vera's got a double now, thanks to Guzmani Gomez. Received a delicious cutout ball. Guzmani Gomez, the only thing more delicious, in fact. Say yes to fast food, which is fueling our fast athletes.
You'd be happy to play out there all day when you're getting given service like that.
It's quite fitting, actually, Gabrose. Service, can even get Guzmani Gomez on Uber Eats, I believe. There they go, trying to squeeze through here. Penrith, the touch was made just in time from Medved. So plenty of time still to play. We've got 14 minutes, but we've already had massive amount of tries here. 5. 3 to Penrith, or 3 to Manly, I should say, 2 to Penrith. Here come Penrith again. They thought Medved was offside. Ran directly at it, but no try forthcoming for Bonner.
No, the ref caught her onside there, and she made a good touch. Now they're going to drive it up the field, probably to their box, get some fresh legs on, and some type of strike play at the end of it.
Medved left that ball floating in the air for ages. Fortunately, Vera's very quick. She got there in time. Now Calms is caught through the middle of the field. Reinforcements onto the pitch here for Manly. Patterson out there on the wing now. They'll pick it up and scoot. Harmony's not happy with it, though. Incorrect roll ball, there's the changeover.
And that was probably Manly's worst set of the last 10 minutes of this game. So they've been really good at getting their players off and getting their players on at speed, but we didn't see it there. So middle of the game, fatigue starting to set in, and Panthers are coming up the field fast here. They'll be looking to consolidate on that error.
And Gab, this next try is absolutely crucial for both sides.
Yeah, it definitely is. So Penrith really need the next try to stay in the game. So we know Manly can run away with games. So if they get another try here, look out.
Graham Whittle drops it down now. Marchong needs to get rid of that ball. She's from acting half. Marchong, what a pass! That is over the top. Oh, Bailey Marchong. That's by far the try of the day. She took off, scooted, put the foot down, and then a great deal of patience to find the right opportunity. And certainly she did find it out wide.
Yeah, what an effort. She kind of stopped and started, and off she went again. Didn't look like she was running at full speed. Changed her acceleration, and through she went. And you're right, James, it's a beautiful patient pass. These balls to the wingers are amazing. What a game, 7-6.
So Shaylee Ito getting the try off the back of Marchong's work there. It's a tight ball game here with 12 remaining, just 1 point the difference. That first try for Manly. Penrith will be hoping it doesn't come back to bite them.
Yeah, and that's what we spoke about. So they're still, even though the score's technically 3-3, you're always playing catch-up when you're not the first scorer. As we see an error there from Penrith, which I'll be disappointed with. So they capitalise on the last error from Manly, as there's a chance out here.
Quick release from Medved, and then out for French once more.
Still on.
Touches made though, so back to that 7-metre mark they go.
They've still got 4 touches up their sleeve here, Manly, so it'll be interesting to see if they condition them with some type of play and then run it later in the set with a different option.
Parrott's out there now as well for Manly, but they won't get a chance to condition them or run a play here, Gabrose. It's a turnover straight away, so Penrith now with a chance to work it away from their own end. Elford sends it out to this left-hand side.
They'll definitely want a better set this time, James, to get through their set of 6 and finish at the other end of the park.
So touch is made there from Manly as Faya picks up easy metres here. 15 or so by the time she's caught. Last play now, picked up and scooped from Burns. They've lost track of the touch count again though here, Penrith.
Yeah, and that's experience sometimes. They possibly would have been better going back, skipping back towards their box. But they still finish in the Manly half, so they'll be happy with that. And you see here, Manly need to try and get a roll on here. Just get a bit of momentum back their way.
Good metres here from Manly. They're into enemy territory and then picking up a stack on the back of that particular roll ball as well. Options both sides. Eventually turned away to this left link position. Last one here from Gray. Gray scheming, finding an opening back to the middle. Vera was there waiting for it, but there was a tangle of bodies, and the touch is made in the end. No matter what, she stuck to her like glue. Good defence there from Penrith.
Became like netball defence. So she went through on the short side, but they just all manned up or got on their player and, become that netball style defence as soon as they get the ball there on top of them.
It was Taya Moore who made the touch. Here she is with ball in hand.
Yeah, and she's drawn a penalty now for her team, so Penrith will be happy that we haven't had too much play down Manly's end the last few minutes. 10 minutes to go, they'll be looking to try and capitalise again.
Well, the problem for Penrith is they just keep inviting Manly into their danger zone, so hopefully they can, at the very least, turn over possession deep into enemy territory here.
Yeah, and they'll be looking to Ma Chong again here.
Here is Ma Chong now rolling it back for Dool Dunham. Elford also out there, so three of their big guns on deck. This is danger signs here for Manly. Last play, Ma Chong with somewhat of a static start, so not much to work with here, and ultimately doesn't amount to too much. Manly did well in that set.
Yeah, it was very good defence by Manly. They didn't panic. They just talked and held their numbers, and there was no way through.
Play on the call here for Manly, so they pick up an extra 10 or so metres after the initial touch was made. Now for their troubles, they earn a penalty as well.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that, Manly, because they've done a couple of good runs, but they're getting a little bit stifled in the ruck. So this penalty will just allow them to get their breath and come up with a play at the other end of the field.
So dummy comes in here from Bishop. And now Calms with a flat pass. Calms again playing right at that advantage line. Good work here from acting half for Calms. It's now an option through the middle. Drops it down nice and quick. Perrott looming in the background. A real mix-up of bodies there. Thought potentially Manly may have got a penalty there for an offside player, but change over here in favour of Penrith.
Yeah, I think the link there for Panthers there had done a great job in getting back and just came up and just pinched that touch where French didn't. I don't think she realised she was there. Great run.
There's Elford who made it in the end, and then a good run as you're right there. Gab Rose from Sienna Bruce. Here is Bruce once more stepping off the right foot, picking up a whole heap of metres in this set so far. As Burns drops it down. Last play now, Graham Whittle. Graham Whittle looming, looking for support. Couldn't find an opening. Touch pass is called there by Steve Namowski.
And as we know, James, Panthers are in for the close fights. We saw in Wagga it was a really close game in that grand final, and they came up trumps against the Roosters there. So they're used to these tight tussles. So let's see how this plays out with the last 7 minutes.
That's right, Gab Rose. It was Jason Stanton and myself, I believe, calling that one. We nearly gave ourselves concussions jumping up and down.
There was a lot going on in that game, and it could have gone either way. So Panthers won the final. They're here today. So congratulations to them. And again, this is a great game and anybody's ball game.
It's worth pointing out as well, due to our wonderful collaboration here with KO Freebies, if you want to go back and have a look at all the action in that thrilling final, you can do exactly that. Just type in Touch Footy and then click on the Junior State Cup Southern Conference, and you'll find Panthers taking on the Roosters in a real nail-biting finish.
Yeah, I spent last week, on the weekend watching a few of those games from the Northern Conference. Obviously wasn't at Dubbo, but it's good you get an appreciation of how far our games come in the recent times and where it's going to with the talent on show. As we see Elford there, she's straight through. That's
well,
a try.
Speaking of talent, there it is. Elford very much living up to the Elford name, taking us back to the 2005 West Tigers grand final victory. The daughter of Shane goes in, and now Penrith lead 8-7, their first lead of the match.
Yeah, and that just looked too easy. She again just skipped outside her player and used her speed and footwork.
With a full-time pills.
Dummied and off she went. 8-7.
So 6 minutes on the clock here. Manly scored first. Penrith have taken nearly 20 minutes to get in front. And now they do in fact lead. So picked up here from Taudian. Taudian looking to link up there with Medved.
Well, I'd have two, right?
Yeah, she runs hard, Medved. I like the way she runs. They've given up a penalty there. For the rest of the not a correct play the ball. So Panthers will be happy with that. They've scored, they've held out. Now they've got to get it down the other end of the field to complete the trifecta.
So Penrith working from left to right. Manly putting the pressure on. More metres picked up here initially from Bruce, but now ruled to go back onto the mark. We mentioned this in the Southern Conference as well in terms of Sienna Bruce, spending a lot of time on the wing and also at link, but typically when she is playing rugby league, she's normally operating the halves, so this is a player who can do all sorts of incredible things with ball in hand.
Yeah, and as we know, traditionally our wingers are, obviously fast. If they possess some good ball skills as well, it's just a bonus. So because they can run hard and they can tip the ball back inside to support play. So it's definitely an added bonus if your wingers have got good ball skills.
Medved hopping in and acting half, and now on the front foot is Taudian. Good metres from Taudian. Now here comes Vera. Vera going nowhere fast on that occasion. Gray back out there for Manly. Dual Dunham called offside initially. That means more metres up for grabs here for Gray. Goes wide early. Oh, there was an opportunity building there for Perrott. She just had a little look at the defensive line, took her eyes off the ball and it went to ground, but a 2-on-1 had come about there for the Seagulls.
Chase will be disappointed in that. I think she kind of looked up to see how much space there was, but yeah, you've got to catch the ball first. So she'll make up for that in the next 5 minutes, knowing Chase. But Panthers here, they'll be looking to consolidate and just keep the ball down the other end of the field, not to give Manly a sniff here. As commentators curse, it's taken me 21 minutes. That's pretty good for me, James.
It's longer than we expect from most of our commentators here in the booth. It happens pretty quickly most of the time. I'd be pretty happy with that if I were you, Gab Rose. 21 minutes.
That's right, not too bad.
Gray sends it wide. Now the roll back occurs here. Vera in an acting half, and now back into the action is Mia Wall. Vera with the dummy now takes off. Watch out for the footwork and, of course, the speed. Medved, the ball just behind her. Didn't need to be either. That set was building nicely for Manly. They've really let Penrith off the hook there.
Yeah, they're just not as clean or clinical as we've seen from them. It might just be the nerves, and they're actually, obviously now they're playing from behind, which I dare say they're not probably used to that often. They're probably usually good front runners, so no doubt they'll be well coached in this situation. They'll have something up their sleeve for these last few minutes.
Burns now driving it forward. Medved makes the touch. Last play here, Graham Withall, the ball out in front though. Telfer couldn't reel it back in, and with just over 3 minutes remaining, Penrith will probably back themselves in from here just to stay tight in defence.
Yeah, as I said, they're used to the grind. They saw some close games in Wagga a few weeks ago. So they really need a strong set in defence here. Manly need to get it clean to the box and give themselves a chance for a strike dump at the end.
Cycling the footy, keeping it alive here. Allows Vera to pick up another 5 metres. Now Gray, the draw and pass, and then taking off is Taudian. Good metres again here. Short pass here for Jackson, delaying it in the end, and instead going to Calms. Calms picks up good meterage. Gray on the last now. Back on the inside. Beautifully read, though, on that occasion from Ava Diaz. There's no advantage here, so Manly now get a full set in prime real estate.
Yeah, she was unlucky there, Ava. She might have left just a little bit too early and the refs caught her out, so she came in to pinch the touch on the last, but it's unfortunately given, for Panthers, given Manly another opportunity on the line. Very hard to stop at this point.
Elford makes the touch. Gray goes back to that 7 metre mark.
They're very good, the Panthers' length, at what we're calling pinching the touch, so they're coming in and nullifying any opportunities that Manly have had. So we look for a sweep play possibly.
French is back out there now for them. French over the top. The ball goes to ground though. Wasn't perhaps the play there, especially so early in the set.
Yeah, so as again, the scoreboard and the time is becoming a factor here. With 2 minutes to go, they're wanting to get that winning try. Panthers will try and truck it down the field, get to the other end, and I'm guessing finish in the far right corner.
It's all about metres here in this set for Penrith. Won't necessarily be looking to put on another try as Bruce. There you can see that great footwork she does possess.
Yeah, and obviously a smart play. If she's playing in the halves in rugby league, she's obviously got a good brain for the game, so we saw that there. Now this is given time here. I'm not sure what for, but it's wasting time on the clock, which is obviously in Panthers' favour at this point. I just want to utilise this set, James.
Well, now Manly will have to play with a woman down as well, so it's 5 on 6. Penrith with a real good opportunity to close this out here. Ma Chong skips away from one defender and a second. Great footwork, and there's a penalty. That should pretty much do it here for Penrith now. They can wind down the clock. They might even look for that killer blow, though. Ma Chong takes off directly from the tap.
Yeah, they don't need to do anything silly. I know it's tempting to want to throw that final pass to score, but they really just need to hold the ball for the set and wind the clock down.
Ma Chong once more, the dummy comes through. And this is smart from Ma Chong. Second time she's just run directly at them. Each time it wastes a good 7 or 8 seconds.
Yeah, it's super smart and well within the rules of the game. She's doing nothing wrong. Drawing out the defence, wasting a few seconds every time.
Here's the little wrap around. Penrith might not need to waste any more time, but they've gone for the all or nothing play and will give one final opportunity here for Manly, but they'll have to go the length of the field in one play. And at the moment, they've only got 3 on the field. They haven't put Medved back out there yet. Now she gets involved. They've run out of room, though. Vera had to stay wide and stay alive. They needed her speed, but it was always going to be a bridge too far. And at full time, it's Penrith 8, Manly 7. What a comeback, Gab Rose.
Yeah, that was a really good game. And as we said, at the tighter it got, Penrith kind of came into their own. So the second match of this one in a couple of hours will be one to watch as well.
So great contest here. The first of 3 games goes the way of Penrith. But up next for you, this should be high-octane action. Our first 18 boys match of the day. It's the winners of the Southern Conference, Wagga Wagga, up against the winners of the Northern Conference, the Central Coast. All the action in just a few moments.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time, and if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high-profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, you know, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't on Macca. We're having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
Welcome back here to the Canterbury Velodrome, the home of New South Wales touch football. Our first taste of 18 boys division here. Wagga Wagga Vipers, the winners of the Southern Conference, up against Mitch Walkerton's men from the Central Coast. The Dolphins are here. They're in full effect, and this should be a cracking fixture. Jason Stanton.
Yeah, Central Coast were red hot last week for those that were tuning in. So I think they're probably would be favourites, but I don't think they're going to have it all their way today, because Wagga were definitely classy the week before in the Southern Conference. So let's see how they get out of the box against the more fancy Dolphins.
Of course, 25-minute matches here, no half-time breaks. Two sides simply changing ends when a try is scored, and that first try, all important. It's worth 3 points. Every subsequent try is worth just 2. Referees for this one, Brandon Sanderson, who's in the middle to start things off, Daniel Kustek and Charlie Cheesley. So we are underway here. The Dolphins with first use of the ball. Dransfield hopping in at acting half, and now a short pass here for Walker. Wide they go now through Dixon. Dixon hopping in and acting half. Dransfield. Oh, lovely pass from Dransfield. Walker on the spot. Lives up to his name. Simply walks across. Such was the quality of the ball from Dransfield. A beautiful draw and pass and a lightning quick delivery.
Yeah, very interesting play. Central Coast ran that last week, but they ran it late in the grand final. Here they've come out of the blocks and run it, and probably caught Wagga napping, because if I was in the Wagga camp, I would have been looking out for that one.
Well, first set and first try here. 3-0 to the Central Coast Dolphins. The Vipers need a little bit to do here. It's Reynoldson, who is man of the match in the final in the Southern Conference. Big win in front of home fans back down in Wagga Wagga. But at the moment, Central Coast has started like a house on fire. Short pass here. They're really playing at pace, but they've got this one wrong.
Yeah, I think you mentioned Reynoldson being the man of the match for the Southern Conference. In the Northern, it was that man you just mentioned there, Jesse Walker, the number 7. He was the man of the match. So definitely there too to watch in this one.
Well, so too is this man, Murray Beer. He's got all the skills. Reynoldson's out there with him as well. Dummy back on the inside. Doe from a distance. And that's one thing that the Dolphins really need to be on the watch for, is that long stretching dive from Reynoldson. Here he is again now. Reynoldson has the dive once more. They make the touch. They were wary to it. And Nash Russell gets there just in time.
Yeah, pretty good play selection there from Wagga. I'd probably like to see him dive between the middles early rather than trying to run around him. Just early in the game, just sort of see whether the Central Coast team are going to shut down hard or not.
Well, there's an indiscretion all the way back on that halfway mark, so all that hard work from Nash Russell undone here. Good opportunity now for the Vipers to try and put points on the board. They find themselves down here. Murray Beer plays it quickly. Plum out there as well. Both of those players now head to the sideline. They'll play it nice and quick. Short pass here from Jet Lucas. So many weapons in this Vipers side, but so too the Dolphins. This is pretty much as good as it gets. They'll roll it down. Short pass here. Watson has a little look at them. Great ball back on the open side. Ball to ground, and the Vipers hit back.
Superb play there from Wagga, and I was just about to jump in and say I hope they don't get caught into this stationary dive-over type game like what Central Coast have got here, because they looked great a couple of weeks back against the Sharks, rolling into the line, James, and that's what we saw on that occasion.
Lovely pass and finished off from Harrison Wheeler here. So 3-2, thanks to Guzmani Gomez, proudly sponsoring the 2024 New South Wales Junior State Cup Finals and serving up fresh, clean and delicious food for the next generation of athletes. So around about 3.5 gone here at Tempe. Dolphins diving from distance and clearing all the way through. Kobe Rodriguez, more like Kobe Bryant with how swish that was.
He was just so low to the ground, and there wasn't really any part of his body to touch. It just the ball slid over, and the players needed to try and get back to 7 and then somehow take a step forward, which was a bit of a challenge there. We'll see it on the replay. The ball definitely down first. And isn't it good to see those last 2 tries? The referee's in great position. Both those could have easily been a 50-50, but the referee was in a good spot, and it was an easy call in the end.
Now Hall with a short ball here for Cole. Cole gets through as well, so it's just try for try, tit for tat here on Guzmani Gomez. State Cup Finals day. Wagga hit back. Once more, it's a 1-point ball game.
Yeah, and I was just giving the referees a rap, and I just wanted to expand a bit on that. This is what I like to see. You know, if the defender's not touching the line and that dumps on the 7, play through try, keep the game moving, open it up. don't have to sort of give repetitive penalties. If they're not onside, play through try. So really good call. I'd like to see more of that throughout today.
So Walker back out there now for the Dolphins. Here he is with ball in hand. Lovely pass from Walker. How about the finish in the corner? Superman, superhuman effort. The Dolphins get another absolute cracker on the board. Thanks to Guzmani and Gomez, they plant down the Steeden.
And it's a real contrast in this one. Earlier today, we've seen the teams take a while to settle in to this state finals day. We've got the opposite here. They've both got out of the blocks. Try. I think that's the 5th tries that we've seen in the first 4 or 5 minutes.
And this time it's through Dylan Kesby there for the Central Coast. So 3 tries for them, 2 for the Vipers. You're 100% spot on. It might be 3 for the Vipers. What a pass that is this time. Right on the spot. Jack Warden dives in now. It's high-octane stuff from both sides.
Yeah, they just got to settle in. And the thing that's really exciting, hopefully you're, sort of really drawing into this, those watching at home, is that Wagga's looking good charging into that line, almost like watching rugby league type tries. They're on the run. Central Coast are looking good on their stationary type plays. So we've got a real contrast in styles. Really entertaining game of footy.
It's Reynoldsson once again who is the provider there. So we're seeing both Walker and Reynoldsson continue on with that form. Here is Walker now dancing around, trying to squeeze in between Warden and the middle there. On that occasion it was Beer. Walker, the hop, the skip, now taking off. Ooh, was there a little touch from Reynoldsson? He's got those long limbs, but ultimately referees ruling against it. It's a conversation, but it will still go the way of the Vipers. Beer now puts on the dummy. Reynoldsson wrapping around. Good meters from Reynoldsson. Not only is he setting up tries, he's making great passages up the field.
Yeah, generally with these 3-game series, James, it's if you're the underdog, normally you need to get out and try and get that game won in your favour. So that's got a bit of a feeling about today. That's how I feel about it, is that Central Coast probably the more favoured. This first game means more to Wagga Wagga, I think.
It really sets a tone, of course. It then forces the opposition to have to win that next game or it's lights out. So now on the run is Post. Post caught through the middle. With the ball in hand once more. Dixon there through the middle. Dixon dancing around. A couple of dummies. Good touch made in the end there from Marr. So incredibly, there's still 18 minutes left in this one. This could end up one of the highest scoring contests we ever see based on what we've seen so far.
It could well be unless they adjust. Normally the game will settle a bit here and they'll actually be a bit more active in D, a little bit more relaxed, and you should find the score flatten out a bit. I don't think it's going to be a 19-18 scoreline.
We're now seeing our first taste of Lindsay Hinch out there as well for the Vipers. Keep an eye on him in number 2, one of the quickest players in any age group. We're talking men's opens, 18s, you name it. He is lightning.
Yeah, he was probably a bit unlucky there, Wagga, because I felt the Central Coast player maybe 50-50 whether they were onside. And I think he got a bit frustrated with the referee who made the good call. Said, keep it quiet, focus on your footy. You're only down by half a try. And now they've got the ball with a good chance to do exactly that.
So now Wagga Wagga working it up through the middle here. Through Lockie Cole, one of the try scorers so far. Touches made, Hall, now Murray Beard back out there as well, sitting in that right link position. Hinch hasn't been on the field for too long, he's back off now. Reynoldsson has a crack himself, put the foot down, use those long limbs, stretches out, gets a try, and thanks to Guzmani Gomez, it's 8-7, the Vipers lead.
Beautiful try there from Wagga. I think that's going to be a real red flag, or a bit of a warning sign there for the Central Coast coach, Mitch Walkerton, because Wagga Wagga hurt them early running into the line. You probably heard me talking about that. But then now that was a very stationary, static play. And if Central Coast are going to be opened up both ways, they're going to have a real hard day here on finals day.
Stay out, and then you leave it behind you. No good.
Well, you might be able to hear there through the effects microphone. Mitch Walkerton very animated in the subs box, saying no good. Got to be tracking your defenders. As the Central Coast Dolphins go on the charge now. Through KM Hunt finding a way through almost. They drop the ball behind. There'll be much for that indiscretion as well. It's going from bad to worse here for the Dolphins in the past few minutes.
Yeah, they're only about, I think it's only 9-10 minutes in, so plenty of footy left in this one. And I think Coach Walker will be all over that last try because that was a bit of a real red flag for them to get beat static. They've been so strong in last week in stopping those sorts of tries. So Mitch will be all over that, no doubt.
Bouncing around here, the Vipers. Wheeler, who has scored himself, stops on the run. Still an option on that right-hand side. Oh, they didn't even look for Wheeler. They didn't need to. They ran directly at an offside player. And now the Vipers bring up double digits and a 3-point lead.
And that's another static try, or, you know, like a quick release almost where they stop and then do the dive over. So again, that's the second in succession. That's a real issue. You see the number 73 there for Central Coast. I think it was Russell. He probably had to get back a little bit earlier. And smart play by Wagga Wagga. Central Coast are half a step off it in the last couple of minutes.
Well, what a run here from the Vipers. It's 3 straight tries. They were down 7-4 not too long ago. And now Walker trying to produce something miraculous with the flick pass. I think that pretty much sums it up here for the Dolphins. They're a little bit frazzled at the moment. So now Walker dancing around, finds a way into the in-goal, looking to link up with somebody, finds them in time. This time it's Kesby. He gets a second, and that just quells the momentum a little bit.
And we're just talking about the red flag or the warning sign for Central Coast. That's a big warning for Wagga because they totally switched off there in defence. They had defended the set. They'd handled Walker. Then all of a sudden, just thought the set was over. Central Coast right back in this one. We've only got that half try difference.
So the Vipers looking to strike back here. Nice run of 3 straight tries, but now the Dolphins back on the board once more. Reynoldson again dives at them. Just make the touch in time. Jeez, he's dangerous. And there is the changeover coming here in favour of the Dolphins. Still 13 and a half to go. We've had 5 tries for Wagga, 4 for the Central Coast. So already 9 tries, and we've only had half the match so far.
Yeah, definitely got to control the ball and defend well.
Roll it back nice and quickly here, bouncing left and right, keeping it alive. Hinch working hard in defence. Doesn't make the touch in time. It's play on here for the Dolphins. Still alive. Eventually, Hall steps up and makes it. And as we approach that halfway point, 10-9 the score, thanks to Guzmani Gomez. Up over halfway, the Vipers go. And about 8 metres into enemy territory. The underdogs in front at the moment. Beer still an option through the middle. He wanted the pass. Plum didn't provide it, though. Now here is Beer, dumming a couple of times. Eventually the touch is made, though, from Walkerton. And that is the changeover at 10-9. Vipers still in front.
Yeah, you might have heard that saying in golf where they say drive for dough, putt for dough. Drive for show, putt for dough. And I think in touch footy it's similar. A lot of the fancy attacks for show, but the team that controls the ball and drives is generally going to win the contest. And I think that's what we're going to see here in the next 10 minutes.
So forced substitution here as well for the Central Coast Dolphins. Out of the action is Hunt. Now Plum for the Vipers. Beer has a crack at them, so too Reynoldson. And there's another penalty coming for the Vipers. Around about 7 metres away here. Beer slobbing it down. Beer again has the dive at them. Beer nice and early, just making the touch in time. Very close there, but Russell got him.
Yeah, I think he might have even been saved there by Walker, I think. Great D from the inside, good support.
Here's Beer. Beer with a flat pass for Plum. Walker again on the spot, marking up well. Now Beer, dummies once. Wrapping around as Reynoldson collapsing, stepping off the right foot again. Reynoldson makes them pay. It's a second try for him, and the points keep coming for the Vipers, 12-9.
And Central Coast have really got to make that adjustment, and I know that they've got beat. They've probably let a couple sort of like softer ones in, but I really think it's on the back of them turning over the ball in the midfield. They're giving Wagga too much ball, and this Wagga team's way too classy to not score if you just keep giving them that weight of possession.
It's a short pass here for Walker. Pressure coming in. Nearly an intercept on that pass there from the Dolphins. They find themselves down by 3. 2 extra tries here to Wagga Wagga, 6'4" in that department. They roll it down 8 metres away on the last. Walker bouncing off the left. What a pass from Walker! Oh, what a ball that is! Kesby collects a hat-trick, and that's one of the best left to rights you'll ever see.
A beautiful pass there from the number 7, Jesse Walker. And it didn't look like there was a lot in it. It was just executed so well. That left to right pass when your body's going the other way, it generally goes high and floats, James. But you'll see on the replay that was flat and hard, lots of revs on the ball. He made a very difficult pass look easy. Walker, great play.
Well, the hop, the skip, change of direction, and then fired out of a cannon. Beautiful play from Walker. And the pressure once more, again, onto the Vipers. Yes, they have the lead, but the Dolphins are still coming for them.
That's a try as well.
And there's another try here. Lockie Cole gets a second. And I've mentioned this already, but this is the most animated I've ever seen Mitch Walker. He's not happy with what his troops are doing in defence here.
Yeah, they've just got to be a little bit focused. A lot of this is mental. He saw the touch right on the 7. That defender's got to hit the line. He only got back 5 or 6 there. And again, I mentioned it earlier, and it's a bit of a shout-out, I think, to the whole touch footy community. I love the way this game's refereed. If the players aren't hitting the line, play through try. You don't have to give penalties. We know where the line is. This is great work here by, is it Cheesley? Out there, Sanderson, and I think it was Kustek, was it?
That's exactly right.
They're doing a great job of opening this game up. Hopefully this is the future of our game. It's great to see.
Oh, Walker had it there on a platter for him. He'd beaten the attempt there of Cole, but the ball just came spilling out. Now ignore that little score in the background too on the scoreboard itself. It's actually Wagga, who are on 14 at the moment to 11. So not 13-12. I'm not sure what it's saying on your screens at the moment, but most certainly it's 14-11 in favour of Wagga. As Beer back into the action now. Russell makes the touch. Here comes Reynoldson again, dangerous. Almost had an opportunity once more to link up with Beer, but that one just unable to get away in the end. Russell with a short pass here. Rodriguez, who has scored a try so far for the Dolphins. Now back into the action with the run here from Dransfield. He set up the first try, and then also back out there, Hunt, having been forced sub. His first involvement after that indiscretion is a drop ball, and that one nearly hit the deck too from the Vipers there from Plum.
What have you got the score as, James? 14-11? Is that what you got the score at? Yeah. Hopefully the right score's up on the screen here. Wagga got a bit of breathing space. If they get the next one, it's going to be hard for the Coast to peg back.
Beautiful strike dump. In fact, it's just going to be not quite played correctly. It was building nicely there for the Vipers, so 7.5 to go. 14-11 the score. So little dummy comes out now for the Vipers. Back through the middle they go. Ma crabbing across field. Play on is the call, but they haven't taken full advantage of it. They won't mind that too much, though. I like that call from the referees here. If they don't take the advantage, blow the penalty.
Yeah, that one was actually, I think they were not moving forward, so advantage for Wagga. That's the first penalty. Let's see what they can muster up here.
Here's Ma off the left, the right, getting to ground quickly, but the touch still made in time from Walkerton. Back to the 7-metre mark they go. Just under 7 minutes remaining. A very high-scoring contest here. 14-11, Wagga in front. They'll go long this time. Plenty of width there. Well, had they hit it at pace, there was a try on offer. Unfortunately, just caught flat-footed on that occasion. Ma still floating around the back. They won't go that way. In fact, they'll turn it over here, Wagga. They've really let the Dolphins off the hook in that set.
I think so. They needed a lot more controlled set with 6 or 7 on the clock. So Central Coast, they're not out of this one just yet. But they'll need to put together 4 or 5 perfect sets if they want to win this one.
Here's Walkerton crabbing across field. Incorrect, play the ball. Once more, they turn it over. It's a very un-Dolphins-like performance so far.
Yeah, and I think they'll be able to make the adjustment. It's largely focused, I think, here, James. We saw last week how controlled they were. Nice and calm running their plays. We haven't seen that here in Game 1, but definitely they can turn it around in Game 2.
So Beer back into the action. This here is Lockie Cole. He's already got 2 tries himself. Hall rolls it back and then receives it once more. Not getting the strike dump on this occasion. They'll have to finish off this set with a static start. Popping the ball back on the inside from Cole. Nearly an intercept there from the Dolphins. Thought better of it. There is the turnover now. So still plenty of time on the clock. 5.5 to go. The margin at 3. Beer makes the touch. Up over halfway goes Dransfield. Now scooped up on this occasion from McIntosh. And then hitting long. They're well marked up on this occasion. Dransfield caught by Beer back on the inside. And they are very switched on here defensively, the Vipers.
Yeah, I like what I'm saying. I think it's Gain, it's Beer, and I think maybe Reynoldson. You definitely want to write those numbers down. They're definitely players to watch. They certainly look like Premier League players out there. Really calm and composed, taking good options. We're coming to the last 5 now. Let's see what Wagga can come up with.
Draw and pass. Plum tried to link up out wide. It was knocked down from the Dolphins. As a result, here comes another set. If they score here, this could be it. The Vipers, it's been relentless pressure, and there is the commentator's curse. Well, Gab Rose took 21 minutes. I've taken 3 games, but there it is.
Yeah, I thought I was the one that had the exclusivity on that one, Preston.
Good meters here from the Dolphins before Hinch makes the touch. Back onto the mark they go. Now Dixon. Driving forward, Walker with a very late pass there, nearly caught for touch pass. Play on instead though. Walker with a little ball here for Post. Walker again off the left, running directly at that offside player. It was Mattingly, but ultimately saving middle from the inside, makes the touch. But they will have another set here.
Yeah, Wagga probably a little bit hard done by there because he was asking for the ball, he didn't get it, so then he probably was a little bit physical. But ultimately he should have been able to get the ball, so a little bit unfortunate there for Wagga on that occasion. Central Coast with a good chance to get one back right now.
And it's a forced substitution here for Campbell Mattingly as well. Walker straight away decides to exploit the numbers. Another great left to right ball. Lesteeden gets across the line. It's try time here for the Dolphins. They're back in the contest.
Yeah, we're right back within the last score to win it. And again, just to sort of unpack what happened there was the Wagga player was asking for the ball and didn't get it. So rather than just waiting for the referee to give him a penalty, he's tried to take matters in his own hands and grab the Central Coast player. That's what resulted in the forced substitution, which gave him 6 on 5. That's how that try was scored. And now Sanderson's grabbed both teams and said, look, settle down a bit. We're coming to the last few minutes. Let's finish it. So we're still 6 on 6 now. That was just a momentary sub, or a forced sub.
So back to the full complement here. Time running out, a tight contest here, 14-13. 7 tries to 6 here as Reynoldson all the way to the line and nearly on the deck before he pops the pass. This could be a crucial end of the set here for the Vipers. They'll turn it over easily though.
If Central Coast can get one more here, they can steal it. And certainly that forced replacement would be the turning point in the game. But they've turned it over. Wagga now into the last 2 minutes. A try and they win it, or even a nice attacking set and defensive set. Couldn't be enough. They haven't been able to do it. Commentators curse 2 in a row. I'm on fire.
Jason Stanton, a legend of the sport, but perhaps not right now for the Vipers. He's put the mocker on them. Here come the Dolphins up over halfway. Good ball back on the inside. Hunt, easy meters here. Eventually rolls it. Walker is the one to watch. Does he have one final say in proceedings? Walker gets the ball, skips away from them, slams it down. You bet he's got one final say. He puts the side in front. 15-14. Jesse Walker strolls through thanks to Guzmani Gomez.
And he showed it last week. If you give him an opportunity, he's going to come with the goods. Jesse Walker again got his team in front. They've got to probably hold out this Wagga team for one more set if they want to take game 1.
Well, they don't have their key weapon out there either. Reynoldson nowhere to be seen at the moment. Surely you get him on the field in the final minute. Hinch is out there at left flank. He's going to be one to watch as well. Back toward the middle. They found an opening, but they shut it down brilliantly, the Dolphins. It was a great ball. They'll get one final crack at them here. They sweep it around. The pressure comes in. Ball goes to ground. There's 40 seconds left. They just have to be smart. They just have to hold the ball. They'll play it here. 15 shy of the halfway line. Final chance for Wagga. They need to force the issue here. Aggressive in defence. Russell up over halfway. Quick play the ball. Here they go. They get him just in time. 20 seconds remaining. Here's the turnover. 10 seconds by the time they touch it. Hall is still there. They haven't played it on the mark. Reynoldsson still nowhere to be seen. Watson is out there. They'll drop it down quickly. Last play now. Hall looking for support. Watson has nowhere to go. And the Dolphins get out of jail. They've pulled it out from the fire. 15-14. It's tight. And we'll take a very quick break here, and then we'll catch up with one of the key men for New South Wales touch football, Mark Herndon.
Jason standing here with the chair of New South Wales Touch, Mark Herndon. What a day here, state finals.
Yeah, g'day Jason. Yeah, great conditions. The fields are in good conditions. We've got good crowds. So yeah, very, very happy with how the day's going so far.
And how about junior touch? We've been mentioning over the last couple of weeks, I think it's over 380 teams. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. You must be really proud of how the sport's developing.
Yeah, it's a nice problem to have that we have trouble fitting the conferences into the regional towns. So very happy with numbers. The quality of touch football being played at the junior level is just unbelievably exciting. We're ecstatic to have KO on board to be covering this and giving the visibility of our sport across the country. And from a development pathway for our juniors, they play at a local affiliate level. They get to play in these representative, junior state cup conferences, and then the next step for them after finals is the junior regionals that's coming up in a month or so. I'm really excited about that as well.
And where are the junior regionals? I know that we have, Wagga and Dubbo. I think it's Mudgee coming up then.
Yep.
And that's, I think for the players, they've got their local affiliate. Then they make, as you mentioned, they make their local rep team.
Yeah.
And then now we've got regionals coming up. And then beyond that, I guess in the future, New South Wales and Australia maybe.
Yeah, 100%. And it's really exciting that they've got that pathway. They can be playing at a social competition down at their local affiliate. And if they have aspirations to play representative touch, they can start playing with players and get that experience, come to Junior State Cup and get that experience as well, and then Junior Regionals, and as you're right, they then move on to state and national selection.
Yeah. And just one final thing, most people at home may know you as being I know you're the chair now, but you're a great player and a great coach, but we've been seeing you refereeing. What does it feel like to give back to the sport and the refereeing?
Well, I love refereeing, and it still satisfies my competitive urges around, working as hard as I can when I'm on the sideline. There's a team of 3 referees that are working really hard together at any one time. So, no, I enjoy the culture that we've been able to build within that tent. And again, they're all volunteers as well, giving back to the sport on behalf of their clubs.
No worries. So big congrats on the sport. Thanks for some time with you, Mark. Back to you.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you very much, Jason Stanton, catching up there with the chairman of New South Wales Touch Football, Mark Herndon. Doing some great things for the sport, really thriving at the moment. This partnership with KO, of course, a testament to that. Not to mention the great support of the likes of Guzmani Gomez and Steeden. Of course, the most iconic Australian rugby league brand there is. Also doing wonderful things by providing our exclusive match and training balls for the New South Wales Junior State Cup. Of course, the Steeden team are here today, actually, selling limited edition event balls. So if you are nearby, floating about the likes of Tempe, Canterbury, we're at the Canterbury Velodrome. If you'd like to pick up one of those official balls. And I mean, speaking of which, some of those limited edition balls, Gab Rose, obviously massive things happening in rugby league today. Over in the States, we're in Las Vegas, so that should be very exciting too. Some of those brilliant balls that have got the American flag on them too.
Yeah, they're great. Kind of seen them around in all the socials and all the promotions. So it'll be exciting to watch those games when we get home this afternoon.
Certainly will be. For right now, you've got to stay right here with us. All the action courtesy of KO Freebies, live from the Canterbury Velodrome, home of New South Wales Touch in Tempe. 25 minutes on the clock here. The second match between Penrith and Newcastle. Newcastle claiming a narrow 5-4 victory, so a must-win fixture here for Penrith in this game. First try still worth 3 points here. Womel got both of Penrith's tries last match. Here she is again, stepping off the right foot and claiming their first. So make it 3 straight from Aaliyah Womel in a class of her own.
Yeah, she started fast and she was quick on her feet there and just stepped back inside her defender, dived through, and 3-0. Perfect way for you to start when you're in a must-win match.
Well, Womel, quite literally, every time I've seen her pick up a Steeden, she scored a try. In the Lisa Fiola Cup in Rugby League, she scored out of acting half. The Southern Conference, try time all the time, and now it's happened here again today. So she certainly knows her way across the line.
Yeah, she'll be loving the Steeden footballs. No doubt it's probably practicing in the backyard or down at the park to hone her skills.
So here come Newcastle now, looking for a hit back. Bond with ball in hand. Nowhere to go on this occasion. There is the changeover. So great first set there from Penrith.
Yeah, and it's like a grand final for them. They obviously can't afford to lose. They need to win this second match to get us to a third and decider as they get a incorrect play the ball, and Newcastle have a chance with a full set of 6 and limited players on the field for Penrith.
Meters here as well for Forbes Abercrombie. Kept heading towards the middle before signing against that option. Now Ty, and out here for MacArthur. And McCarthy, of course, caused all sorts of problems for Penrith in that last match. McCarthy, this time though through Rose Bond, and Bond goes all the way through. So another try here.
Yeah, that just looked too simple there. She kind of just ran hard and ran around the outside of her player and dived through to score. 3-2.
So Newcastle not to be outdone here, and we're still yet to see, of course, Annika McCarthy. She scored 2 tries in that previous match. I think it might have actually ended up 7-4 because she did set up one right at the death that there was a bit of a conversation about, so it may well have been 7-4. We've got 5-4 here on the sheet, but don't quote me for gospel on that one. But what we do know is that McCarthy was causing all sorts of problems for this Penrith defensive line not too long ago.
And what I'm loving about the start of this game, James, is the way they're moving the ball around the park, and lots of chat and communication and attack and defence, but the ball movement.
Certainly not one-dimensional. They're throwing about all over the place. What a pass that is! Right into the waiting arms of Amelia Schemp. It's a beautiful ball, and Penrith stand the lead now, 5-2.
Yeah, that was a great pass. Cut her player out and then just went to Schemp, who dived over for a great try.
I think it might have been Waipori out there in the 23.
Yeah, I think it was as well. Coach is talking to him in the box now about a good start they've had and just trying to consolidate now with their defence.
So Ellers is out there now for the Knights. Here she is with ball in hand, heavily strapped on that left thigh. As Ellers again has a little crack at them, stepping off that right foot. I believe she's also played at regional representative level for the Hunter West Hornets.
Probably a poor end to the set there for Newcastle, but they'll be trying to push up here. You can see in their defence they're trying to push up and get back that error by keeping Panthers in their own half.
Stapleton once more on the chart. She's had a whale of a tournament so far. Was exceptional in that first game. Really kept them in it for much of that match. So now they scoot around. Stapleton hopping in and acting half, working nice and quickly out of that territory. Waipori, there she is again, working the numbers, the dummy, the pass, Stapleton, little bop up into the hands and then continuing forward, but the touch was made in time. There is the changeover. Stapleton Such a good dynamic player out of acting half. Really gets her side on the front foot.
Yeah, there was nearly created something out of nothing there, but penalty denied, so now they're coming up the field. It wasn't a bad finish to the set for Panthers. They finished it in their far corner.
Little short pass here, and more metres on offer for Ty. Now Bond, who has got a try for Newcastle so far in this one. Bond again through the middle, plays it quickly. Hagan out there now. Here's McCarthy. McCarthy scheming as always, but a good touch made there. Once again, on this occasion it was Jim.
She's really good on her feet, McCarthy, and we saw that last game with the impact she had in the game, so she'll be looking to inject herself in the next 20 minutes.
Short pass here, right at the advantage line. They pick up good metres. That's a lovely bit of play there from Penrith.
Yeah, smart play there. So now they've managed to draw a penalty and they'll get a fresh set of 6. They'll make their first touch probably right around halfway.
It's a little pass here, shifted towards the middle, and then good footwork here from Womel once again. Metres on offer now for Carroll. Plays it nice and quickly. Shemp. One of the 2 try scorers so far here for Penrith. Wrapping around as Womel. Here she is again. Strong left foot step. Womel sets it beautifully. They nearly open them up. Very dangerous off that left foot.
Yeah, she's hard to defend because she goes one way, so you have to engage.
Oh, here we go, though. Gabrose, the intercept taken from Newcastle. They're off for the prize. They've been called back, though.
Yeah, that was going to be a great chase there. I think Panthers are claiming that they touched her as she got the ball, so they'll still get a fresh set of 6, but back down on their own line.
Right on the spot. Well called there. I think that might have been Amanda Crowley out there, potentially.
Oh, we see a mistake there from Newcastle. So now Panthers just have to, stay strong and not panic and run a few of their plays at the Newcastle defence.
It might have been Ella Carnage. That's who it was who made that call there, the referee.
Yeah, she was right on the spot, so she was in best position to see what was going on. And as always, our refs are doing a fantastic job for us today.
Here's Jim. Turned away from the Panthers. Now her teammate popping in at acting half. That's Carroll who sends it out to the left-hand side for Shemp. One of the try scorers so far. Oh, Carroll splits them though. Well, Newcastle sat on their heels and Carroll made them look very foolish there.
That she did. That just looked too easy. We'll have a look on the replay and see how that opened up. Looked down at my paper, looked up, and she's flying through for a try. Just looked like a simple mistouch, fell for a dummy, and off she went. Well done. Taking a 7-2 lead here, Panthers. And what better way to start the game in the first 7 or 8 minutes in a must-win game than open with a few good tries.
There might be some alarming signs there for the Newcastle coaching staff based on how that try just came about really from nothing. Even when we were watching the replay, there wasn't much doing.
No, so potentially could have been a lack of communication, like both thinking she was yours. And that's where communication is key. Somebody's got to nominate and say they're taking that player.
Haven't seen too much of Golding for the Panthers in this match so far, but she's out there now for them in the 25. Won't get a chance to attack the line on this occasion, though. Changeover on the last here.
Yeah, Knights will be looking to complete a set here, right down the other end of the field. They need to get their hands out, initiate the touch, and get a bit of a roll on.
There is the touch made on that occasion there from Button. No real flow about this set so far from Newcastle. That's probably why they're all rushing up too quick and just crowding the play-the-ball area.
Yeah, they're possibly lucky to get a penalty there, Newcastle. I'm not sure whether it was moving up early or possibly one of the Panthers players said something to the ref, which we know is a no-go in this game. Either way, Newcastle ball leading into the try line.
Winter hops in an acting half and then feeds it back here for Ellers. Now Winter once again. Ellers had to think about running at the line, instead stopped on it.
Yeah,
now
she
turns
looks like
it back
a good
here.
athlete, Ellers.
Ellers once again steps off the right, all space opened up, and Ellers put the foot down there. There was a real opportunity to go herself.
Yeah, she needed to back herself there. It looked like if she kind of stopped and propped and kept going, I think she would have had her player on the outside. We see a bit of a contact, accidental contact. Not sure what the ref's calling. Yeah, she's given a penalty.
Carnage.
Straight onto it.
providing that extra set there for the Panthers as Stapleton hops in at acting half. Jim picks up easy meters here. Treating defensive line, ran directly at Ireland. Now Ison through the middle. Jim once more. Penrith in total control in this match so far.
Yeah, I like the way Jim runs. She runs with the ball out in two hands, as we've seen a mistake in the roll ball, but she runs the ball out in two hands, and she really puts the defenders in two minds. She had a really good start to this game.
So Waipori ping there for the Panthers. Now Newcastle working away from their own end. Good meters here from Ireland. And then sending it wide. All great hands in the end. At full pelt there from Ellers. Really testing out the hamstring, which is heavily strapped. Dropped back now. Calling for support is Jim. Eventually, contact is made. This will be the last now for Newcastle. It's quite funny there because they were the ones who initiated the touch and then didn't go for the roll ball.
Yeah, and you never want to get caught when coming into that last play where you get a stifled roll ball. So you kind of need that flow and momentum coming into that last play. As we see an error from Panthers. So Knights, Newcastle here will get a full set of 6. Probably need to spread the defence first and then maybe come back to one of their pet plays with their key players.
Well, that comes back to the whole communication concept we're talking about here. Shemp heading straight towards the subs box. Pass thrown out to her, no eyes on the footy. So now Newcastle have a good chance here to go on the attack once again. Oh, good hands from low down there from Letitia West. She's been playing the game since she was 7, so certainly has picked up some skills along the way.
Yeah, again, they look like we saw in an earlier game, teams and players trying to crawl their way to the try line, and that was nearly another situation there. So Penrith will be trying to get it out of their line here. They need to get their hand out. That's a better rucking.
So Penrith up over halfway now, turning it back towards the middle. Loma once more was looming in support. They couldn't get it out quickly enough though. Newcastle better on that particular touch there. Stepped up in an aggressive manner. And straight away they just turned the ball back over here. So a very ill-disciplined match so far in the first 12 minutes from the Newcastle side.
Yeah, and I'd say it's the defensive pressure that Panthers are putting on them. Newcastle have been trying to do that as well the last few minutes, and Panthers are responding in kind. So we're seeing a lot of attacking errors, but I think it's more that the defence is just pushing up and putting pressure on them, as we see there. It looks like Grace Button.
Oh, meters from Button, and then a lovely pass here as well from McQueenie, who nearly tiptoes around them down the sideline. They just got her in time though. They'll turn it back to the middle here.
It was nearly lightning McQueenie there, James, wasn't it?
Very nice, Gabrose.
Learned from the best.
Owen Wilson would have been saying wow for that one. They turn it back to the middle now. Golding sends it wide. Womel, good hands up above her body. 7-2, still the score remains. Newcastle, whilst they've been quite awkward with the ball at times, they've actually been reasonably strong defensively the last few minutes.
Yeah, and there's still plenty of time in the game, so they've just got to get back into the grind of it, get some field position, and then use their defence that they're strong at to try and draw an error from the Panthers at the other end of the field.
Winter now turns it on for Ellers, gets the quick roll ball. This is nice from Newcastle this time round. Ellers dancing around now. Was there ever onside there? No, there wasn't. It's a play on for Ellers, who then sends it wide, and Olopis goes in. Try time for Newcastle. That's what the doctor ordered. And it was really smart heads-up play there from Ellis, who kept running at Carroll. She was never back on side, played to the whistle, and gets the result.
Yeah, there was a lot of tiptoeing around there, but she listened to the referee's call. She went out and in and out. Referee called play through, and then a beautiful pass out to Olopis. Game back on 7-4, and they needed that, Newcastle.
Still plenty of time, of course, 11 and a half on the clock. 3 tries to 2, but Penrith scoring first, get the extra bonus point. So still the margin at 3. Newcastle needing to score twice, but they did win game 1. So Penrith, of course, playing for survival in this particular fixture. Short pass here. They'll keep cycling the footy on this occasion. Golding, and now Jim. Back to Golding. Patient build-up here. And a forward pass on the back of it. When it's going that slowly, you really can't afford to be throwing it forward.
No, you definitely can't. And they're looking for their key players there in Wommel and Jim. So we see the refs.
And it's a forced sub as well. Golding isn't aware of it. They're both coming off at once.
Not sure who was did the discretion there, but they've both come off and their new players are on in time, so no damage caused.
Well, that's the ultimate case of I'm tired, but I'm going to pretend that it was me. Off I go.
Yep.
Hagan promotes the footy nice and quick. About 10 metres into enemy territory now. Back against the grain. Rawlins turns it back on the inside, then picks up and scoops. Good metres here from Rawlins. Rawlins, though, caught from acting half. Carroll makes the touch. There's the turnover. It's the first time we've really seen them explode out of acting half so far, Newcastle.
Yeah, they came in strong into the line and went out of it as well, but possibly needs to play a little bit wider to get those gaps up the middle of the field.
Stapleton, good metres, and hopping in at acting half on the follow-up. Waipori out there once more for Penrith. Stapleton to Golding. Ison drops it down. Last play now. Golding attacking that left-hand edge. Ison trying to get around them. She certainly has got some wheels, but they've got to give her a little bit more space.
Yeah, there just wasn't enough room for her there to try and create anything. And it's just made it, as they've made a mistake, Newcastle. They had an opportunity there. They had the ball close to their box. They could have got 3 or 4 touches in Panthers' half, but now Panthers get a fresh set.
Ison again had an opportunity to take off, didn't utilise it. Instead, pass short to Waipori, and now she'll head towards the sideline. No one in there at acting half. As a result, it was nearly danger there with Winter chiming in defence. Jim back out there now for the Panthers. In at acting half. Golding once more slowing it down. Jim drops it down. Womel this time at acting half. Had a half grab at it. In fact, had more than that.
Yeah, James, that's the second time we've seen when they've been down on the line. They've tried to run the exact same play, and both times they haven't got a clean roll ball. So they're trying a little sneaky play where Womel comes into acting half, but execution's not quite there at the minute.
It's almost reminiscent of the old school mousetrap play there too.
It is. It does look like the old mousetrap. I'd love to see that work today.
Short pass there for Newcastle. You might well get your wish, Gabrose, if they come down that end again. It could be third time's the charm.
Yep, let's hope so.
So Newcastle on the charge once more. Here is Bond. First try scorer in this particular match for Newcastle. Rolled back here from MacArthur. We haven't seen too much of McCarthy, though, in this match.
No, we haven't as yet. Still 8 minutes to go.
Here's MacArthur out now wide. There was no pressure at all there on West, but the ball goes to ground. She was thinking what she was going to do next.
Yeah, again, if I was coaching the Newcastle Knights at this point, I'd try and get them to play a little bit wider to start with, as we see a great run there from the Panthers, getting them out of trouble.
Good metres from Golding and got the quick roll ball too. Now Womel tries to operate down the short side. Little pass there for Stapleton. Up towards halfway. As now Shemp pops a little ball here for Gomez, and Gomez gets good meterage. Lovely pass out for Shemp again. Shemp didn't even have a look on the inside, where there was a massive gap between middle and link. They'll get one more crack at them though. Stapleton is the preferred option, but a little bit more eyes up footy, and there could have been a result there.
Yeah, if they could have hit back against the grain there on the angle, there was a real opportunity, but they've still finished it in that corner, and they're playing the wear ahead game. We'll just get it down there every set of 6.
Good metres on this occasion from West, who drops it down nice and quick, and then running there is Bond. Fresh players back onto the field. I think that might be McCarthy there. Strong contact. In fact, that's Pitfield, who also hasn't seen too much footy so far in this game. The turnover comes in favour of Penrith.
Yeah, so Newcastle Knights, they didn't need that there. They just try to go to get some field position, and as we said, there's still plenty of time left in this game. They've got to not panic and just try and stick to their processes.
So little dummy comes in here from Button. Now Button, still an option out wide. Here she goes. Button nearly away from them. Touch is made. Golding back into the action as they get down towards that 7-metre mark. Keep your eyes on the 25. Button in at acting half. Short ball here for Carroll. Carroll provides for Shemp again with a bit of room to move. They're really squeezing in quite tight, the Newcastle Lynx.
Yeah, it was good defence there. I think it might have been McCarthy there.
Short pass from Shemp. Now Golding tries to take off again. Well watched here from Rawlins. No play through, but another penalty to come here for Penrith with just under 6 on the clock. Bit of gamesmanship now comes to the fore.
Yeah, another try here by Panthers will make them really hard to stop with just over 5 minutes to go. possibly something might have been said here. We'll soon find out.
I think it might either be McCarthy or Rawlins. And it's not just a forced sub, it's a sin bin. Gab Rose, just explain quickly how that works for our viewers.
Yeah, so she'll be off for the next few sets of 6, and it's going to make it really hard to defend. And she'll have a few minutes to think about whatever the indiscretion was. But Panthers here got a real opportunity to try and seal the game, as we see. It looks like Indiana Carroll for her second try. It looked as easy as her first, James.
Certainly did, and that is what happens with a numerical advantage. And Rawlins had a little watch of her as that one was going across the line. She was not impressed about it.
No, it just makes it hard. It's hard enough 6 on 6, but when your team's 6 on 5, it's near impossible to defend on the line. As we see there, she just skips out, uses her footwork, and straight in for a try to make it 9-4. There still is enough time if Newcastle are good enough, but it's going to be hard with 5 players on the field.
Of course, they need 3 tries with that extra bonus point for Newcastle having conceded first. Penrith getting that first try. I think that one is also going to be a turnover. Yes, it is an incorrect roll ball here. So Penrith again have an opportunity to pile on more points here with 6 on 5.
Yeah,
Easy
and they'll
meters
just be
here for
looking to hold the ball for the sets of 6, play down the time, as we see a mistake there. What is it? It's that 21-minute mark again, James. I've done it twice, both games at the 21-minute point. I might just, next time I'm on, keep my mouth shut at this point of the game.
Well, I know you were inducted as part of the 50-year celebrations, but they really missed a trick on not including you for 21 years, perhaps.
Thanks, James.
It's a little roll ball here for Ellers. Ellers again patient in the approach, but Penrith have got them outnumbered everywhere. Ellers turns it back on the inside. They nearly opened them up. Good touch coming from the saving middle. It was Ison on this occasion.
Yeah, they do well if they score with 5 players on the field, but you do see that happen because sometimes it's hard to defend because you're not sure where to number up, and you both think each other's got the other player with that extra person on the field.
Now Ellers on the last. Nearly opened up a little opportunity there for Letitia West, but just shut it down once more. And now Rawlins is back into the action. So 6 on 6. Ellers also leaves the field for Newcastle.
Yeah, so Rawlins will be looking to get back into the action as soon as possible. They've now got the full complement of players and see if she can make up in this last 3 minutes.
Well, realistically, Newcastle need to score with their next set.
They do. Time is now against them. They need to get 3 more tries. That's going to help. They're going to get an opportunity here, but they need to get on that ball as quick as they can and start shifting the ball.
So Stapleton has a rare error. That one goes spilling over the sideline. And it does invite Newcastle with a little look at the line here. Fortunately for them, McCarthy is out there now. She's operating in an acting half. Sends it wide here for Bond. McCarthy back to Winter. Orchestrating things here. Those two have a mix-up in the play the ball, though, so no strike dump to work with. McCarthy might still make them pay, though. Good ball over the top. They get the touch in time. Last play now for Newcastle. It was very close.
It was super close, and as you're one to watch, Annika McCarthy, she did a really good job there, but great defence from the Panthers winger.
McCarthy again trying to operate down that short side, trying to create something out of nothing. Won't be able to do so on this occasion. With 2 minutes here, you'd have to say this one is wrapped up for Penrith, so we're off to a decider, Gabro.
Yeah, everyone loves a decider, so Newcastle and Panthers family and friends, make sure you're watching. It's going to be a decider in this one in a couple of hours.
So Newcastle now still attacking the line. Short pass here for McCarthy, diving at full stretch. They just get her in time. I'll go back to the 7. McCarthy sends it wide, popping a pass, and then jamming in from that link position. They shut him down again. They really haven't asked too many questions in this particular match. There'll be a little bit of recalibration required before they head into that decider.
Yeah, I think so. And the advantage of this 3-game format in the one day is you can kind of try and fix things up on the run. That'll just be like getting out of this game and rebuilding for the last game.
Rolled down now. Stapleton has a crack at them, uses all of her speed. Stapleton away down the sideline. She's called play on. Golding's there, but she bounces the ball over the try line. Goodness me. All Golding had to do was hit the deck with the Steeden.
Oh, they've called it a try, James.
They've awarded it, though. I'd love to see this on the replay. That ball came spewing out. I'd be very surprised if there's still fingertips on it. We'll get a good look here thanks to Guzmani Gomez.
It was a good sneaky play by Amber Stapleton there, and she just ran right down the sideline, evading the touch from the Newcastle player.
Here's Golding. Oh, I don't think so, Gav Rose. I don't think so.
That one's hard to give. Luckily, in this situation, it's not going to be the difference in the game. But the refs were a little bit closer. But from our view, it was hard to award.
Well, there's no bunker, of course, in New South Wales touch football. Might well be on KO. But we don't have the full use of all the technology here. There goes the siren. Ellers tries to drop a ball off. Gab Rose will catch up with one of the Penrith Panthers players in just a moment. But full time here. It's a great hit back for Penrith, having suffered a first match defeat in this best of three series. It's a nice hit back, 11-4. Strong result off the back of the work of the likes of Womel. Some great work through the middle from Jim. And also Golding. So many different exponents really heaped on the pressure. Big thank you as well to Guzmani Gomez, proud to be sponsoring the 2024 New South Wales Junior State Cup Finals. GYG is serving fresh, clean and delicious food to the next generation of athletes, their families and fans. Guzmani Gomez is fast food that athletes actually say yes to. Delicious and healthy. Also a big thank you as well to Steeden for providing the official exclusive match and training balls for New South Wales Junior State Cup. If you are nearby, of course, don't forget that you can pick up one of those limited edition event balls. Let's head now down to Gab Rose on the sideline with one of the Penrith players.
Captain here, TJ Golding. What a great win there. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, we are. It's always a hard game against the other conference, so we're really enjoying it at the moment. It's first time playing at the Velodrome, so it's great.
Excellent. It's obviously hard to come back. You lost your game this morning and come back for a win, so now that we're in for a decider in Game 3, what should we expect to see in Game 3?
Oh, we're just going to try and keep calm. If we get up, we're just going to work on defence, because if we're up, we don't have to score again.
Yeah.
Just work on defence, and yeah.
I was going to say, defence was the key in that game. You really rushed up on them and got them off their game plan. And yourself personally, you had a great game. You must have been happy with your performance.
Yeah, I had to fix it from the last game because I got a bit angry, so I had to relax a bit in that game.
That's all right. You certainly came back strong as the leader of this team, and we wish you all the best in Game 3 this afternoon.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't a Newcastle, having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. And I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning, not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates, running around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the nearly 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So it's like a meeting place here in Port Macquarie, so I know.
It's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene. I haven't been up in Port Macquarie for the State Cup in almost 10 years now, so I used to play a lot of touch footy, loved it, big fan of it, so no, it's good to be here.
I've got to ask,
What's going on?
Yeah, I'm helping out the girls Opens Bulldogs team, and yeah, it's the only time you'll ever see me in a Bulldogs shirt, but I've got to support the crew and wear the colours for them, but Sharkies through and through.
Welcome back here to Junior State Cup Finals Day between Southern and Northern Conference. It's Penrith taking on Manly in the 18 girls. A slender first match victory for the Penrith Panthers over Manly to the tune of 8-7. 25 minutes on the clock. The siren has sounded. First try, of course, worth 3 points, and every subsequent try thereafter worth just the 2. And it's a do-or-die match here for the Manly Seagulls. Gab Rose, this one all to play for.
Yeah, we saw a really good match this morning between these two teams, so interesting to see what the Manly coaches, Christian Brown and Imogen Sayer, have come up with for this do-or-die clash for them this afternoon.
So Medved once again will be the woman to watch for the Manly outfit. Here she is in an acting half for Vera. They need an injection of pace. Jazz is definitely the player to go to, Jazz Vera.
Yep, she's got the bright orange boots on, and they definitely look like they're making her run fast. You and I should invest in a pair, I think.
Well, they're very loud boots, and you can only wear them if you are quick. I think that's always the rule when it comes to flashy footwear. That's why I never wore any bright colours.
No, mine were always black or white. Probably an indicator of my speed.
I'm built for comfort, Gab Rose, don't you worry. Short pass here for the Panthers, as Ma Chong, who was instrumental in that first match, spreads it wide. Now Elford also out there. Another one of the real gun players here for Penrith in that first game. So too Sienna Bruce. So many talented offerings in this side as Thayer gets involved as well. Good meters here for Dool Dunham. Last play, great set so far for Penrith. They head out wide. They'll promote the footy. It was building nicely. It probably deserved a try, that set.
That was an awesome set to start the game. If that's the standard we're going to get as this game rolls on, then I'm looking forward to the next 23 minutes. But you can see even straight from the get-go, both teams are playing fast and they're playing wide.
So Vera with a short pass here for Gray, and now getting involved in the action. Off the bench is Taudian, who then hops in at acting half. Short pass here for French. French floats it long. Doesn't find hands, though. Instead, it finds the ankles, and that will be the turnover.
Yeah, the player trying to catch that ball really had no hope there, but it was good by French, the idea of trying to promote the ball out wide, but execution just not there that time.
Bruce now receives it through the middle. Great turn of pace, and then the footwork as well from Bruce. Elford floats it towards the middle now. Ma Chong bouncing off the right foot. Touch is made. Ma Chong once more. Ushering players underneath. Burns is floating about. Hops in at acting half, then back quickly here for Ma Chong, who lobs it wide. Vera out there nice and quick, though. You've got to be very quick to get around Vera.
Yeah, you've got to be super fast there, and she was up in the face. There was no chance there. Trying to promote the ball wide. As we see, Manly look like they've improved already, and they're getting to the box and coming out of the box. So they look a little bit cleaner in that area of the game, and that's something their coaches definitely would have spoken about there as we see the fly play.
Good meters here from Smythe, and now Medved at full tilt. Offers it wide for Bishop. Bishop back towards the middle there. Strong touch on Perrott. They definitely let her know what was happening. Medved now shoots it out wide. That's a clever little finish there from Medved. Realised there was no try-scoring opportunity and just killed it as far away from the Penrith box as possible. But ultimately they'll call touch pass, so it's all for nothing.
Yeah, they're trying to make it hard for the Panthers team to get across their box, and then they're rushing defence there. Medved, she's drawn a penalty for her team, so there's that smart attack and then an effort in defence which has paid dividends for Manly here.
Manly would love to be first to score and get that extra bonus point. It wasn't quite the difference in the last match. They did do so in game one before ultimately losing out 8-7. 4 tries to 3.
They'll be wanting to start hard, Manly, here. So as we see, there's a lot of ball promotion and wide play here, so it should be an entertaining brand of touch. We look for a sweeper play with Chase Perrott.
Perrott now sweeping around, as you mentioned, Gabrose, and then putting the foot down. It was too easy for Perrott. Just burnt them on the outside for speed. Ma Chong left running on the treadmill comparatively, and now it's 3-0.
Yeah, you could see there they set that play up. They got the touch where they wanted on the 7 metre, and Chase Perrott, she just outran them and to the try line. They'll be happy with that. And that came from their defence. They had a really good attacking set, defended hard, got the ball back, and then scored.
Well, quick turnover here as well, so Manly have the chance to go back-to-back here. Gray plays that one, and then on the charge on the follow-up is Imi Jackson. Jackson now back onto the mark. Gray with a short ball here for Calms. Once more, Jackson looking for an opening through the middle. Calms bounding around, drops it down. Mia Wall, Gray nowhere to go. Wall wanted the wraparound play, but she didn't get it back.
Yeah, they're running the little rooster play there, but Panthers' defence was up to it there. But you can see the intent Manly has come out with in this second game, and Panthers are now matching it with them as they ruck it straight up the field, doing a direct set, not going to their box.
Yeah, great meters here from the Panthers, and still a couple of plays up their sleeves. Dul Dunham drops it down now. This is the last. Now they have a little look. Graham Whittle goes wide. Still alive here. They promote the footy. Expansive play, but in the end, Manly hang on, and it remains at 3 points to nil.
Yeah, and it was very simple play by Panthers there. They just felt like a 3 or 4 person roll straight up the field, targeting the same couple of middle defenders, and then took off for a scoot on the last touch.
Good meters in reply now from Manly. It's Vera turns it back towards the middle. Sophie Bishop, French, and now Medved. Nice delay on the pass. French picks up an extra 5 or so metres. Medved steers them in the right direction. They've got them backpedaling. Ball over the top. Had it arrived into the arms of Vera, who I think it might have actually done so if it was left alone. It was a try.
Yeah, it was one of those passes that Link was like, do I touch it or do I leave it? So she kind of stuck her hand out. It's hard to know in that situation, but this game is just going from end to end. So it's really exciting, and interesting to see how it plays out over the next 18 minutes. But it's at a frantic pace, so the fitness of these young players is phenomenal to watch.
You can see again there on the Guzmani Gomez replay, I think it did have enough distance to arrive to Vera. She threw up the hands saying, goodness me, I would have been in for all money. Now Penrith on the attack though. Meters here on offer. And that'll be the changeover, but positive for them is turning it over into enemy territory.
Yeah, and that's the key. You want to get as far down the other end of the field as you can with every set of 6. It becomes a bit like that game of chess where you're just kind of moving pieces around and waiting for the other team to crack.
Short pass here, and now once more Gray acting out of dummy half, and then on the last now once more it's Gray. Gray turns it for Perrott. Well, they'd open up the opportunity. Perrott had to release there because there was oodles of space for Smythe.
Yeah, it had to be one of those situations. Not always easy to do, but literally it's catching and passing in the one motion there, and it would have created an overlap. But it was good defence there by Rhiannon Bonner from the Panthers, so she snuffed out a couple of opportunities.
Here comes Penrith, though, putting down the foot. Afterburners engaged, and I think it might be Elford who's gone all the way through. In fact, it might be Ito. It is Ito who says, eat my dust. And 3-2, Penrith are on the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure there if they actually called the Manly player offside. I think it might have been Elford, actually, James.
It's very similar, that one and the 7. Here it is on the replay. No, that is the 7, I believe. That's Ito. So Ito all the way through. And there's your 7 there. So, well, hang on, now I'm even more confused.
I'm putting my money on Elford for
I think you're right. I think it might be Elford.
We might have to go back this afternoon and watch it. So, either way, it was a good try.
I've donned the mocker on me.
I think that's 5-0 now. Our scoreboard's not showing it here, but I've got it as 2-0 to Panthers.
That's a try there for Penrith. Manly scoring first. So 3-2. Don't worry. I can say Ito is Elford, and you can do the scoreboard. It's fine. Yep. We're the dream team here in the booth. Don't you worry about that. Hope you're enjoying all the action on KO Freebies. Up over halfway they go now. Last play here for Penrith, turning it back on the inside, and they're nearly getting the ball away. There was Ma Chong, but just in time making the touch. Taudian was there in time. Another change over here. Around about 10 minutes gone. Touch is made here.
Nice little tip.
Nice release. Vera just has to pin the ears back and go for it. Quickest player on the field. She's got to back herself in that situation.
I think she drew a penalty there. It might have been a little bit too forceful in the touch. It's hard when you're coming across at pace, but you just got to try not to be in that two hands and push the player over.
So Medved now receives it through the middle and then turns it back to this left-hand side. Smythe drops it down. Medved now slowing things here. Medved once again out of acting half, turning back on the inside for Smythe. No mistake about it this time. Medved knew exactly what she was doing. It was like playing chess. She set it up 2 plays in advance, and Smythe hit the gap at the exact right moment.
You're right, in terms of chess, it became a bit of a chess mate there. You could see what was happening, but there wasn't much they could do. We call that the little boy play. So the defence has to get back on side in first. If the defence doesn't trail around, you can see the back's turned straight in. Perfectly executed. 5-2. Got the score sorted now.
A great effort there from Emily Thayer as well, who nearly got there in time. She had a lot of distance to cover too to even get within Kui, potentially making that touch. But now Penrith have a bit of work to do. Down 5-2 here. Manly have scored first in both of the games so far, but ultimately went down in game 1 to the tune of 8-7. Touch is made as that one comes free from the grasp of Elford. Now Ma Chong grabbing across field. Graham Whittle back to the middle. Last play now. Ma Chong for Elford. Elford from a stopping start. And ultimately, Manly surviving once again.
Yeah, there was no way through there. They had their attacking weapons on Panthers, but good defence there by Manly. Yeah, it might have been... What's he ruled there? A penalty against the attack for maybe coming into the touch with their chest. I heard the call, use your hand. So that could be all I could surmise from that call from the ref. One of those ones that could have probably gone either way.
Yeah, great stuff from Bar TV. The atmosphere, Mike's picking up all the action from the referees there. So we know exactly what the call is. Graham Whittle now sends it wide, and then they put the foot down. Pass comes out. It's gone a mile forward, though.
Yeah, definitely a forward pass there. She was kind of caught between two minds. Do I run and try and get the try myself, or do the pass in each way bet? But it didn't work on that occasion.
And the sun has really come out in force here now at Canterbury. There's also potentially an issue on the sideline here for Chase Perrott for Manly. So just stretching out here, and she was coming off the field in somewhat of a bother too. So we'll keep an eye on her as the game unfolds.
Hopefully just a cramp for Perrott, and might need to get the pickle juice down to her on the sideline there. She's up and about now, which is good to see.
Haven't seen too much of the magic sponge or the pickle juice so far today.
No, definitely works the pickle juice, and it is hot today, so fatigue does become a factor when you're playing 3 high-level games in the space of a few hours.
Yeah, very warm indeed. Conditions at the moment in Sydney, sitting at 29 degrees. Forecast to hit 34 by the time we'll get our last matches in today. Penrith now setting it back to the middle. Dul Dunham shows it once, shows it twice, and then provides for Burns. They're not happy with that one there, the referees. So we'll go all the way back here to the halfway mark. It must have been 7 on the field from Penrith.
Yeah, and then that's just a bit of a piggyback for Manly now. So they've got the ball just over Panther side of halfway, and they're just getting some fresh subs on here. Try and compose themselves, see what they'll come up with.
So 5-2 to Manly with just under 12 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time here for Penrith to try and close this one out. And for Manly, they're looking to stay alive, having lost that first game 8-7. Good movement here from Taudian to nearly evade the touch, but in the end, it was clutch from Diaz. Gray stopping on the run. Gray once more. Looking through the middle. They'll drop it down. Last play here. Gray heading to this left-hand side. The ball out in front of the waiting arms there of Patterson. And Penrith survive once more here.
Yeah, they'd set up one of their sweep plays there. I'm not sure if we'll see it on the replay, but defended well by Panthers. Last touch, they didn't bite too quickly and just allowed the play to roll out, and then were there to make the touch.
So Burns now with a little run here for Penrith as they head towards the subs box. Looking for those fresh players on. They won't get a chance to do so, at least with ball in hand, though. It's another turnover from them.
Yeah, that's the last 2 times they've had the ball. They've given away penalties for different indiscretions. So Manly are just building their way into this game and getting ascendancy at this point with field position and possession.
So touch made there as Gray goes on the attack now. Vera floating around, looking for an opportunity. Now she's got the ball in hand. Pops a little pass here for Taudian. Taudian looks to take off for a moment. It opened up before Ma Chong closed the gap. Now French. French pops it to the middle. Now attacking that right-hand side. French takes off a great turn of speed. Vera's on the spot. Puts her body on the line. But so too to Penrith. They make the touch. And that is a try saver.
Yeah, and Grace French is obviously one to watch. She is very light on her feet, and we know how damaged she can be. We've seen her in some big games over the last few years. So created something from nothing there, but well stopped by Panthers, and they really need a good set here, James, to get it off their line, as we see a good run here. We've got a forward pass off the ruck, I believe.
And they'll come right back to that 10-metre marking into Penrith territory. So Manly, chance to pile on more pressure here. Another try would really just start to make the Penrith side focus a little bit too much on that scoreboard.
Yeah, and that's 3 sets in a row they've failed to complete, and they've been stuck in their own half. They'll do well to hold Manly out here.
French now drops it down. Medved is out there. Good to see Chase Perrott as well after the stretching on the sideline back into the action. So the 3 big weapons all out there at once, plus the finishing prowess of Vera. This could be dangerous here for Penrith.
Could be good, great defence again there by Bonner. I know I've mentioned her a few times in line defence, but she keeps coming up with those big plays for her team. That was her again, but perhaps herself or somebody inside her didn't quite make the line.
Yeah, smart play from Medved as well. Turned it straight to French, seeing that there was an offside player. Wanted the touch to be completed. As French heads long, beautiful pass, but I think they get there in time, Penrith. Good covering touch.
James, we'll see.
There you are, right, Gabrose. That is the call. They're right there in a flash anyway.
Yeah, the touch judge was right, in perfect position there to call that. But again, enterprising play, and you saw it was Grace French again, taking off, engaging a defender, and a nice cut-out pass to her winger. Panthers need the set to come off their line complete. Manly be trying to pressure them.
Forward pass here off the ruck as well, so Penrith won't get a chance to do what you were talking about. Instead, Manly get another look at the line here, and a try could now be quite critical.
Yeah, they're doing well in that they're defending, but they're putting themselves under way too much pressure. Next time they get the ball, if a try's not scored here, they really need just to get it up the field. They'll get a chance now. We're seeing this could be fatigue, James, as we're starting back end of game 2 in this heat. Not able to consolidate on these sets of 6 in possession.
The temperature keeps rising, of course. Keep in mind that 29 degrees, that's taken from the shade, so even hotter right here in the middle of Tempe. The sun is out, and it is burning at the moment. Graham Whittle hopping in and acting half. Burns now drives it up to that 7-metre mark. Nice quick roll ball too. Graham Whittle has a look long, nearly getting away. That was beautiful play out there in the form of, I think it might have been Patterson, who took 2 at once and also had them concerned about the intercept.
Yeah, Lara Patterson, she's quite tall, so she came in, she had her arms up in the air, and she took away the space. She got up in the channel, as we said, and they couldn't go short, and they couldn't get it over the top of her.
As it's out of acting half, they've got a release here, and they do a great job of that. Right at the death from Taudian, who then hops in and acting half. Now Vera has an opportunity to take meterage. Cycles the footy instead back towards the middle. Smythe drops it down. Already a try scorer in this one so far, Carissa Smythe. Once more takes the touch. Gray again, looming, scheming. Smythe will get a second. Beautiful pass from Gray. Look to the right, opened up some space, back to the left. And there she was, ready to capitalise. Carissa Smythe gets a second.
Yeah, and that just opened up on the back of a good set from Manly, and it's been that sustained pressure probably for the last 5 or 6 minutes. Panthers have only had 1 time outside their own half, but you saw their Smythe in perfect position and a great pass. And again, fatigue's just set in there for Panthers, so they'll get some fresh legs on now here. They've got 6 minutes. They probably need to be the next try scorer, James.
Dill Donham drops it down quickly, and then Ma Chong in there at acting half. The one-handed scoop, that won't come to fruition though, but Delicious play from Manly, and speaking of delicious, Guzmani Gomez, the fast food that athletes say yes to. It's clean, fresh, made-to-order Mexican food we know you'll love. Go say hi to the GYG team, no matter where you might be watching from. If you are feeling a bit peckish as we head towards lunchtime, that's where you should be heading. And Manly are heading in the right direction here, on the way to victory at 7-2, and also on the attack through Medved. Medved puts the foot down. Here goes Medved, linking up out wide. Try time once again here for Manly, is it? No! They've stopped them at the death. We'll come back to the 7-metre mark here. I'm not sure what they've called on this occasion, though.
She only knows one way, Alyssa Medved, and we see her just go straight through. She's a powerful runner. Possibly the touch was affected there by Jill Dunham, and so it affected a late pass.
Might have been the case.
Yeah, it's lovely watching Medved just run through space.
So 7-2 with just 5 minutes remaining. Penrith need a try quickly if they want to get this one done in 2. Otherwise, we're off to a decider.
All I can think about is GYG now, James, at lunchtime.
I don't blame me, I'm starving. I haven't had any yet. Hoping the good folks at GYG will take pity upon me. Here's Vera playing the ball now. Back to Gray and French through the middle. Graham Whittle making the touch and doing a good job for her side. She applied the pressure 2 in a row and forces the result.
Yeah, we see there again, forward off the ruck there. And Penrith, they're going for this direct set again, which has been good for them today. They draw a penalty.
High contact, that's pretty much the first time we've seen that today.
Yeah. So it would have been accidental for sure, as they're just coming in at a fast pace at the back end of a game, and they're going straight up the middle again. They're obviously seeing something, spotting an opening, need to be next to score.
Dicker out there now for Penrith as well, sitting in that right link position. Come this way, not all the way to Dicker though. Now wrapping around. Last play here, they won't get to utilise it. Dicker wanted the special play, but again, an unforced error from Penrith really just releases the pressure valve.
Yeah, and that's something they'll be looking at if we do go to a decider here, which is looking likely at this point, as Medvedev just drives it up the field. They'll be looking to fix those unforced errors coming off their line.
Medved, and now for Calms. Calms driving forward. Medved once again looking for an opportunity. Great hands on that occasion though from Taudian. Last play. Medved chimes all the way through once again. She's got the ball on a string and has the Panthers defenders guessing every time she takes it forward. And Jenna Calms calmly scores that one.
That's right. Again, last touch play, there wasn't a lot on, but she just takes off and veers in the direction towards that try line, and they hung off her. She's got good ball skills as well. So you can see there, they were hoping she'd finish it in the corner, but even better, she set up, I'd say, the winning try for this match.
And Gemma Calms claims it. Krista Smythe already 2 tries herself, and now that does take it to 4 tries to 1 here. So a dominant display from Manly. Now needs something here, Penrith. It'd be an absolute miracle if they could put on 4 tries from this point. I don't think they'll have enough time. That's the biggest issue for them. As Elford goes for a little run. Elford,
Great
what a
pass.
ball that was! From Jade Elford from the top shelf. Left to right, right on the mark. And don't say it can't happen. 4-9.
No, that was you would not see a better pass from the player there. Left to right. She sweeps around, gauges her player, and that is just on a platter for her winger. So they're probably out of this game, but if she can bring that to the next game, then it's going to be exciting decider this afternoon.
Well, she plays fullback in the Lisa Fiola Cup for Rugby League, and you can see why. She's got the ball skills along with the big engine too. She can really motor when she gets in the clear.
Yeah, and in broken play coming from fullback, it'd be a dangerous prospect.
So despite that late try, Penrith will have to go to a decider to try and claim this one. It'll be locked up at 1 game apiece. There's only 90 seconds left. Good run comes in here from Taya Moore. Ma Chong now once more on the charge. They want to finish strongly nonetheless. Graham Whittle. Ma Chong gets a poor pass. Tough to take. And there is the turnover. So run here from Vera. Meters now once again for Manly. Gray with a flat pass right at the advantage line for Medved. He's had a massive match here today. Medved once more. Draw and pass. Dummy comes out and then the pass going to ground.
And that's
30
okay.
seconds left.
They're keeping it down that end of the field, and she's definitely got a big motor, Medved. She just runs big meters and she's on for a lot of the game, and she certainly leads by example.
And it's interesting too for Medved because she doesn't necessarily put the foot down either. It's just this steady approach that chews up the yardage.
Yeah, it's a real power game from her, and she's been one of the key players in this win for this second match today.
Last play coming up here for the Panthers. Jewel Dunham has the ball in hand. Vera was looking to pass out wide. She is the winger, though. You're certainly not going to find someone wider still. But that won't matter too much here for Manly. They wrap it up here, tying up the series with a win in Game 2. So a decider to come, and should be a very entertaining fixture. 9-4 they claim Game 2 after Penrith scored a narrow victory in Game 1, 8-7. We'll take a quick break here before Gab Rose catches up with Alyssa Medved from the Manly Seagulls.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Hi, welcome back. I've got Manly 18 girls captain Alyssa Medved on the mic this afternoon, and what a turnaround from Game 1 this morning, Alyssa.
Yeah, it really was. We were pretty flat after the first game, and we really had to pick up our spirits for this game, otherwise there would be no third game. So I'm all really proud of the girls that we've got that third game. Yeah.
You really led by example, and no doubt knowing your coach Christian Brown, he would have spoken to you about speed of play, using the ball wide and keeping them down the other end of the field, and you just led by example. You must have been really happy with your own performance as well as that of all your team.
Yeah, I was. Everyone had to step up that game, so it was really a team effort. Brownie told us, girls, we've just got to run forward. Our running game is so good, and that's what we did that game, so I'm all really proud of the girls.
All right, Game 3 later on this afternoon. It's going to be hot. We're going to rehydrate and get some food into you now, but what do we be looking for in Game 3?
Look, it's going to be a really tough one. The Penrith girls are so amazing, and so are we. Just our running game, we love to do an AB, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, it was a pleasure to watch both individually for you and also for your team, so best of luck this afternoon, Alyssa.
Thank you so much, thanks.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Welcome back here to the Canterbury Velodrome. Tempe, the home of touch football in New South Wales. Potentially a deciding match here for the Central Coast Dolphins. They claimed victory 15-14, the highest scoring final so far today on our main stadium field. If they win here, they will wrap up the state title for the Wagga Wagga Vipers, who led for the majority of that match. They need to win to force a decider. Jason Stanton.
Yeah, very excited to see how this game plays out here in game 2. Central Coast probably weren't at their best, but still got the result. That's the mark of a champion team. I'm expecting Wagga to come back hard here.
Here's Reynoldsson. Reynoldsson turning it back to this left-hand side. They won't have a strike dump to work with here on the last. Beer sends it to Reynoldsson. Reynoldsson changing the emphasis again. Good footwork here from Warden, who scored a try in that last match. Won't be able to do so on this occasion. And after 30 seconds, that first set, Dolphins see it off. And Mitch Walker and the coach, he'll be hoping for a much better performance from his side in this match.
I think so. I think it's also interesting, James, to see if they adjust to that open style of refereeing we saw in that first game. The referees were really keeping them apart, really rewarding their really good attack. So let's see whether the teams adjust to that and really give us those tries that we saw in game 1.
Speaking of referees, you might notice in the background Braden Kelly wearing the blue shirt, one of our youngest referees coming through in the New South Wales touch circuit. And there's big raps on his performances as well. He was refereeing in our earlier conferences and did a great job, and today he's running the water for our lead referees, but we've got huge raps on him here, and it's great to have him involved today as part of the state finals.
Yeah, we often talk about players to watch, like Reynolds, he's one to watch there for Wagga, and Beer. You know, we're talking about the great players coming through, but also some great referees coming through. I think there's Sanderson, Cheesley and Kustek out there, and great to see Braden Kelly. He's one to watch coming through the referee ranks.
So another set here for the Dolphins. So far, no score. Of course, they got the first try in the last match. They gave them the bonus point. It ended up being a crucial bonus point too, 15-14. So the Vipers will be looking to strike first if possible. They'll drop it down now. Dransfield now for Walker. Walker plays it quickly. They've got them backpedaling. Good touch from Beer though. Just at the death. Had to be made.
Yeah, nice there from Wagga. Both teams look quite settled here, James. This could be a really high standard match because there isn't much nerves out there at all.
Walker somehow gets all the way through. I thought Beer may have got a touch. Instead, it's play on, and on the spot is Kesby. He got a hat-trick in the first encounter. He continues that scoring form. The Dolphins are on the board 3-0.
How good's this young fella, Jesse Walker? He hasn't gone through like soft defence there. He's gone through, probably, Wagga's best players there in Beer. And because he's tall and all that, you sort of sometimes it's a bit deceptive, but he's really fast, James. You take your eye off him, and Walker's going to be in the in goal.
He's gone in a flash. It's almost a deceitful last name, Walker. There's nothing slow about him. Sprinter would be a little bit more appropriate. As the Vipers drop it down inside the 7. Great long pass here. What a ball that was from Diesel Watson. Well, that is absolutely stunning, that ball. It's gone a good 20 metres right into the waiting arms of his winger. This will look great on the replay, Jason Stanton.
And it was sharp too. Sometimes we talk about like flight time sort of thing, like how quick the ball gets to the winger. And if it's flat like that, lots of revs on the ball, really cutting through the air, it really gives the defence no chance. And again, we've seen a very difficult pass look to be made so easy by these young athletes. They're absolutely so skillful, James.
Well, this match so far pretty much going to script compared to the first game as well. So we had a few early tries for both sides trading blows. And, of course, the Dolphins scoring first on that occasion too. So 3-2 after around about 4 minutes of play. Here comes Hinch. Well, Hinch, he's got to put the foot down. He's the quickest player on the field. If he sees half a gap, he just has to take it. Speaking of which, they'll do exactly that through Cole. Cole links up with Hall.
And this is great what we're seeing here. Kustik's going across to see Cheesley to see whether that's down or not. And I think you're going to find it's going to be a try. And isn't that good to see? He wasn't sure. We have 3 referees working together in our sport, as you can see. And whenever they have a bit of a chat like that, I get I get confidence they're going to get it right, and that's what we've seen on that occasion. Wagga out in front.
Yeah, great speed from Lockie Cole. Try time here, we'll see it on the Guzmani Gomez replay. Really took off. I was talking about Hinch needing to put the foot down. Well, Cole certainly applied exactly that metric. And it's try time through Oliver Hall. So 2-1 in terms of the tries, 4-3 Wagga lead. You might remember this also happened in the first match, and then we ended up at 7-4 in favour of the Dolphins before it was a real run of points for Wagga. Walker again has a crack. This time Hinch gets there.
And that was really close too. Walker looked very sharp there. Look, one of the things we have to look out for with Walker, it's not so much just his speed, it's the change in pace. He's really upright, he looks like he's just coasting, and then boom, dives for the try or takes off like he's doing here.
Walker again trying to squeeze through, but a good touch made from Oliver Hall. He just scored one, he'll score another one. I think he's unlucky there, Walker. That was actually, I believe, aimed at Hall. Trying to pass it back, but he's been pinged for it. Gets marched some extra meterage, and here's another one.
Well, it's pretty clear on that one, James, for those watching at home. You have to either put the ball on the mark. It's a little bit like the AFL sport. You've got to put it on the mark, or you've got to give it to the player. And sometimes we're a bit cheeky, James. We sort of toss it up in the air and say, oh, it's close, sir. But I think Sanderson was all over that one.
It's also a forced sub here for Nash Russell. He was forced subbed in the first match too, so bad boy, and Walkerton has told him to hop up onto the velodrome itself for a little word here. Indiscretions creeping into the game here of Russell. Plum rolls it back. Beer out there as well. Reynoldson now looping around. Reynoldson gets it. The timing was a little bit off there. They took a bit long on the play of the ball.
Yeah, you're 100% right there. So when you do those sweeping plays, a lot of it's got to do with the timing. So it's not just the ball play. You want to look at a really good dump there. And Wagga, as you pointed out, the timing was a little bit out there. Central Coast handled it very easily.
Good meters here from the Dolphins. A nice drive about this set. Off they go now, looking for the prize through Hunt. But ultimately, Hunt is reeled in. Now Plum sends it wide for Reynoldson. MVP in the Southern Conference. And continues to promote the ball here for Beer. Good meters in that set so far.
I'll tell you what, Reynoldson and Beer would have to be two of the best drivers in the under-18s for the state. They're just superb.
And that ball coming loose in the attempted play of the ball, so under pressure now once more. The Central Coast Dolphins working away from their own end. And that will just add insult to injury.
Yeah, so the player was calling no touch there, James, but the referees ruled that the Central Coast player did touch him and then he didn't clear the ruck. So just a bit of a... Sorry if that sounds a little bit technical, just trying to get the viewers at home following what some of these indiscretions are.
So Dransfield out there again, now receiving it from Russell, who's back after the forced sub. Dransfield, Russell once more, plays it potentially inside the 7. No, play on is the call there. Sanderson calling it once again. Dransfield for Russell. I think they get there in time, do they? No, ball down. Mattingly arrived just a little after the ball was placed on the deck. And the Central Coast are back in front, 5-4.
And this is something that Wagga have really got to adjust with, because I really like what I'm seeing with Wagga. I think a couple of weeks back I was tipping them to be the state champions, but they've got to stay in the game. They can't float in and out of games like this, James. Like, they were dominant in the first game, didn't get the result. I think they've been dominant in this first 5 or 10, but now they see themselves down on the scoreboard.
Yeah, there's certainly an argument to be made that the Vipers were the better side in that first game, despite going down 15-14. A clutch play at the end, of course, from Walker, securing an unlikely victory, but the Vipers certainly have quite a few attacking exponents themselves. One of them is out there right now. It's Hinch, but they go wide instead. Great read in defence, though. On that occasion, it was Darby McIntosh.
Yeah, it's a really good read there. If you can imagine yourself being the wing in there, McIntosh can see that he's got to leave his attacking winger totally free and run in to save that try. So you've got to be quite brave there, James, because you almost, it's like a bit of a gamble, and you've got to back your read, and McIntosh come up with the goods on that occasion.
Great meters there from Truscott Jones, who picked up about 15 on the fly. Again in an acting half. Now Russell with the ball in 2 hands. Hunt Sends it to the right-hand side. Plays it quickly now. Truska Jones. Hunt, what a ball that would have been. It was nearly there for them. I think he was perhaps in two minds between whether he wanted to hit the link or the wing, though.
Yeah, and it's probably a little bit unlucky that it didn't go to hands because the referee there, you see Kusik's called them offside. So if they were able to get it through the hands there, they might have got the try. But they've still got another chance here.
There's another penalty coming here for the Central Coast. They've got to be careful here, Wagga.
Yeah, that's two penalties there, you're right. Two penalties, the third penalty, they'll lose a player.
Well, here comes Hunt once again. Oh, feigned to go for the dive himself. Delayed the pass to the final moment, popped it off the ground, and a beautiful ball secures another try here for the Central Coast Dolphins. They are closing in on a state final victory.
And Central Coast, if you give them these cheap tries, they're going to hurt you. And at this level, doing a quickie on a link and getting in a little 2-on-1, it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen at this level. These teams are so professional. They're so sharp. They shouldn't let those, those sort of soft tries in. And that's what's been hurting Wagga. Game 1 and Game 2, Central Coast looking the goods at the moment to be state champs.
Hunt's absolutely brilliant there, setting up yet another try for Kesby. That's now 5 in 2 games. He has been on the money as Reynoldson picks it up, has a crack himself. The dummy comes out. And at the moment, they're marking up well against Reynoldson. He is the man to watch, of course.
Yeah, Reynoldson had a great tournament. I think it's the number 2 there for Wagga. I think it's Hinch. He had a really good tournament a couple of weeks back, so I'm not sure if he's carrying an injury or not, but they've really got to get the ball in his hands because he's really electric. Definitely on the dump scoop as well there, Hinch.
I was going to say, Stano, that is the most impressive part of his game, is the quick scoop and just simply taking off. He's got great acceleration as they go wide through Beer. They take an eternity to try and get this one to ground, but they still get there. Jet Lucas picks up a second in this one. And they're back once again. Margin closes to 1.76 Dolphins lead.
Yeah, I hope Coach Walkerton and Central Coast don't mind me saying it, but I think Wagga, they look to be overall a better sort of team. Like they look like they can score at will and all that, but because they have those errors in their game, they float in and out. Central Coast being more consistent and well-rounded is what's got them in front. And I think that's what hopefully Wagga, irrespective of how this game goes, I think that's something that they'll take away from this series. They've got to be more consistent. Hunt
once more looking dangerous at the line. Hunt squeezing through. Tried to link up once again with Kesby, but no opportunity presenting itself. So Wagga survive once again. They'll wrap around the back here, trying to get those extra metres. Reynoldson now driving forward. Cole does the exact same. Lucas has no support, and as a result, the Dolphins jam in on Hinch. He had nowhere to go, but now Hall takes off up over halfway. Great strike dump too. Now they've got the set working. Can they get a little bit wider here for Hinch? Oh, nearly. Hinch is sure that he received that before the touch occurred, but touch pass is the call.
And you can see on that set, James, that's why it's a little bit unfortunate for Wagga. You look how electric they look at the end, but they wasted 2 or 3 touches around the midfield. So that's what I'm saying, where they have a lot of ability there, and I think their roster's quite strong, but they've got to be more consistent as a team. Look at the way Central Coast are rolling here. Very, very well coached, nice and disciplined. And that's why they're in this game, and that's why they're giving Wagga so much trouble.
Truska Jones rolls it back now, and now Post getting involved. Walker gets involved as well. He chimes in at the perfect time. A great ball. It's another try here for the Central Coast Dolphins, who are now up to 9-6.
And this is when they start to see the finish line inside. Even though they've got 10 or so minutes to go, and Wagga can easily get back in this one, Central Coast are in their rhythm now. They're controlling the ball. They're getting up and down the field. Wagga's going to have to pull out something special here because Coast can start to see the finish line. They're going to start feeling as though they're state champs, but they're not there yet.
I think it might have been Trambush Jackson who went in out wide. Potentially could have also been Darby McIntosh, though. View obscured from the commentary booth here, so apologies for that. We'll try and keep you across it as we can. Cody Reynoldson now on the last. Rolls it back. Beer with the flick pass for Plum. Reynoldson, the tap on. Oh, great hands. Somehow kept alive. Had that become a try, it would have been one of the more extravagant ones you'll ever see.
In the game, we've seen that really good compressed defence. I think it was Kesby out there on the wing when he saw the opportunity, came flying in to save the try, really making it difficult for Wagga to get that one away.
This will not help the cause either. Reynoldson pinged here. Another set to work with for the Central Coast.
Here's that good drive. Here's that good drive we've been seeing from Coast here, coming through the midfield. That's only second touch. Nice little plus ball, a little ball off the hip there to get some extra yards.
Now Russell and Hunt. Hunt drops it down. Rodriguez is there. Oh, Hunt fired a ball straight into the melon of Russell. Well, hello, Mario Fennick. You've arrived here in touch footy at Tempe.
Yeah, and I think when Russell sees the replay later, he'll see that if his hands were there instead of his melon there, he would have had the try because he was right in the gap. It was a good hole, but he needed a softer pass in front of him, not a bullet at the head.
Well, I dare say no one needs a bullet at the head, do they?
Oh, a bullet passed at the head, that probably came out the wrong way, James.
I know what you're talking about, Stano. It's okay. But that certainly was fired out, and it did indeed make contact with the melon as Wagga Wagga go on the attack once again here. Good touch jamming in, though. That was made by Darby McIntosh, so I think he was the man that scored a little earlier. Not Travis Jackson, potentially.
Yeah, Wagga players getting a little frustrated here. You'll see that's the second or third indiscretion, and that's probably, might sound a bit critical, but that's probably how they lost game one. They lost their way a little bit, a couple indiscretions, and then I think it went down to 6-on-5. They lost the player in a forced replacement, so a little bit more discipline and a little bit more ball control would serve them well as they go into future tournaments.
So now here is Walker back on deck for the Central Coast Dolphins, closing in on a state victory. A narrow victory in game one, 15-14. They scored right at the death, taking the lead in the final minute. But they're in front by 3 here.
And that
There's
one's
heavy
probably going to be
contact.
reversed, I think. I think that's going to go to Coast. They're getting a little bit frustrated, Wagga. I think you'll find that penalty's going to go to Coast.
I think there could be a problem here as well for Billy Marr. He might be getting sat down. Well, there he goes. He's been sin bin. So Jason Stanton, for our viewers, just explain how this now works.
Yeah, so it's generally going to be 2 sets of possession each at a minimum. So Central Coast will have 6-on-5. They'll be looking at least get 1 try out of this sin bin, and that should be all she wrote for the state title. Let's see if Walker and co can get the try that they need.
Here is Walker now receiving a very flat pass. Play on is the call. They exploit the numbers. They're perhaps a little bit lucky to get away with that, I think, from that acting half position, but it's another hat-trick here from Kesby. No, they've called it back. So, yes, there is the call. Good officiating.
Yeah, I think it was the last pass there was forward. Central Coast really had to use the whole set. They were in a bit of a rush, but they're still going to have another go with the ball here to get that winning try. This will help Wagga get a little bit more settled, but essentially I think also that sin bin might have been a combination of a few things. I think 3 or 4 indiscretions in a row, and I think the referees run out of patience with Wagga on that occasion.
So good meters here from the Vipers up into enemy territory now as Hall takes off. Nice quick play the ball as well. Cole had a little look at them, eased up on the run, now drops it down for a strike dump. Cole out of room on this right-hand side. Good footwork, though. Beat the first defender, not the second. And they will get another set here. Offside the call. They'll change over a few of their players. They'll bring Reynoldson back into the action. Touches made from Walker. There's still a man down there. So 5-on-6 at the moment. Hall out for Reynoldson. He wants the strike dump here. Gets it. Reynoldson having a little crack himself. He went very lateral there in the dive, trying to squeeze in the corner. But they got across in time. Still a few plays up their sleeves. Now the last. Reynoldson off the right foot. Switches here for Hall. Great defensive medal there from Riley Post. And I know they're a man down at the moment, the Vipers, but geez, they threw a fair bit at the Dolphins just then.
Yeah, I think that would have been ruined the fact that they didn't do that when they had 6, James. because they really took it to Central Coast on that occasion. This will be Central Coast's second time with the ball, so this will be probably their last chance to ice this game.
Last one now. Hunt goes on the attack. Quick release. It's still alive here for the Dolphins for a moment. Then the ball hits the deck. And now they're going to call back in Billy Maher. So it's back to 6 on 6. And with 5 minutes remaining, this is the crucial period now. They have to score next to keep this state final alive.
Yeah, I think so, James. You beat me to it. This is a set they need to get one to get back into it. Central Coast almost there. Wagga probably last roll of the dice these last couple sets.
Oh, Pierre left it there, and then unfortunately Watson couldn't pick it up. Well, that could be a big moment in this match with 4 minutes and 40 on the clock. The Dolphins, one more would ice it for them. They keep operating down a short side, nearly away. Down the sideline was Walkerton. He's told to go back onto the mark. Now McIntosh in at acting half, pops it towards the middle. On the follow-up, here comes Dransfield. Dransfield nearly away from them. Swerving, finding half a gap, but ultimately pulled back. So 4:14 on the clock. Still alive here for Wagga Wagga, but essentially they need to score the next 3 straight tries, and the Central Coast can't score again. Here they come swarming in, though. They've sensed blood in the water. They might have been a little bit overzealous here.
I think so. Should be a penalty to Wagga unless they haven't subbed well. They might have had 7 on, but otherwise it'll be a penalty to Wagga for Coast being offside, I think. So probably last roll of the dice here, James. And how good is it, this Central Coast program? Coach Dalton and Walkerton, like, they haven't played their best footy. They haven't played as well as what we saw last week, and they're winning. It just shows how classy their overall program is.
We talk about policies and different systems. That's what's coming to the fore here for the Dolphins. Even when they're not at 100%, it's still enough in the tank to see off the threat and also ask a few questions when they've got ball in hand. Reynoldson now looping around. There's a penalty. So 2 more and they'll have someone sat down. Hinch, who's barely been cited, now leaves the field once again. They just haven't been able to get him into the game so far, the Vipers. Now here comes Reynoldson, easy opening there, a big gap. And Reynoldson goes in. Now we've got a 1-point ball game. Now we have a grandstand finish.
Yeah, and hopefully, like, you can see what I'm talking about. Like, when they get it right, they're not even diving to score. It's not close. When this Wagga team executes, it's a try. They've got plenty of class. They just got to control the ball better, get up and down the field, little 1%ers. That's what they'll be learning. That's what they'll be taking out of this game. And they've still got a couple minutes to steal it and get us to a game 3. So Central Coast aren't quite holding the cup in the air just yet.
They've got one hand on it, though. They would love 2. But speaking of one hand, Hall gets one hand on that occasion to Rodriguez. 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Last play here for the Dolphins. Walker, a big right foot step, pops the pass. What a beauty that is. Play on for now. Then the touch came in, but Walker, I haven't seen a play like that before.
I'll tell you what, you're going to be seeing these guys in Premier League in the not too distant future. Walker, Reynoldson, Beer, big names right across the park. You'll be seeing them on the big stage.
Well, that was too intense there from Dixon. He came steaming out of the line to put on the touch. Thought for a moment potentially he could have actually gone to the bin based on what we saw the Vipers penalised for about 5 or 6 minutes ago. But here's one final chance for them. What a pass, nearly, no, it just evades the grasp of Reynoldson. But they'll get another set, they play advantage, 90 seconds to go.
And that's the same thing we saw earlier, James, where they had to go through the hands. The referee quite rightly had them offside, but they went for the miracle ball. They've got to calm down now. 70 seconds is a long time. Wagga can steal this at the death.
Well, full set on the line here as Beer has a crack himself, and they're through. Walker's trying to claim the ball was dropped, but the referees like it. Wagga hit double digits, and all of a sudden they're in front 10-9. They've pulled a Central Coast on the Central Coast.
Yeah, I think it was Beer there, Walker with a really good touch at the 7, and again we've seen the other middle not hitting the try line. Walker didn't get quite back as well, and that's a very difficult call that Cheesley made look easy. You'll see it on the replay, both middles didn't get 2 feet to the line, and Wagga out of nothing. They've got to hold Walker out for one more set. to get this to a game 3.
Last chance here, last play. Walker short, they make the touch. It's a good one here from Billy Maher. The redemption story for him. He was quite literally a sinner, sent to the bin. Now he's back and making perhaps the most important touch of the game. 15 seconds on the clock. They just need to hold the ball. 1 out runs will be the order of the day. Maher pops a pass here once again. Touch is made. 3 seconds. We're off to a decider. The Vipers have stolen it at the death. Well, these two can barely be separated. 10-9 in this game. And then obviously 15-14 for the Dolphins in the first one. Jason Stanton's going to catch up with Cody Reynoldsson from the Wagga Wagga Vipers following their victory here. But geez, it's been tight. What a great contest between these two sides. It sets up a very, very delicious final. The decider that we were wanting, it's here. After 2 matches, quite literally, they're not separated by any points. 15-14 and 10-9. We'll take a very short break and then Jason Stanton will catch up with Cody Reynoldsson.
Jason Stanton here sideline with the Wagga number 11, Cody Reynoldsson. What a game, right at the death.
Yeah, it was a very close one. It was a real grind to the death, that one. It was right to the end.
Yeah, we've been talking in the commentary about Wagga. You looked so sharp in the conference and then coming in. You sort of tend to float in and out of games. Is that something you sort of learn in throughout? Because you look so classy and then just little lapses in defence.
Yeah, we're good. We've got all the skill we need and it's just the little 1%ers just finishing those last couple was really hurting us.
And what's it like with Central Coast? They looked so classy last week, and then game 1 we thought, like in the commentary, that you were dominating, but they stole it. Then in that one, you probably weren't at your best, and you stole it. Anything you could tell us about game 3?
Yeah, we've really got to switch it on from the start in that one. This one we just had a real slow start. We're just letting it on top, and we just grind out to the end. But this last game's definitely got to be grind to the end. We just got to start better than what that game did and finish better than what the first game did.
Yeah, awesome. All right, well, good luck with the recovery and all the best for game 3. Reynoldsson and the Wagga boys are not, I think Central Coast thought they had the cup in the air, but Wagga's still got a bit to say with that. So make sure you're tuning in. Game 3 coming up soon.
Welcome back to Tempe, the Canterbury Velodrome, the venue here for state finals for New South Wales touch football, brought to you by Guzmani Gomez and Steeden. James Preston and Gab Rose with you for all the action. Our first decider of the day, the 14 girls division. There might be a little bit of bias in the commentary booth. The Sharks legend is with me, Gab Rose. They're taking on the Northern Beaches. The first game, the Sharks won 7-4. Northern Beaches claimed game 2, 9-4, all to play for in this one.
Yeah, this shaping up to be a great decider. So comprehensive wins in the first 2 games, one each for each team, but Sharks will be looking to bring it home, and Northern Beaches, they'll be looking to steal the win as well. I'll do my best not to be biased, James.
Turner scoops it up, sends it out to this right-hand side. Thompson. Now Turner again, looking to find an opening. Nothing forthcoming on that particular occasion. So first test of the Northern Beaches line, and they pass it.
Yeah, they defended really well there. Scarlett Turner is daughter of Steve Turner, ex-NRL player. Just a bit of a side note there. And Steve's still heavily involved in the club. He does a lot of our social media and photography work, so it's great seeing giving back to the local community.
Great player, Stevie Turner, of course, also playing for the Storm for quite a bit of time. I believe 1 or 2 matches for New South Wales as well.
Yeah, he had a good career, and as I said, still giving back. I think he might work for the Bulldogs currently, as we get back to the action here and watch the Sharks get another chance line attacking.
Touch made here on the Sharks as they try and exploit a little bit of room down a short side. Last play now for them, though. So around about 90 seconds gone. Second attempt at the Northern Beaches line here. They turn it back towards that left-hand side, but ultimately finding the ground. No change to the scoreboard as of yet. And if you're just joining us for the first time today here on KO Freebies, of course, that first try, all important. You get a bonus point with it. 3 points for the first try, 2 for every subsequent try thereafter. Here's a bit of room to move now for the Northern Beaches. Good metres up along the sideline, and then a nice quick roll ball. And they're really on the front foot here,
Yeah,
Northern Beaches.
Really good set by Northern Beaches. They're set for a strike dump here by, looks like Madison Lavage.
Here she goes, putting down the foot, looking to link up with a teammate. She didn't get it away in time, and of course, if you're caught from acting half, that is the changeover. But promising signs here for the Northern Beaches, their first little view of the Sharks line.
Yeah, we've seen the intent from Northern Beaches. They're just going to go hard straight up the field. They've got some powerful runners amongst their ranks, so they'll be looking to utilise that skill as the game progresses.
So a little flat pass here for the Sharks right at the advantage line. They head within 10 of halfway. Forward they drive now with Turner once again. Metres on offer here through Chelsea May. Rolling back to Turner. Last play now. They're not set for it though. In fact, they've lost track of the touch count. There's an easy turnover for the Northern Beaches, who have started to gradually get their way into the contest. And sure enough, there is the commentator's curse.
3 minutes in. You can say nothing to me this game, James.
Doesn't mean I won't. Turner turns it back on the inside here. Can't believe how excited you were about that.
I was.
Chelsea
That's my
May.
play of the day so far. Chelsea May is daughter of club president at Sharks as well, Craig May, who does enormous amounts for the club as she dives over there, but well touched there by Madison Lavich again for the Northern Beaches.
So May once more rolls it back on this 7 metre mark. Turner switching the emphasis here for YY. Drops it down. Turner doesn't like the options out on that left-hand side. Looking for that strike dump once again. Turner gets it, works into the in-goal. Beautiful play from Turner, linking up out wide, but they won't get it in time. The touch is made.
That looks so simple as Scarlett went through there. She literally turned them inside out. There was nothing doing on the last play, but she created something. And now Northern Beaches, they get back to their processes and trying to get up the field, and they are doing a good job of that, trying to get Cronulla on the back foot.
Good metres from Marnock. They head up over halfway, and they earn themselves a penalty as well. So good meterage here off the back of a few strong drives from the Northern Beaches. Hadding hops in at acting half, does so once more. Short pass provided. Hadding again, setting things up here nicely for them. Hadding turns it back on the inside. Did it escape the grasp? Yes, it did there. Burke was ready to dive over, but it just eluded her.
Yeah, and that would have been the first try for this decider, but unfortunately for Northern Beaches, she couldn't hold on to it there, and a lucky escape for the Sharks. They look to get some fresh legs on. They've only got 3 on at the moment, and they need to get people out there fast.
Not the smoothest of subsets thus far from the Sharks, but with a couple of drives, they can work it nicely here. They get one of them, but that will be the last, and thus the changeover occurs. Really been played in the middle third so far this match.
It has, but now again we see an error on the first touch there. Unforced error by Northern Beaches, and Sharks are straight onto it. They are hunting for the first try here.
Nice pass out wide there from the Sharks as they then head back towards the middle. Emma Payne sends it on now. Moses is out there, so too Howson. Howson having a look at the line. Turned away on this occasion. Howson once more sends it to the middle. May drops it down. Payne quickly in at acting half. Payne again. Nowhere to go. She hops in at acting half. May sends it wide. They're just going to try and kill it far away from the Beaches box. Not a bad end of the set. And so far, it's a very strong defensive effort from the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, they've probably had the better field position, Sharks, so far, but it's the defence on the line from Northern Beaches that I'm impressed with so far into this match.
Burke rolls it about 10 shy of the halfway line as the reinforcements arrive now. Kilby out there for the Northern Beaches. Good drive on this occasion. Now Kilby hops in at acting half. Here's Tonga. Tonga sends it wide. Great hands. Still alive here for the Northern Beaches.
Good attack, good defence. Sienna Moore came across from Sharks on the wing there to snuff out that opportunity. But that was enterprising play from Northern Beaches. And remember, most of these girls are 13, 14 years old. So we're seeing some good skills on show at a young age.
Certainly very evenly matched sides. We expected such a thing for a decider, given it's one game apiece, but really is turning into a battle of attrition at the moment.
Yeah, and as you said, James, it's kind of been played within kind of the middle two-thirds. Northern Beaches haven't had a chance to line attack yet.
Here's good meters though from the Sharks as they take off, but just get caught at the death there. Madison Lazic just stuck out an arm and managed to clip the player coming through. As a result, it's the changeover. Now Northern Beaches with a right of reply. Once more though in this middle third of the field. They head from right to left, now towards their subs box. A little bit unlucky there, the Northern Beaches. There was certainly some pressure coming from the Sharks, and it's one of those 50-50 calls.
Yeah, they can always go either way as Sharks look to promote the footy straight away, which is what we like seeing. Northern Beaches, they've got their full complement on now and steadying themselves in defence.
Thompson sends it wider still now for Lavrance. Lavrance rolls it back. Thompson here again. Now May has a little opportunity here through Turner. Turner tries to pop the pass. The Beaches step up. They're away, but great covering from Lavrance, who showed a clean pair of heels to reel her in quickly. But the Northern Beaches now, with a nice drive moving forward, they hop up out of acting half. Here's Amelia Slack with a few extra metres on the back of it. Marnock still waiting there for them. They'll slow it down on this occasion. Working for the strike dump. Marnock again, short ball, nice delay. Once more, Lavrance reads it well. Great stuff from her.
She saved the day a couple of times there, Georgia Lavrance. We see another error in the roll ball, and that was definitely went from defence to attack and straight up the other end of the field, and Sharks managed to hold off that raid by Northern Beaches.
The defensive application from both sides, considering, of course, they're only, as you mentioned, Gabros, 13 of 14, outstanding so far. As good meters on offer here for the Sharks. The follow-up drive is another strong one too, another 15 in the pocket. Here they come once again through Howson, a good set from her so far. Back to the mark they go. Numbers in motion here. Payne sends it wide for Moses. Moses again, looking for an option. Quick hands still alive here for the Sharks. Sienna Moore goes for the corner. They just get there in time.
End to end, James. We're 9 minutes in, and then this last couple of minutes, the intensity's really picked up, and we've seen it just go from try line to try line. With still a score of 0-0. Who will break first?
Well, it's almost a case of that intercept, bringing both sides to life here.
Yeah.
So Northern Beaches now heading towards the middle. Nice draw and pass, and they open up a bit of space now. Here comes the dummy, and the foot goes down from Kilby. Good meters here. Kilby once more on the attack. Good ball here for Packy. Great ball over the top. And then a good cover there from Howson, who's had a massive 2 minutes. Both sides of the ball. Last play here for the Northern Beaches. They'll kill it well away from the Sharks' substitutions area. But this game has come to life.
Yeah, they won't be disappointed with that Northern Beaches. They've kept them in. They're going to want a really big defensive set here to try and stop the Sharks getting to their box or try and force an error. So as you can see, Sharks trying to get fresh players onto the field. Northern Beaches pushing up to try and get them to stay in their own half.
So touch made here. And now driving forward is Chelsea May. A scything run, picks up 5 or so metres in traffic. May once more receives it from Turner, who then hops in an acting half. Turner caught out of acting half. That'll be the turnover.
Yeah, and again, I think that was designed. They would have been telling her from the sideline there, just take off and finish it on the sideline there to again try and chew up some touches for Northern Beaches. She's called no, so it's play on here. And now she's drawn a late pass.
Good defensive pressure from the Sharks. They'll get a turnover bang on halfway here. McGregor.
It is a really good battle of the beaches here, James, isn't it? Sharks versus Northern Beaches. No sea breeze here today, but they are both going at each other, as you would expect in a decider.
You're very accurate about a lack of a sea breeze here. It's quite warm at Tempe now, notching 30 degrees. Keep in mind, that's in the shade, and there is certainly no coverage for these players out there at the moment. So fatigue will definitely become a factor later in this piece. And great pressure there from the Northern Beaches. Maybe that's the beginnings of the fatigue right then and there.
Yeah, that could be a game changer. So Eva Jones, her number 1 from Northern Beaches, she raced up and Sharks had nobody there to offload the ball to her. Now she's coming to take a hit up. She should be pat on the back when she gets off from her coaches for her efforts.
Marnock with a nice charge, and then upfield, Hadding follows in like kind. Back into the action is Slack, who rolls it quickly. Now Lazic. Operating through the middle, picks it up on the last. Good pressure, chiming in there from Thompson. They keep working into this left-hand side, but again, good cover defence. That occasion, McGregor.
Yeah, good defence there. It will start to open up as this game goes on, as we've spoken about the fatigue and the heat. So 0-0. It's not through lack of trying and lack of ability. The defence is just too good at this point in time.
It's a really juicy contest building here. The only thing juicier, of course, a bit of Guzmani Gomez. Proud to be sponsoring the 2024 New South Wales Junior State Cup Finals. GYG serving up fresh, clean and delicious food to the next generation of athletes, and we're seeing them on display right here. The under-14 girls decider for the state final. Both sides have won one apiece so far in this best-of-3 series. Northern Beaches claimed the last game 9-4. Sharks on the attack here through Payne, and Payne drops it down now, about 10 metres shy of the line. Payne still an option there, the draw, the pass, but they've marked up well on this occasion, the Beaches.
Yeah, they've still got a play or two up their sleeves, Sharks, but it's last play. We're looking to get it across the left-hand side as we're looking.
Howson, nice pass, and now they put the foot down. The touch gets there just in time from Aquilina.
And both teams are used to close games. Obviously, the last 2 games they've had in today have been close, but in their subsequent finals at Wagga and Dubbo, we saw some close encounters. We'll see another unforced error there from Northern Beaches. Sharks have probably had more opportunities, James, on the line. They'll be looking to capitalise here.
This is perhaps the best so far. The game is starting to open up. And now they have a full set from 10 away. They'll play it here early in the count still on play 3. In fact, they'll get a whole new set to work with. So that's 1 penalty.
The rule there is you're not actually able to pull out of the touch in your 7. So it constitutes you moving back, which you're not allowed to do when you're within your 7. So that was why the penalty was instigated there.
Howson once more having a crack at them and diving from distance. Great to see how that has come into the game here. We don't, or in the past I should say, we haven't really seen too much of long-range dives in the 14 girls division.
No, it's definitely a skill they practice, and again, both these teams being from the beach areas, they often get down to the beach in the sand and practice their craft.
Stepping off that left foot is YY. YY again, swimming around through traffic. There's another penalty here. That's 2.
Penalty 2, and again for the viewers at home, if Sharks manage to draw another penalty out of Northern Beaches, one of their players will be sent to the sideline for the set of 6. So they need to play patient here, Sharks. If not score, draw out another penalty. They'll be looking for number 6 here, Scarlett Turner, as the one to watch. And with her middles partner, we've got Willow Thompson.
Here is Turner again. Turner has a crack at them herself. Ball to ground. No touch on Turner. They get the important first try in the decider. It's 3-0.
Yeah, and as you know, we've alluded to, Scarlett Turner's had a big first 15 minutes in this game, and she deserves that reward there. And you spoke about the dive, James, and right on song or on point. Slides the ball out, and that's ball down. 3-0 to Sharks. It's going to be a low-scoring affair, or looking that way so far. That first try could be pivotal in this result.
Yeah, 15 minutes down, exactly 10 minutes to go here at the Canterbury Velodrome. Tempe, home of New South Wales touch football. It's state finals day thanks to Guzmani Gomez. Who can put the Steeden across the line next? Will it be the Northern Beaches? Bouncing off the left foot. Yes, it certainly will be. Right on time.
I think that might have been number 8, Kendall Kilby. We'll see on the replay. And that's probably, we haven't seen much line attack from Northern Beaches yet, so first time down there and come up with the chockies. Little step back inside. Beautiful try. Great footwork.
So Kilby on the board for the Northern Beaches, but still the Sharks, having scored first, have that important 1-point buffer as it stands. 9 minutes to go here. Everything on the line.
And we might see a flurry of tries at the back end of third game in the day. Hot conditions. We'll see what transpires.
Last play here for the Sharks. I really like the intensity of Howson. She takes off every time she's got the ball.
Yeah, she's got a nice stride length as well with those long legs. She's able to get across the park pretty quickly.
Payne makes the touch for the Sharks. Tinker now stepping up, and she collects them on the next approach. Burke now for the Northern Beaches. Up towards halfway. Strong running from her. Draw and pass here from Tonga. Kilby, most recent try scorer. Rolls it back and then operates with Tonga through the middle. Picks up on a nice little scoop and drive. Here comes Kilby putting down the foot now. Oh. Late release, beautiful pass for Packy. But the touch came just in time.
I'm not sure who made the touch there. There was jumping over bodies.
Well, the big question for me, I didn't think that Packy got touched. If that's the case, surely it was a touch pass.
Same. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there.
So perhaps the Northern Beaches lucky to have possession right here, because if it was on Kilby, certainly the pass came thereafter. So 8 minutes to go. Fortunately, nothing came off the back of it. Here's the replay again. Kilby driving through the line. Tonga there in support. Touch and but no, there it is. That's a good call from the referees.
Well done, refs.
Well done to the referees. They haven't missed a beat here. They're on the spot. It's a hard one to see, but they certainly got it right. Up over halfway now come the Sharks. Good meters here from Moses. Now down the short side again. Meters here on offer, but they just got them in time. Geez, it's really opened up a fair bit in the last 5 or so.
That was a really good set by Sharks, and they tried a little sneak play down with Willow Thompson back to the winger, and it nearly paid off for them. I know a couple of the Sharks coaches over there, but they'll be looking to capitalise here. Their coach, Belinda Thompson, and Corinne Mayer in the coaching box, both very good friends of mine, and they'll be willing the girls home here as we see a mistake.
Thompson was looking to build off of that one, but the ball went to ground from Moses, so no opportunity there. Touch is made now from Laverance. Up come the Northern Beaches towards the halfway line. Packy plays it 10 shy of that mark. Gradually getting the full complement of players on the field here, the Northern Beaches. Not a great subset though. It's been a little bit haphazard. Stop-start so far. Last one now for Burke. Draw and pass. And that's a better defensive set for the Sharks as opposed to offensive from the Northern Beaches there.
And James, Georgia Laverance again coming in to pinch that touch. So defensively, her game has really been on song.
She's been outstanding that one as well, and truly Ford, it's let go though.
The touch judge on this side, the ref unfortunately didn't look there, but the touch judge had called it, and they get away with one there, the Sharks.
There's Ella Carnage who was on the spot with it, but ultimately, call not going that way. Howson there in support, not utilised this time around. 6 minutes on the clock. The Northern Beaches get possession again in this middle part of the field. Sharks have had the better of the opportunities so far, but Kilby has been the one player to watch for the Northern Beaches. They could turn something on a dime.
Yeah, she's been good, Kilby, so they just need to get it up the other end of the field here. Another great run there by Madison Lavich. She's another one to watch. Runs the ball hard, very powerful athlete.
Last play now for the Northern Beaches. Tonga brings it all the way to the line. Pops a great pass. Oh, Tonga, what a beautiful ball that was. Hadding's on the spot. But Tonga, such patience and poise for such a young player. The Northern Beaches hit the front 4-3.
Yeah, that one's going to look good on the replay. You're right, James. Patience was key there. She didn't panic. Waited till she found the opening. Through she went. And a good put down. Amber Hadding, 4-3, 5 minutes to go. And you can hear in the background the cheers. I can see it in the stand. That's the younger Cronulla girls. And again, another reason we love our sport is Sharks straight away promote the ball.
Oh, Turner nearly burnt them through the middle as well. The dummy fooled the first two defenders, nearly also fooled Marnock. So still early in this set. Touches made here on Thompson. Thompson and Turner, the double T's. That's the way to go for the Sharks. Lavrance also scheming in the background. Here comes Turner once again, puts down the foot. Good touch made from Hadding.
Yeah, so not only did she scoring a try, she saved a definite try there. So working hard in attack and defence, that young lady.
Thompson on the last now. Sends it wide early. Oh, it's not a bad pass. It's gone forward though.
Yeah, it's been called forward, that pass. Right idea. Unfortunately couldn't execute it there, but good set by Sharks. It looked enterprising. Still 4 minutes, so there could still be a couple of tries left in this game.
For the Sharks, they'd love to be next to score. Northern Beaches got the last two tries. They lead by 1 point. Up towards halfway now. Tonga again. Scheming through the middle. She's grown as this match has gone on. Here she comes again now. Tonga, the draw and the pass. Northern Beaches, nearly split them again. They're looking more and more dangerous as this one unfolds.
Yeah, they're coming home strong. They're just getting out of their box quickly. Powerful running as Sharks have made an error here. They're not going to be happy with that, but the ref's called what he's seen. And now there's an opportunity out wide here for Northern Beaches. But with 3 minutes to go, they might be looking to play it safe and play the set out.
Tonga's had a big stint in the middle too. She's certainly got big engine to work with. You know, she's a very clever player too. Here she is again. Tonga has another crack at them.
Oh, I think she's called the touch there.
Just in time.
Again,
it might
be
close. Emma Payne, I think it might be.
Yeah, and that could be a game-saving touch. You're right, James. Layla Tonga has really come into her own this last 10 minutes.
Packy's out there as well. Here she is now. Packy, draw and pass. Well marked up. Tonga was the option back through the middle. This time they decided on something a little bit different. So 2:45 on the clock. Here it is again on the replay. Tonga taking it right to the line. This is the previous play. Got very close. Ooh, Gab Rose.
As a Shark supporter, I'll say good call.
So the Sharkies up over halfway now. Good metres about this set so far. The drive continues. They'll go along the short side, nearly away down the sideline. And what are they going to call here? Maybe a touch pass, I think it is. In fact, they've taken the sideline, it looks like.
Yeah, I think you'll find they might have called it forward from the acting half back to the winger. So there's now 2 minutes to go, and Sharks will probably get one or two more opportunities. Northern Beaches, on the other hand, need to complete this set and put it down the other end of the field.
Lovely pass out wide, and now Kilby, the dancing feet. Kilby made them look silly for a moment there.
Yeah,
She's got all the skills.
She's got all the moves, James.
Well, I don't know, the main places, maybe the Stein and Manly, that's where we can see her in a few years' time once she gets the
That's right.
The
She's got a few
18-year-old
more
license.
years to wait, as we're going to see here. Tonga take off again.
Here we go, Tonga once more at the line. Tonga working away through. Packy tries to get to ground. Good defence, though, from the Sharks. They slid out quickly. 90 seconds on the clock. They've got to go the length of the field.
What a decider. As we said, it's 14 girls, but not lacking any skill or commitment here. Now, this could be their last set unless they draw a penalty, Sharks. They need to go the length of the field. So smart play by Northern Beaches where they finish the ball.
And some great noise around the stadium too. The atmosphere is electric. And there's a penalty.
Here's the chance.
That's exactly what the Sharks need. They'll get a whole set and a whole minute to work with. There's screaming coming from the sidelines as well. Everybody's right into it. Here they go, Howson again on the charge. Touch is made. Good metres here from the Sharks. They can work it inside the 7. There's another penalty, and they will finish with ball in hand. They'll have a red-hot crack here, Cronulla.
This is literally going down to the wire. We can hardly hear each other speak with the noise going from both boxes and around the crowd. What a game to start our deciders, James.
Certainly is. Just over 30 seconds remaining. They just need to work for that strike dump and then have the crack. Thompson at the moment can't work it on this occasion. They'll come wide. It's not a great pass at all. They had to just simplify things, get the strike dump and then launch it. They went for the all or nothing play early in the set, and that should be enough for the Beaches here. They just have to hold possession.
Yeah, they've just got to hold the ball down, Northern Beaches. What a game it's been.
Hatting pops up here. She's already got a try for them and saved their bacon a couple of times.
Last play of the day.
She's turned it
One
over.
penalty.
There's still one more, is there? Yes, there's still one more play.
Sharks need to spread it, James.
Where's Howson? She's out there in that right link position. They draw and pass. Howson, they keep it alive. The touch is made. The Northern Beaches win it.
Win.
That'll do it. It was end to end. An exciting finish. Well, Gab Rose, you're going to have to find a very happy coach or player here from the Northern Beaches. What a tight tussle it was. The Sharks, they had an opportunity right at the death, but at full time in the decider, the state champions for the 14 girls division falls the way of the Northern Conference. The Northern Beaches claim it 4-3. A quick break, and Gab Rose will catch up with one of the members of the winning team.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Hi, I've got Northern Beaches under 14 girls captain Amber Hatting here after that decider. What a game. How does that feel to win the state finals, Amber?
It feels so good. We've worked so hard, and I just like to mention Harley. She couldn't be here, but we wish she was here.
True captain there, talking about the other players. What did you coach? You've got some experienced coaches. What did they talk about in the lead up to this decider?
They've been talking about how we need to always chat to each other and be positive, because negative doesn't help, and we need to listen to the refs and just be positive to everyone.
Wow, what some great messages there. So you've won the Northern Conference final, now you've won the state final. Yeah. Feels pretty good for 13, 14-year-olds to be on this big stage, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels so good.
Still got to go to school tomorrow?
Sadly.
That's okay, you'll be able to take a gold medal with you. So great game between Northern Beaches and the Sharks today, and congratulations, Amber, on a great game by your team.
Thank you, and we would like to congratulate the Sharks as well.
What a great effort. So well done both teams, and back up to you.
30 seconds, please, referee. 30 seconds.
Welcome back here to Canterbury Velodrome in Tempe. State Finals Day, thanks to Guzmani Gomez. Another decider here for Hills and Manly. It was Manly claiming the first match, but all to play for in this final contest. Joining me in the booth, one of the legends of the sport, Jason Stanton, and certainly a team you have a close affiliation with as well, the Hillside.
Yeah, I actually played Hills Prems last year, so they're doing some good stuff out there. Brad Curl, Phil McElwraith and the crew, and it's great to see the 16s boys here in Game 3.
Spooner now sends it out here for Patterson. Patterson with a little stutter step, trying to get around them. Not happening on this occasion. If you're just joining us here on KO Freebies, great to have your company. Live exclusive, free on demand as well. And the first try, all important. It's worth 3 points. Every subsequent try thereafter worth 2. No half-time breaks, and the two sides changing ends when a try is scored. Saxon Gore now for Calms. Calms still trying to work an opening here. Good footwork, good speed, but ultimately nothing opening up for him.
Yeah, Coach Lowe out there at Manly, Lowe's done a great job at building a team here that, you know, they sort of bend in defence, James, but they don't break and they hang in games, and I think Hills are going to have to get out of the blocks early. I think the longer the game goes, being even, you'd probably lean towards Manly the longer it goes, but Hills have got the ability to get 2 or 3 up and put them away early.
Spooner, of course, the one to watch for Hills, and for Manly, it's that man right now, Saxon Gore, with 1 pink and 1 white boot. Wider still they go. Gore now picking up easy metres up towards halfway. Short little passes. Manly now crossed that threshold. Touch made. Still a couple of plays up their sleeves. Low. Changing the emphasis. Nowhere to go though for Medved. Touch is made, and that is the turnover. So the Hillside working away from their own end here. Logan Bubb out there now for Hills, and then switches the emphasis back here for Spooner. Bilby. Up he drives now. Spooner picking up good metres and then cycling the ball. They've called that one back.
I like that from Manly. James really been active around the midfield. Something that we haven't seen probably enough of through Manly over the last couple of weeks, but it's a really good facet of their game if they can keep doing it.
That one going to go against the Hills side there. It's one of those 50-50 ones where you kind of pop it on the ground. There might have been a foot from both players there, so I'm usually happy to see those let go.
Yeah, that one's, you know, could have gone either way there. And Manly now with a really good opportunity with Saxon Gore. How good was he early today?
Outstanding so far, and here he is again looking to cause a few headaches for the Hornets' defensive line. Gore will roll this one back on that 7-metre mark. Grabbing across field, threatening to link back up towards the middle with Smythe. Gore, once more. Touch is made, last one here, Saxon Gore was looking deep there for Calms, but ultimately played short. Just trying to catch them unawares, but they were alert to the situation there, the Hornets.
Yeah, he probably had, the right option probably would have been out the back then. I think he might have had a number, but you know, hitting short's going to keep Hills under pressure, and you can see Manly shooting here. James, this is a really good sign for them. Hills are going to have to do something a bit different with their drive. Another turnover.
Yeah, Truman and then also Smythe both stepping up and jamming in nice and quick. Left the Hornets with nowhere to go, and this is the best field position of the match so far for Manly. Smythe now through the middle. Smythe turning it out here for Gore. Gore drops it down. Oh, they worked that short side nicely. There was an opportunity building, but it just goes behind Saxon Gore.
Yeah, probably a couple missed opportunities. Manly probably got to complete their sets a little bit, because they're certainly defending well here midfield. If they can put together a little bit more control with the ball, they'll be well served.
Touch made there from Calms. Now Gore on the follow-up. Meters here for the Hornets on the last, though. They'll simply kill that away from the Manly box. Not a bad driving set. Not a poor spot to turn over possession either, as the quick hands along the sideline produces a bit of a result here for Manly. Good meters. Calms back now for Gore. And then Gore on further for Smythe, who sends it all the way to that left-hand side of the field. Smythe once again now on the follow-up. Meters here from Elkins. Elkins back on the mark, plays it quickly. Out there now is Benbow. Touch is made. Last one here, Elkins. Good ball for Benbow, but the touch is made in time. They had to be alert there.
Yeah, Hill's looking quite all right on their D. It's just his stride that's the problem. They're getting, like they're trying to substitute on James, but they're probably going a little bit lateral too early, and that's allowing the Manly shoot to cause them some problems. They've got to really go a little bit more expansive and run at these Manly middles.
Patterson picked up good meters there and then continued to cycle. Now Spooner takes off. Spooner with good speed. Great touch made though from Finlay Benbow. So Manly working away from their own end now. Still locked at 0-all. 6 minutes into the contest here, the decider for the state final in the 16 boys division. Short pass there. It'll be called back though.
Let's see whether Hills can get down there, because Spooner's been so exciting, but you know there isn't any point if you can't get to the other end of the field. So let's see whether Hills can go a little bit better on this set. This is the second touch coming. They should have good ball here.
Bilby drops it down around about 20 metres away from the Manly try line. Dave is out there now as well. Lynch back to Bilby. Dave drops it down. Lynch at pace, popping a pass back on the inside for Bilby. Good touch from Saxon Gore. Last one now, back to the 7 metre mark they go. Dave with no room to work in is caught easily there by Calms, and that is the changeover. So real stalemate forming here, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, definitely they're sort of controlling the ball a little bit better. But I think Manly, I like that rushing D. That's going to serve them well if they can keep Hills off their line. That'll be the secret to success if they can keep dominating this midfield.
Last one here again for Manly. Out they came rushing up. Comito. Now still live here for Manly. They'll keep floating it about the field. The flick pass comes out. They open up a bit of space, but credit to the Hills defence. They stayed alive, kept tracking despite all the different changes of angles and emphasis.
Yeah, again, probably good ball here for Hills, and you've seen them coming lateral. I'd like to see them maybe take 1 or 2 touches straight before they come across. I think that's what's playing into Manly's hands at the moment, and Hills aren't really getting enough ball on the line.
Committer. And now Bub rolls it back. Jones on the charge. Logan Bub, here he goes. Turning it back on the inside for Jones. The ball goes to ground though.
It's going to be dangerous if he gets the ball in his hands. Logan Bub, he had a great conference tournament and he looks very good with the ball in hand.
So 10 shy of the halfway line now for Manly. That'll help the cause as well. Fresh set to work with. They can get all the reinforcements on the pitch as well. Both sides still looking for that opening try. It has been end-to-end, just no final result as of yet. Saxon Gore might have something to say about that though. He's back on deck and playing the ball here. Gore with Benbow in tow. Calms out there as well. Here is Calms again, knocked down from the Hills defence. It was Levi Ellis who got a hand out. Good signs here though, so far from Manly.
Yeah, pretty good play there from Manly. They sent the sweeper to the bottom of your screen, but then attacked the top. Almost like a reverse play, or against the grain, they call it sometimes. So that was a really nice one for Manly. Almost caught Hills out.
Gow once more. Saxon Gore. Off now for Elkins. Elkins slowing it down, crabbing across field. Short pass here for Benbow. Gore once again, great left foot step, then goes long, sends the bomb, and it has been dropped. They got across there very quickly, so there was no real opportunity for the try scoring. Credit to the Hills defensive line.
Yeah, really good scramble there from Hills, and this is that area of the game they've got to get a bit better. Spooner taking it on the shoulders here. He's got the team on his back. He's going to do all the driving himself, he said.
Well, Lagusi came out a couple of times there from Spooner, along with a clean pair of heels. Just hope that he hasn't worn himself out for the rest of this set once they get down into the attacking zone. Last play here, Patterson with ball in hand. Patterson takes it himself and then pops a little pass. Beautiful from Patterson. The whole Manly defensive line had eyes on Spooner deep. Patterson acknowledged it, went straight up the guts and then popped a little pass. Try time for the Hornets in the decider.
Yeah, a really good scoop there, and obviously we haven't got the referees mic'd up, but it was a really good early call there from Piper, and the Hills guy would have heard it as the scooper. He called the player off, he went straight through, running at the offside player, and that's a really good tip for everyone watching at home. You're scooping on the end of the set. If you hear the referee call a player off, you want to pin the ears back, and Hills executed it superbly on that occasion.
Riley Davis, the try scorer for the Hills Hornets, who sting first here against Manly. Great pass from Saxon Gore, and an even better read from Comito. Still on the 7-metre mark here. Still looking for an opening, Manly. They throw it wide here for Medved. Medved, the ball comes free. They'll play it quickly. 0 touch because of the intercept. That's only play number 1 now. Spooner took the metres. And after 3 plays, they're bang on halfway. So a good set so far. They can keep driving forward. They will get a strike dump if they work for it in pretty decent field position. Here's the last one. Dave picks it up. Logan Bubb in support. That pass goes to ground though. In fact, it was Lucas Bilby.
Yeah, better set there from Hills. Almost like they got a bit of energy after the try. And they sort of charged a bit more direct down the field. So again, nice little tip to take away from it. Those watching, you don't always have to go sideways to the box. Read the game a little bit sometimes. Go down the middle. Sometimes go to the box. Keep it nice and fresh. Mix it up.
Calms back on the field now for Manly. Drawing pass for Gore. Now they've got an overlap building nicely. The man arrives late. It's Truman. Truman who's just come onto the field. Perfect timing to arrive in play. And he picks up a try here for Manly. They're on the board.
And that was a perfect example there, James, right on cue. Manly, rather than going lateral, actually used the ball coming through the midfield. I think Hills might have got their substitutions a bit mixed up there. Manly got an early number there, nice and easy, and were able to use the ball. And in the end, it was almost like a non-event. He just strolled over in the corner, and we've got a game.
Credit to Truman as well. Kept a great amount of width and depth in his play there, so he could storm onto that ball. He hit it at pace. So 3-2, pretty much bang on the halfway point in this match. 12-10 on the clock. Hornets scored first. Now the margin closes to just 1 point. They'd love to strike back immediately though. Spooner with a quick release back on the inside. Oh gee, Spooner was unmarked back through the middle. Had to be released.
Yeah, I think it might have been a forward at the ruck, but the referee's gone back to the previous, like the first indiscretion. And that's why Hills have got some good ball here, and they've been very great over the whole Junior State Cup when they've got good ball. So this will be tough for Manly to hold them out.
Touch made there, and now Patterson again having a little look at them. Patterson gets it to ground. Geez, he's taken this game by the scruff of the neck. He set up the first one for Davis. Now he claims the second. Touch, Patterson on fire.
Yeah, and again, we've been talking about it throughout this whole finals day. Isn't it refreshing to see the referees just making the call of what's in front of them? You'll see there that the link never got to the line. It was always like about maybe a half a step in front of it. You'll see that on the replay. The referee early called him out, gave the try. And it's really good to see. I'd like to see our game refereed that way, James. Really, if the player doesn't hit the line, give the try, get on with it. So really good call there, and the Hills out in front now.
It's early in 2024. That might be the blueprint for the rest of the season. Gore at first receiver, goes wide. Touch is made though. Good one there from Kobe Canning. Last play here for Manly. Down by 3 at the moment. Nowhere to run. Turned away. And the Hornets can now start marching upfield with 10.5 to go. Spooner chimes into the action. Picks up good meters as always. Now Dave involved as well. Bilby. Good meters here. Lynch, opposite acting half. Provides here for Bilby. Another good strike dump. Great one-handed scoop from Dave. I think he was trying very sneakily to work for a penalty there, but it wasn't forthcoming.
Yeah, you've got to be a little bit straighter there for those scoop, and you don't want to try and run around the guy that's offside. You want to go straight at him and try and get that play through or the penalty early in the set. And here we see Hills with a really good chance to get another try and make it really difficult for Manly. Manly trying to hang in there. Hills look like they've gone up a gear here, James.
Right on cue, Spooner re-enters the action here. So back to the 7-metre mark they come. Bilby still out there. Lynch now with ball in hand. And Spooner, there he is, the danger man. Drops it down. Bilby looping around. Great right foot step. Then back off the left, trying to squeeze through a couple of defenders. Gore was there alongside Lowe, and they make the touch just in time.
And Manly's on the rack here. They're on the rack.
Spooner looking long, or stepping up into the passing lane there, Manly. The hands might not have come up, but that was a deliberate play from the defender there, so another set to come.
Yeah, Hills just... This is where they've got to ice the game. Manly, we know if they hang in there, Manly's been great. We saw it last week. We saw it earlier today. Hills have to put them away here, or Manly are going to come back.
Spooner now drops it on the 7. Spooner for Bilby. Bilby still floating about as an option. No touch as of yet. Spooner has a little crack at them diving from distance. The touch is still made there. So 8:30 on the clock. Another try here for the Hornets will put them in really good stead to claim the state final. Bilby for Spooner. Spooner looks long. Great pass. The twist, the turn. Getting it down in the corner. Comito goes in here for the Hornets. They sting again. What a pass from Callum Spooner. They'll have a final check here, but I fancy this will be awarded. There it is. Spooner. Well, it's sterling silver from him. No, in fact, they've gone against it once more. There's been a real conversation there. Initially looking like a try, ultimately overruled, though.
Yeah, really good refereeing again. I think it was Piper there. Nice and calm. Asked the player, did you make the touch? Got the right call in the end. And Manly just hanging in by their nails here. They're just hanging in there.
Calms with a good ball. Spooner makes the touch. He's not letting that previous call deter him in any way, shape or form. He's committed both sides of the ball. Oh, unfortunately, though, that one goes to ground. Are they going to escape with it? They will.
Yeah, offside there. Probably the right call there, Manly creeping forward. But one of the things I wanted to highlight is it's always interesting looking at the Premier League teams and the juniors coming through, and often you see trends. And the Hills wingers have been outstanding, and I don't think it's any sort of coincidence that the Hills Premier League have got Mitchell and McElroy, two of the young wingers coming through. And now we're seeing in the lower grades, their Hills wingers been strong as well. So there's always some little, maybe flow down from the high performance programs at the club.
It's a good point you raise, and I think one of the key exponents of that is probably the Doyleson Dragons. They're just such a key effector of that subset, which has been perfected by Carly Banks over many years, and you see that flowing down from Premier League all the way to their juniors. So you're 100% right. Manly playing a very similar fashion to what we see in the men's Premier Division when it comes State Cup time around December in Port Macquarie.
100%. So when you see the penalty here where the ball's quite far down and they've run all the way back to halfway, what Piper's called then is that Manly in their changes had 7 on. So sometimes it happens a bit quick and it's hard to spot that, but Manly didn't sub well and the referees were right onto it. That's what that penalty was for.
So Fitzhenry now with easy meters before finding a run here of Ellis. Now Davis, one of the try scorers for the Hillside so far. Patterson got the other one. He set up the first, of course, for Davis. Here he is again with ball in hand. Davis, Patterson once more. Offloads here for Spooner, then hops out of acting half for Spooner again. Hands there from Manly. And they're tempted here, Manly. There's so many questions being asked, they've got to make a play.
Yeah, they've been hanging in there, and I really like the way Coach Lowe has got the program going out there. I think on this, like today, Hills are probably a fraction better, and Manly are just hanging in there. And I think Hills a nice little floater over the top of the winger, and that could be the state championship. Let's see if they can come up with it.
So Patterson receives a short pass here. Calls from the Manly players are forward, and their calls will be answered.
Yeah, they get it right. I don't mind that. James from the referee's been nice and patient and getting the right call. I like that. Manly probably got to score in this set or the next, James. They're running out of time.
Well, Patterson made a very important play at the ball just then. Gore took off and then turned it back on the inside. Had Patterson not knocked it down, there was a whole world of space for them to run into as Calms heads deep now with it, stepping off the left, then off the right. Good defence, though, from the Hornets. 4.5 on the clock. Last play here for Manly. Calms bouncing off the right foot, trying to open up a passage of play. Does exactly that. Beautiful from Calms. And there on the spot is James Patchett. And they have patched up that deficit. 5-4. The Hornets still in front, but Manly closing.
Yeah, a bit of a mental lapse there from Hills. They're so close to closing out this game. And at this level, you can't afford a late switch like that through the middle. They had to be shutting down. And now we're all, locked up, but Hills are the first try scorer, so it's a grandstand finish here, James.
Well, Manly, that gives them a little bit more encouragement from what we've seen so far. And they'll get a penalty as well. That's the first one here for Manly. They've got to be careful. 3 results in a player being sat down. 3.5 on the clock here. The Hornets with a full set from 7 metres away. Jones sends it wide here for Fitzhenry. Oh, it's gone straight into the hands of Manly. The touch was made, though, from Jones. A nervy moment there. It was nearly a case of shut the gates. Up they
just
drive
hanging in there, aren't they, James? They're hanging in there. Sign of a great team. They're hanging in there. It's what got them over the line against Maitland last week. It's how they won earlier today. They're hanging in there. Can they steal this state championship?
A great driving set produces a result here, unfortunately, against Manly. So it's an incorrect play the ball. I thought initially they might have been pinged for offside, but play the ball incorrect.
Yeah, good call from the referee. Off the mark there, overstepping. And we're coming into the last couple of minutes now. Have you got a winner for us, James?
I can't do that, Stano. I'm an impartial, neutral presence here in the booth.
Come on.
They'll keep driving forward. Spooner bouncing around. Spooner once more having a little look at them. Dummies both ways. The goose step pops out. 2.5 on the clock. And Manly need a result here. They've got to force the hand of the Hornets. Gore was looking for the pass. Calms overran him. They'll head back towards the middle now. Lynch makes the touch. Gore scoops it. Good metres on this follow-up here from Manly. It's a nice run on that occasion from Fodu Moala. They'll play it on the last now. Gore drives forward. Deep is Calms. Calms sends it wide. The pass goes astray, though.
Yeah, just deflected on the way there. Good call again. Hills on the rack. Manly trying to steal this. Can they get out of jail again? Surely not.
Well, less than 2 minutes on the clock, a full set to play with here. If they can score a try, the Hornets will go into panic mode, but they will still get a right of reply, you'd fancy. Gore bouncing off the left, stopping on the right, back to the 7 he goes. High tension here at Tempe. Gore, the stutter step, again an option. Has a look long, decides against a good pressure from the Hornets. Bilby steps up and makes the touch. He's been immense for them in the last few minutes. Fodu Moala drops it down. Last chance here for Gore. What a pass from Gore. It's ruled forward, though. Oh, it looks great out of the hands, but I think that's the right call.
Generally, when they're 2 metres forward. No, I think that was the right call on that one. It was the right play, but wasn't it? They had Hills coming charging in the last 60 seconds, and a great. Oh, look at the way they're pushing here. A great play in the end, just forward pass, and Manly will get one more chance to steal this. One more chance.
They can't rest on their laurels here, the Hornets. They've got to keep driving forward. It's been very lateral this set. Patterson now slowing down big time. There comes in the touch, and they'll change it over on the halfway line. It's not a good set there from the Hornets.
Yeah, a little bit inexperienced there. They just had to drive the ball down the middle of the field to be state champs, and now Saxon Gore's got a chance to steal it. The Miracle Man. 20 seconds, what can he do?
Gore is looking to say, oh my God. Here he goes again, the little dummy, popping a pass to Fodu Muala. 15 seconds on the clock. Calms, back to Gore. Patterson steps up. Here it comes, the big play from Gore. Again looking long, smart stuff though from the Hornets. They knock it down. There'll be one final play. Gore has to go big, and he's got to go right now. There's the siren. They must keep it alive. Hornets stepping up. Fodu Muala still alive. Here comes Calms. The draw. The pass. Truman's in. The Truman Show. You can take me now. They've shown it on every angle, and you still wouldn't be able to predict it. But Truman gets it at the death. The clock had gone, and Manly stick in and dig deep and claim the win when it's on the line.
They've got that uncanny knack of just hanging in games. We've been saying it all the way through that if Manly could hang in there, they might steal it at the end. I think the right call was made. One of the Hills players got a bit tangled up in the lead up to that. I think that's why you saw a bit of chat there. You see him on the ground, but the referee cleared it on the way, the right call, and Manly good enough to finish it.
What a cracking match and a great finale for it. Jason Stanton will catch up with one of our winning players in just a moment. But what a game we've just seen here between Hills and Manly and the 16 boys. Up next, it's Penrith and Newcastle for the decider. But we'll take a quick break and then back with Jason Stanton.
Jason Stanton here sideline with the champion coach Craig Lowe. Number one in the state, mate. How does it feel?
Yeah, excited. Long season with gala days, and hats off to all of the affiliate clubs that bring those together. But New South Wales Touch have put on a wonderful event. Hearts torn a bit. We've coached a lot of the boys who played each other today, so mate versus mate. But yeah, fitting finish to a wonderful season.
Yeah, awesome. We really like this game, like this 3-game format where you won one each and it come down to the wire. But as a coach, what do you do throughout the day? Do you have different tactics for each game, or how does it work?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think both teams had some niggles, so necessarily made some changes with injuries. Mindset plays a big part of it, so you've got to spend some time with players that perhaps not being kind to themselves. It's just a game. But ultimately, I think the way in which Hills came out today was really, really great. Really positive touch, really good energy. I'm really proud of the Manly boys that they took the opportunities. They're few and far between, but yeah, there's a lot of juggling in between the 3 games for sure.
Yeah, and we kept mentioning in the commentary about how your team just seemed to hang in there. Yeah. I kept thinking, Hills are going to win this, Hills are going to win this. And we actually saw it last week as well in the Northern Comp. You've got that team, their defence bends without breaking. And how do you feel, how do you instill that in your players? They won't give up, will they?
No, they won't, but nor will my heart if they keep doing it. It's hard to keep up with the ups and downs of the game. But look, there's desire on both teams. As I said, Hills came out with a wonderful attitude. And really took the challenge to under-16 boys everywhere in Australia, I think. So, they were a great benchmark, but really proud of the boys, mate. And again, thanks to New South Wales Touch for putting on such a great event. The best of 3, great opportunity for the players to come out, try new things. Going to that decider, playing at a field like this, wonderful, mate. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's awesome. We heard it there, Manly, number 1 in the state. Big congratulations. Manly Seagulls, number 1 for 2024.
30 seconds to tackle. Players and referees ready.
Welcome back here to Tempe, the Canterbury Velodrome, the home for all the state finals for 2024 for the Junior State Cup. James Preston and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action. Yet again, another decider here after that thrilling finale and the 16 boys between Hills and Manly. This is the 16 girls, Penrith and Newcastle. Now, I think fair to say, Jason Stanton coming into proceedings, Penrith probably would have been the odds-on favourites for this one.
Yeah, I think so. So it's been really unexpected. Newcastle got a really good high-performance program up there, but I think thinking Penrith were the favourites is probably what we're all were thinking. But how good are these game 3 deciders? I love it.
Of course, Newcastle claiming the first match and then a big victory for Penrith in the second match, 9-4. 5-4 to Newcastle in the first. And mistake right from the tap-off here for the Novocastrians, which means Penrith gets first look at the line here. Golding driving forward. Womel is out there as well. Carroll plays it now. Carroll slowing down the approach through the middle. Golding sends it wide, straight into the waiting arms of Newcastle. And that'll be a 0 touch on the changeover.
Yeah, Newcastle probably got to get out of the blocks quick here, James, because for those that have been following the coverage, in game 1, Newcastle got the win, but Penrith dominated the last 5-10 minutes of the game, and then Penrith have dominated game 2. So I think to get the result here, Newcastle have got to score first. They've got to get out of the blocks quickly.
Well, that won't help the cause here for Newcastle. So Penrith will get first use of the ball. Once again, in terms of an attacking sense, Newcastle yet to be down that end, and Penrith not really getting the full set around that 7-metre mark. Nobody in there at acting half initially, and that's an easy turnover. That certainly would be a coach killer there. Of course, if you are caught from dummy half, it's an immediate turnover. And now Newcastle work it from left to right here. So this, of course, the decider. And it's a rare feat, Jason Stanton. Typically when we have these state finals days, we often see a couple of the games get wrapped up in the space of the first 2, and then we have a different set of teams coming in to take their place. But all of our initial scheduled broadcast matches going right down to the wire.
Yeah, I think we thought that maybe some of the outside field games, maybe the 12s and 14s would be coming in, but we've been, coming into the stadium for the TV game. But these 16s and 18s teams in boys and girls are just very evenly matched.
Womel, great footwork there. Opened up half a gap. Now Ison takes off. Powerful runner of the ball. Carroll, nice right foot step, opens up the space. Beautiful pass. Ison's in for Penrith. It's a lovely start here for the Panthers. Newcastle haven't really been over halfway yet. They keep offering opportunities to the Panthers, and a good team like Penrith will make you pay.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a warning sign. You normally see those tries sort of like at the end of maybe day 2 or day 3 of a tournament when some of the players are off their feet. A little bit surprising to see Penrith stroll down the middle there for that first try. So bit of a warning there for Newcastle. They're going to have to go another couple gears if they're going to hang in with Penrith. Still early days, but 20 minutes to go. Plenty of footy left in this one.
So Newcastle now well and truly in the best field position they've had so far in this match. Ehlers plays it, then receives it once more. Winter. Ehlers again, they rush up quickly. Good read from Womel. A little bit too quick though. There's another set. That's 1 penalty inside the 7.
Yeah, great D there from the number 9, Stapleton from Penrith. Any of the kids watching at home, if you're a winger, definitely watch her. Her positioning and her defence is absolutely amazing.
She's had a terrific tournament all day so far today. It's been outstanding in the first 2 matches. not just the defensive application, but also her work out of acting half. It's been superb. So Newcastle once again inside the 7, floating it long this time around. They're just rushing things a little bit at the moment.
I think so. Penrith defenders out wide have got pretty good reads. So if you're on the Newcastle, side of the ledger, you've got to adjust to that, and you've got to try and knock down the front door a little bit more. And if you look at the reverse, Penrith are getting a pretty good platform, so they probably want to look to be running some sweepers, getting around the Newcastle middles.
So Penrith now into enemy territory. A couple of dummies and picking up more and more meterage there. And then Button caught on the last. Turnover here. Both sides still reasonably feeling each other out. Newcastle certainly haven't got into the swing of things yet. Penrith with their only real opportunity, coming away with points. But otherwise, it's been largely played in this middle third in the first 6 minutes.
Yeah, pretty good spot there from the referee on that occasion. Forward pass at the ruck. We try and get good roll on, so you don't want the ball to be sitting on the ground too long. But sometimes the players, we get a little bit excited with our run and we overstep. And there's a forward pass. So good spot from the referee, and Penrith with a good opportunity here to get an advantage.
Carroll now. Stapleton puts the foot down. Good touch though from McCarthy. Had to be made. She's been Newcastle's best player so far today, and that was an important moment from her. Golding crabbing across field. Last play now here for the Panthers. Carroll out for Waipori, nowhere to go. McCarthy again, the woman that makes the touch.
Yeah, well, you mentioned McCarthy. It might not have been obvious to the viewers at home. She's run down Stapleton, who's an amazing winger and quick, but McCarthy wasn't actually the winger. She's come from the middle of the field to save that try. What a player.
She's everywhere on both sides of the ball, that's for sure. They drive forward here through Hagan. Last play now. Oh, Rawlins takes off. Rawlins with a great turn of pace. Provides the pass, but Golding is claiming the touch. About 15 metres back upfield. But Rawlins, that's a surprising turn of pace. We haven't really seen her get into open space so far.
No, and again, we were talking about, warnings or red flags for the team on the Penrith side. You're going to have to watch that scoop, because could have easily been a playthrough on that occasion. Great work from the Knights.
Waipori again with a delayed pass right at the line. And now wider it comes here for the Panthers, back towards the middle. Gin with a great ball. They're caught back on the inside. Ison had nowhere to go. And here is Rawlins once again. Hagan floating a pass on here. And on the follow-up, has little Scoot herself up over halfway. Touch made here from Jim. Ellers bouncing around. Ison makes the touch. Last play here for Newcastle. Ellers running out of room. They changed the angle a little bit. That's much better play there from Newcastle. The first time they've really opened them up at all.
Yeah, Newcastle's starting to warm into this one. One of the features about our female game is that they're all dumping right-handed. They're all dumping left-handed. And back in the day, that used to be a very difficult skill, but you can see both teams here can pass left, pass right, dump both hand. Really skillful stuff.
There goes Button picking up good meterage and floating a pass out wide. It's nearly another opportunity for Stapleton to show her wares. In fact, Stapleton's out here on this side now. Button is caught. Touch is made.
It's probably a penalty. I think they were offside. But the referee just waiting for the call to come from the sideline ref. And we say it almost every game, don't we? It isn't one referee, it's three working together. And on that occasion, the third referee, or the sideline referee, has given good communication to the referee in the middle, and we've got the right call.
That's a good call from Pratt. Now Penrith have a full set to work with here. Golding. Roll it back, and Golding once again here. Womel snooping around the background, looking for an opportunity. There's another penalty against Newcastle. We'll have to be careful from this point onwards. Golding out to Womel, who drops it right on the 7. Womel has a crack at them. Great, in and away. Nearly got around the outside of Michaela Ireland on that occasion.
I don't mind that from Penrith. Now, I'd be moving the ball back to the middle and walking backwards, getting the players right up, maybe running into a sweeper or a direct, like a bump and run or a rooster. That's what I'd be looking for now.
That's what it looks like Golding is setting up for. Now she has a crack at them. Womel there as an option. Heading across this left-hand side of the field. Caught here. Now the last. Womel has a little dig herself. Womel with great speed. Pops it over the top. Golding was there on the spot. The ball bounces, and I think there's a bit of an issue here for Ireland, who's hit the ground hard.
I hope she's okay down there. It was a really good chase because she put enough pressure on the ball receiver, that she actually dropped the ball. So she made the touch, but I don't think it would have been a try anyway. So great. We call that like mirroring or just staying with your player when the dummy half gets in the in goal. So really good play there. I think it was the number 11 there, Ireland.
Putting her body on the line. Guzmani Gomez finals day. Great sponsor of the 2024 New South Wales Junior State Cup Finals. GYG serving up fresh, clean and delicious food for the next generation of athletes. Here comes Newcastle now on the charge. Bond floating a pass over the top. Right idea, they were just way too flat on that occasion though, Newcastle.
Yeah, probably need to get a bit more of a roll on. So, look, there's only the one try in it with Penrith. First try scoring worth 3. So definitely plenty of footy left in this one. Let's see whether Newcastle can work their way back into it.
Nice run here from Stapleton. Once again picking up good meterage. Also out there is Amelia Shem. And there is a penalty going against Penrith with ball in hand. So Newcastle have a bit of room to move now. They'll step up quickly through Jim and then continue heading out to this left-hand side of the Newcastle offensive line. They want those fresh players on the field. It's a lovely sweeping subset. They get them on nice and quick, so a chance to attack here through Anika McCarthy. McCarthy back to Rawlins. Last play now. McCarthy drives at them, passes over the top. Good cover defence though from McQueenie. Forward pass regardless, but Sage was on the spot.
Yeah, it was a nice play there from the Knights and McCarthy. I'd like to see that play happen towards the middle of the field, James, so they get a bit more space towards the top of the screen. They did have Penrith in trouble, but they sort of almost run themselves out of room. So from the Knights, I'm looking to do that again, but give yourself a bit more space.
Oh, the movement here from Stapleton, though. Beat 2 of them and then nearly got away. Again, it was McCarthy who stops the try from the footwork of Stapleton. Such a dangerous player out here on the wing. Almost wish you could get her more ball, potentially putting her in a link position based on the way she's going.
I think so. I wouldn't mind seeing a middle link dump with her scooping. Definitely a lot of speed. Chance here.
Here's Button. Stapleton stays wide. Gets the ball in her hands. Try time here. It's cleared from the referees. And Stapleton, who's had a massive day and an incredible tournament, picks up a try here in the decider. It's 5-0.
Yeah, good call there from the referees, because that was a close one, marginal whether it was forward or not. But you'll see that the referee in the centre has actually looked across to her sideline referee, which could see the ball coming out of their hands. So we've got the right call there. And now 5-0. Can they come back, or is it going to be the Panthers in 2024?
I'm happy with that. Stanto out of the hands, flat, and then floating forward. Ella's caught here on the last, plays it quickly inside the 7. But the Panthers stepped up equally as quick. By the time Ellis was ready to pass the ball, they were already on her. That, of course, is the danger if you're playing it inside that 7 mark.
And it's a really good thing, I suppose, not to sort of discount for a lot of the teams that do get through to these 3-game series, is not to worry so much about game 1. You know, I know it was only a couple of hours ago, we were talking about Penrith losing the game, but finishing game 1 playing really well. And it's like they haven't stopped. Easy win in game 2, now they're up 5-0 in game 3. So you definitely don't want to get too disheartened if you're not winning game 1, but you want to be playing good footy.
Penrith certainly doing that so far in this decider here. With 11 minutes on the clock, Newcastle needing 3 tries to get themselves in front at this point. Keep driving forward. They won't be able to continue doing so. Change over here for Penrith, so they just keep piling on the pressure here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard here. Penrith almost scored to win it, you'd almost think, wouldn't you? 5-0 with coming into the last 10 minutes. Knight's definitely on the rack. Commentators curse. I'm on fire today. Every time I say you're doing well, you're going to drop it.
I might need to start talking about things outside of football for me. Tell me I'm doing a terrible job with things and all of a sudden I'll be the next millionaire winning lotto.
I want to see you on, what's that game with the suitcases, is it? Deal or
Deal
no
or
deal?
No Deal.
I want to see you on that, Preston, with the giving you the big cross yelling out no deal. That's what we want to see, I think.
A minute to win it, baby. All the money in the world. I'm not taking short change. Give me that $250 in the case.
Why not?
So here are the Panthers looking to win themselves here. They want a deal. And the deal, of course, is silverware. Here they come through Carroll and now Womel. Tipping it on. She's claiming it was touched in flight.
Yeah, you'll see they've run out of room again there, James. They've got the 3-on-2 overlap, but they've run out of room. They've really got to go towards top of the screen. That's where the space is here.
Oh, Carroll, great footwork, stepping twice off the left foot. Beat the first two defenders. Not the diving effort, though, of Letitia West.
Yeah, so really good performance, I think, overall, you know, over the whole tournament. When I mean the tournament, I mean like the conference play as well from the Knights. But both these teams are really dominant on their way through to this one, so it was always going to be an interesting matchup. And Penrith, probably the difference has been Penrith have improved throughout the day a fraction more than the Knights. But McCarthy, she's not done yet.
Here is McCarthy looking to link up, sending it wide. Beautiful pass there. And Forbes Abercrombie is on the board for Newcastle. Well, they needed something special and they delivered.
I absolutely love seeing these champion players. It's happened almost in every grand final we've seen, James. A team's in real trouble, they're down by a couple, and then the champion player rises to the surface, and on that occasion it was McCarthy. They're down by 5-0 coming into the last 9 minutes. She's put them on her back, set up the try, and the Knights still with a chance.
Great work, as you can see there on the Guzmani Gomez replay. Stephen getting across the line as the touch is made here from Bond, and now Golding here for Penrith, trying to work for an opportunity. Golding through the middle, once more Shemp. Stapleton left with nowhere to go. So still Penrith in the ascendancy, but the equation looking a little better here for the Knights. Bond has scored again. Short pass there from Letitia West. Heading up towards halfway. Good footwork. Opening up a little passage of play here for the Knights. And now a nice strong drive, but they don't capitalise on it. They'll leave it behind. And the changeover happens just metres into enemy territory.
Yeah, probably not the best set there for the Knights, but one of the things, James, is for the viewers to be aware of is that, you know, they have to beat a lot of great teams to get to this point, and the Knights almost knocked off 3 favourites on the way to get here. They beat Maitland in the quarter. Manly, who everyone thought were going to be favourites to be the state champs, knocked them off in the semi, and then Northern Beaches, another favourite in the final. So the Knights are a little bit like the giant killers. They've been knocking off all the top dogs, and now they've got to try and come back against this Penrith team.
Well, here they go. They've already begun the comeback, scoring the last try, but they'll need another 2 to take the lead from here. Ellers turns it back to the middle. Nice quick pick up as well. Ellers' fancy footwork. They continue passing out towards this right-hand side. Ireland, good to see she's back after suffering that little knock a little bit earlier. Ellers with the fancy footwork. Now wrapping around again. Ellers the draw and pass. It's still alive here for Newcastle. And then ultimately, it dies there with Letitia West. No one there for her to try and find a pass to. So Penrith continue driving forward. They're nearing closer and closer to victory inside the final 6 minutes, and that is music to their ears.
Yeah, we saw this last game with, I think it was the Hills, with the boys. They had a chance to ice the game, didn't take it, and Manly came back. Penrith with the same opportunity here. A try here probably ices the game and gives them the state champions title.
Bouncing around is Button. Touch made from Ellens. Numbers back through the middle here. Golding slowing it down. Ison now drops it down. Golding, quick pick up. Ison appears as an option back on that right-hand side. Ison heavily marked. It was a good run from her, but even better defence from the Knights there. Last play, they've got one more to see off.
A great D there from the Knights. I thought Penrith had him for all money, running against the grain to the top of the screen, but Knights hanging in there.
Golding floats it to the middle. Womel under pressure though. Touches made from Ireland. Now here she is with ball in hand. Womel steps up. Hands come away from the touch. She's saying, I haven't done anything wrong, sir. Dummy comes out. I'll have to go back onto the mark for that one.
Yeah, I think you mentioned Womel, hasn't she? Had a great tournament. The number 5 for Penrith. Really classy day and really good on her scoop. I really like the speed she's been showing getting out of the blocks.
She's been excellent as well, and of course the Southern Conference too. So very strong period of footy from Aaliyah Womel. It's McCarthy now. Picks it up and then finds a short pass here for MacArthur. McCarthy to MacArthur. Drops it down. McCarthy again, having a little look at them. Gets all the way through, looking to link up. But they got it just in time. Touch was made. It's a matter of inches there. McCarthy took off. She did find support. And she evaded that little clip of the heel. We would have been looking at a 1-point ball game with 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, certain players just seem to have time with the ball and a really good read. McCarthy almost took the intercept there to get him right back in the game. And I know we're looking at our younger players here, but you know she looks like a Women's Premier League player already. Absolute superb range of skills there, the number 10 McCarthy.
Meters once again here from Womel. And then up steps Rose Bond to make the touch for Newcastle. Quick promotion of the footy. Jim out wide. Long pass here, looking for Stapleton. A pass that really didn't need to be thrown here from Penrith. They're in control. They've just got to complete sets.
Yeah, we're coming into the last 3 minutes. It's something probably some of the junior teams haven't done that well today, is being able to close out a game. And it's been, you know, a little bit of try for try and a few unforced errors. So Newcastle with a chance to try and squeeze their way back into it, but they're going to have to get it probably on this set.
They've got a penalty here for forceful contact. That results in plenty of metres here for McCarthy. So by play number 1, 10 metres into enemy territory. As Hagan rolls it back. No flow about this set at all so far though. It's all very haphazard and stop-start. MacArthur drops it down. Now McCarthy, all little bobble. She was potentially running at a player she thought was offside there in the form of Gomez, but ruled to be onside, and McCarthy can't believe it.
Yeah, probably a little bit unlucky not to get the call on that occasion. Pretty good scoop, and I think Newcastle, if they don't get the result today, I think they'd be ruined that the fact that they didn't do that sort of play a little bit early. Maybe the first 10-15 minutes in the game, they definitely look better with the dump scoop type rolling game, James.
So just 2 minutes remaining now here between Penrith and Newcastle. Newcastle cannot afford to concede again, and they need to score very quickly here. Maybe an intercept, the order of the day. For Penrith, doing exactly this is what the doctor asked for. 90 seconds on the clock. And they are ticking down every second of it. Womel, good footwork again. Womel off the left, off the right. Diving from distance, but not getting the try. Offside is called, but that should do it here for Penrith. I think the clock will beat Newcastle now.
Yeah, penalty's probably as good as a try there, and Womel the master with another chance here.
Again, she'll have a crack at them. This is smart from Womel. Just keep diving at the line. Chew up those valuable seconds. Womel drops it down. Again, receives it back. Golding called offside initially. There's a second penalty. And it's a forced sub as well there for Hagan. 45 seconds. They've got this one in the bag. They can start the celebrations in earnest. There's the dummy, the icing on the cake from Indiana Carroll. 7-2. and Penrith are the state champions.
Yeah, they've done well, and even more impressive that they went down in game one. I really like teams developing throughout the day, getting better, coming together, and it's made for some great touch to see this 3-game series. As we mentioned, Newcastle, a great campaign, and Penrith just probably marginally better throughout the day as they've grown.
A tight affair, that first match, of course, 8-7. Newcastle claimed it, but Penrith have been the first try scorer in every match. And now with timeout, they can start celebrating. The girls storm the field. What a few weeks it's been for them. Drama in their victory over the Roosters in Wagga Wagga. But no drama here at Tempe. The result in the bag for a little while now. But they will be celebrating for the entirety of this afternoon. What a time for the Panthers. Newcastle can hold their heads high. They pushed them all the way to a decider. And in just a moment, we'll catch up with one of the members of the Penrith Panthers, the victorious Panthers in the 16 girls division, with Jason Stanton. But we'll take a quick break just beforehand.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Jason standing here sideline with Amber Stapleton. What a game, Penrith champions. How does it feel?
It feels really good. Like, we trained so hard. We put all that effort on the field. We left nothing left in the tank, so it feels so good to take home the whole gold.
I was tired just watching you there. I think you were playing on the wing on the bottom of the screen. Did you substitute at all in that game?
I think I had like 2 subs, just quick drink break, and I went back on. Yeah, it was very difficult. The heat's so bad, but yeah, we pulled it together, so it's good.
Yeah, you had an amazing game. Normally it's like maybe one of the middle players that we're looking at, but you're definitely the best out there. And how did you come back? What was the feeling in the team after going down in game 1? Because you had to come back and win the next 2.
Yeah, so we always have a rough game 1, but we always like pull it together as a team, because like it's like just the feeling of like just coming back in game 1. We always put more effort in. We look at their gameplay and then we like adjust to it. So yeah.
That's awesome. Well, congrats, Amber. Great work. And Penrith Panthers, they're the state champions in 2024.
Thank you.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Welcome back here to the Canterbury Velodrome in Tempe, the home of New South Wales touch football. It's Guzmani Gomez State Finals Day. We're looking for our champions here. Both these sides have already won their respective conferences. For Penrith, the Southern Conference in Wagga Wagga 2 weeks ago, and Manly, of course, claiming the Northern Conference in Dubbo last week. James Preston and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action here. 25 minutes on the clock. The first try worth 3 points. And, of course, each subsequent try worth the 2. No half-time breaks. Here come Manly with first use of the ball. And that is their talisman right there, Alyssa Medved. Medved gets it back once more here. Touch is made from Ma Chong. Perritt goes wide early. Not a bad idea. They'd all rushed in. Vera left with oodles of space. It's a good idea for Manly to begin with. Something a little bit different.
Yeah, pretty good start there, and I'm not sure what's to go with these game threes today. They're making it exciting, aren't they? All of our junior teams making it great viewing. Hopefully you've been in front of the box all day. Most ones going down to the wire.
So here comes Manly with good field position now. French is out there. French bouncing around. Marchong makes the touch. French goes long for Vera. Good ball there. Vera kept the width, but a great covering touch from Sienna Bruce. The pass has been ruled forward, but credit to Bruce, she was on the spot too. Two of the real speedsters of the 18 girls division.
Yeah, like what we're seeing here from Manly, it's almost the opposite of what we saw in the 16s, where Manly's gone down in game 1, but very dominant in game 2. I think it might have been 4 or 5 tries to 2. So Penrith will have a little bit to think about before this game 3 to see if they can replicate what their younger girls team have just pulled off.
So Ito now driving upfield, and then Bonner on the follow-up. No points as of yet. The decider here for the state championship. 1 game apiece so far in the best-of-3 series. Vera drops a pass here for the run of Bishop. Now wider still. Chiming in to make the touch was Bonner. Gray sends it back towards the middle. Smythe. And now at pace. Here they come once more. Vera an option wider still. It doesn't come that far though. Jackson is caught on the last. There's the changeover. After 2 minutes, Manly dominating field position but unable to get themselves on the board.
Yeah, Manly definitely look the better of the two at the moment. So this is where Penrith have got to adjust a little bit. They've turned the ball over again here, James. They've got to get back in the game, and it's probably going to be their drive that's going to get them back into it.
So 10 metres into enemy territory, and Manly driving forward now. They'll drop it down. Short pass here for Carissa Smythe. Gray back to Smythe. Setting up for a play here. They drop it down quickly. Gray at the line. Lovely pass intercepted though from the Panthers. Off they go. It's a foot race here. Vera also chiming in. They've called it back though. No advantage there for Manly. Offside was the initial indiscretion.
Off to the races there. I was loving it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought chase.
Shaylee Ito was going to be off and running. I think that might be the second time Ito's been called back for an intercept today. Gray once more. Quick hands, all nearly finding the wing there. It was looming, another potential try. But instead, after just over 3 minutes, we're still locked up here, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, nothing on the scoreboard. I definitely feel like Manly's had the run of the game, but we've been seeing it all day in these grand finals. You've got to turn that possession into points, or it comes back to bite you, because they're both great teams. So while Manly's had the run of the game, if they don't get the points, Penrith can work their way back into it, as we're seeing here.
Lovely ball here for Dool Dunham, who then attacks at pace. They cut her out on this occasion. The ball goes to ground, and Bonner, unfortunately, can't capitalise on the space that it opened up. Gray now, driving forward. Nice little pass here for Vera. Short ball here from Gray, and now Taudian popping in. Taudian caught around about 7 metres away from the halfway line. Under pressure again, beats the first attempt here of Dool Dunham. Now Medved puts the foot down. Here comes Medved, popping a pass over the top. Oh, the ankle tap comes in there on Patterson. They'll go back to the mark, but Manly in good field position here. They float to the middle. Medved Short ball here once again for Calms. Drops it down. They'll have a crack here, Manly. They get it to ground. Try time. It's 3-0 in the decider.
I think it was Gemma Calms, was it there, James? And it's not an easy thing to do. She's got the ball. She's ready to dump. She's just about to bend down into it. Then all of a sudden, she's got the composure to get back upright, take off, and then a low dive. It's a very complicated sequence there. She made it look easy.
Well, very smart play because she went with the referee's call there, which was play through, play on. That player wasn't back on side. You don't have to play the ball. So it's part of that little dump. Wonderful heads-up footy from Gemma Calms, and she puts her side in front. So here come Penrith now looking for a right of reply, and Elford certainly has that. The daughter of Shane burns them on the outside. She's a great fullback in the Lisa Fiola Cup, and we're seeing that kind of pace on display here in touch footy in that link position.
Yeah, that was just straight speed there, but I think probably Manly guilty of maybe just a bit of a lapse in concentration because they have dominated the first 5 minutes. They got the first try, and that one almost against the run of play, but it just shows how talented these teams are. You've got to be right on and see another error here. So Penrith largely outplayed, now well and truly in this with a bit of ball.
So Penrith now with a chance to go on the attack themselves, having just scored the last try before they drive through Graham Whittle. Now Elford again at pace. Good speed about her work. Once more dropping it down. Elford with a short pass. Popping it here for Thayer. Now Thayer rolls it back on the 7. Penalty here to Penrith. Graham Whittle now. Back for Thayer. Thayer dropping it down. Elford sweeps around at pace. Elford still has them on tenterhooks at the moment. Back to the 7 metre mark they go. Thayer. Graham Whittle. They drop it down quickly. Elford's all over the place at the moment. Vera's been caught infield, but thanks to her speed, she shuts down the opportunity very quickly. Not many other wingers could do that.
Yeah, really good save there. There's a lot of space she had to cover, but she took care of that whole bottom half of the field there.
Here's Graham Whittle. Short pass. Oh, it's popped nicely into a gap, but then chiming in quickly. I think it might have been Taudian who shut it down very, very well. And still Manly with a slender margin here at 3-2. 1 try apiece, but of course the bonus point for that first try. Around about 7 minutes of play have transpired here at Tempe.
Yeah, only the bonus point the difference, and it's really interesting the way that different plays work throughout, different trends, and we've been seeing a lot of those sweeper plays today, but you really got to sweep and then straighten up. That's what's been working. This will be a penalty for offside. There was 2 or 3 touches there in a row. But yeah, so you want to be sweeping, James, and you really want to straighten up and dive. That's what's been working throughout all the divisions, rather than sweep and try and run around the whole team. So have a look for those plays in this last 15 minutes.
Medved and French combining really well in this set. And they link up once again here and go very close to a try. Medved thinks she's got there, and she has not got there in time. Penrith just get across, close it off. They were confident, the Panthers defenders. Medved certainly asked the question though. Bouncing around about 9 metres away. Now rolling on the 7. French caught inside the 7. Back she goes now. 16:45 on the clock. Medved to French. Last one now. Heading to that short side. Turning it back through the middle. Sophie Bishop says, I move Bishop to TRY.
Great response there from Manly, and a nice little trail play there. Really hard to defend those ones when you're coming back on that 45-degree angle, and really hard to stop. You'll see on the replay that they sent the sweeper around, dummied to the sweeper, and then trailed the dummy half. A very classy play, and if you're at home, you might be get your X's and O's out, look at that play, and you might try it yourself when you're on the field.
Some mad scribbling on the chalkboard, that's for sure. As Dool Dunham is back out there for Penrith. Ma Chong, so too is she. Ma Chong fires it wide. Manly pick it off. They're off for the prize here. It's Patterson down the sideline. Dool Dunham's very quick. She's gaining on her, but Patterson can outlast her. Dives. Dool Dunham's claiming it though. Oh, what a try saver from Dool Dunham. very quick, full stretch. Patterson thought she'd got her, but Dool Dunham, a wonderful effort, just a metre away from the line.
It's definitely the chase of the day. You'd never see better than that. And if Penrith end up coming back, just remember that moment. Dool Dunham running coast to coast to save the try.
The Grey looking to put in the killer blow right now, sends it wide. Vera's on the spot. You can't deny Jasmine from wing to wing, and Manly have a third.
Yeah, great play there by Manly, and it's something we see quite often when there's like an intercept or a real big length-to-length type play. You want to go straight into your next play because they're all going to be puffing and off their feet, and Manly did a really good job there of not letting Penrith off the hook, moving the ball quite well, and now at 7-2, Penrith with a little bit of work to do.
Let's have a look at Patterson on the sideline as well. She's very gassed after that effort. It was a length of the field, a good 70 metres here. And you can't exactly say for no result. Pretty much the next play, they spread from left to right and come away with the try. So great to see there from Patterson. They'll roll it down now, about 8 metres away. Elford throwing it wide. Elford looking for the return blow. Bruce is on the spot, but Vera does a great job and gets across in time.
Yeah, definitely when you get to the back end of game 3, James, in the sun, I think that 70-metre run feels like 170. So a great effort. Manly got the try, 7-2. They probably need one more to put this one to bed.
Stano, let me assure you, if it feels like 170 for you, it feels like about 700 for me. I was a long-distance runner back in the day, but those days are well beyond me as Bishop again takes off. There was an opportunity, I feel, for Bishop just to put the foot down there.
James, you need to catch an Uber. So if Uber's watching, you might want to sponsor Touch, get involved, because we need your services. Well, James does anyway.
Well, I can tell you right now, we've got the velodrome around the outside of the field here, and I wouldn't make the whole distance without a car, so might be a good call. Come and join the action right here. We've got Guzmani Gomez providing all their support, along with Steeden and a host of other wonderful sponsors, including ISC, for all of our apparel needs. Wide they go now. A touch here on Ito. And that will be the turnover for Manly. Roughly halfway through this game now. 7-2. It's a big lead to try and mow down here from the Penrith Panthers. Patterson is back out there now. It's a short stint. She's still huffing and puffing. They'll play it quickly. Good meters here from Taudian. Side thing run in and away. Oh, Wall didn't even look for Vera, who was unmarked. Would have been a second for Jasmine. They'll go back that way again. Taudian, though, great work. And nearly sorted another try here for Calms. Her footwork is excellent, Taudian.
Yeah, Manly almost seem it looks like they've gained half a step, like all the players, not anyone in particular. They just seem to be really engaging in it, really excited that they're up the 3-1 here. So Penrith have got to try and wrestle their way back into it because Manly full of running.
Well, they do say confidence is king, and they're certainly playing very confident football at the moment. So the ball arrives here for Dicker. Dicker now getting away from them, tries to pop a pass over the top. Ball goes to ground. And another changeover here in favour of Manly, deep in their own end.
Yeah, you mentioned Steeden earlier, one of our partners, James, and I think for those new to the game, the thing that I like is that the touch ball's different from the rugby league ball, slightly different size. And then we have, like 2 other sizes for the medium and like the junior ball. So I really like that touch has a specific ball, extra grip. So shout out to Steeden for doing a great job, and obviously for rugby league, all the balls, but it's good to see touch having its own version of the ball.
Yeah, a little bit smaller as well, of course, allowing for those wonderful one-handed sliding dive put downs and long spiralling passes as Elford takes off, but the touch has already occurred here. So back to around about 15 metres shy of the try line. Elford turns it back on the inside for Graham Whittle. Now Dool Dunham drops it down on the 7. Nobody in there to take advantage of that quick play the ball though. Graham Whittle again. Dool Dunham once more drops it down. I haven't really asked too many questions in this set. They've had the opportunity to do so. Vera gets across now. It's all a little bit slow motion at the moment from Penrith.
I think so. They were lucky to get the penalty there. I think it might have been for not moving forward. So now Penrith, this is pretty much where it's at. I know there's 10 minutes to go, but they haven't had a lot of good ball, and now they have it. A fresh set. They've really got to run a couple plays and ask some questions here of the Manly defence.
Graham Whittle and Dual Dunham cycling the footy nice and quick. Now Elford sweeps around once again. Elford goes to ground. Medved makes the touch though. Still early in this set. Elford rolls it back. It arrives now for Graham Whittle. Graham Whittle caught here. Dual Dunham in an acting half. Graham Whittle again, short pass. Easy pickings there for Perrott. Back to the 7 they come once more. Midway through the count. Dual Dunham caught now, and now it is the last. Graham Whittle floating it long, nowhere to go. They'll cycle the footy back towards the middle there with Diaz, but they had a number of opportunities there with quick roll balls from Dual Dunham in particular. They just didn't capitalise on them.
Yeah, they weren't able to utilise that. Sometimes you got to hit the hole better off the ball. You got to really press to get the Manly defence making a decision. I'm not sure if they have it in their arsenal, but I wouldn't mind seeing Penrith doing that. The two middles dumping with the link coming charging onto it, because they've been a little bit lateral with the sweeping. So maybe something a bit straighter might work against this Manly defence that looks really good at the moment.
Marchand bouncing about, operating down that left-hand side, turns it back on the inside for Graham Whittle. If there was going to be a player that could pry apart this Manly defence, it's Bailey Marchand, and she steps up when they needed her most.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like it's great play there from the Panthers, and I think at the same time you probably can't help but thinking, we've got 16, 17 minutes into it, and I think they needed a bit of that straighter play earlier in the game. They're still in this one, but I think they've shown the way they need to play to beat Manly and to get back into this one.
So now a little bit of life here for Penrith. They still need the 2 tries to get in front. But what was Mount Kilimanjaro now turns into somewhat of a molehill instead. So they come to Calms, who drops it down quickly here for Manly. Taudian, who's grown in stature as this game has gone on, found a really nice pass then as well. Unfortunately for Patterson, just escaping her grasp.
Yeah, it was a really good pass. The winger probably could have been even wider, a little bit further to the top of your screen, because Manly executed that really well. And now Penrith's got a little bit more run. They need to get a 6 again or a penalty. They need to get some good ball here again.
Marchand is out there though. She's the one to watch, hopping in an acting half for just a moment there. And keep cycling the footy through the middle. Flat ball here, and hitting the attack is Taya Moore. Once again, they're marching forward. Marchand is deep. Options out on this left-hand side. Marchand heads back to the right instead. And there is the turnover. A deliberate play, though, from Marchand just to kill it away from the Manly box.
I think so. Penrith, if you're in the Penrith box here, you really got to step it up now. You've got to meet Manly in defence, really. You throw everything at them coming into this last 5, because you're going to need 2 tries to win it. If you're on the Manly side, you don't want to worry about the scoreboard too much. Complete your sets, get up and down the field, start diving at some of the defenders' feet, look for the penalty, really keep the Penrith defence honest. So let's see how this last 7 pans out.
Medved scoops it up once again, looking for an opportunity here, running from acting half. Smart play from Medved. Gray now links up out wide again. It's gone to ground though. Geez, they've had some opportunities in the last couple of sets.
Well, it worked for them earlier in the game, and then now they're probably playing the same way. Sometimes you've got to change gears a little bit in the back sort of 5-10 minutes of a grand final to ice the game, and we haven't seen a lot of that. A lot of our junior games today have been a bit try for try, which is super exciting. But I mean, I think if you're a Manly fan, you'd rather them score one more and put it away.
Moore had an option to go wider still. In fact, it was Elford there. Out wide and unmarked was Ito. Playing now for Dicker. Dual Dunham. Bouncing around. Short pass here. Picks it up. Has a little scoot. Elford in support. Dual Dunham very quick. Not quick enough to get around the Manly defenders, but smart play. Dual Dunham draws the penalty. Just under 6 to go. There's some tired bodies out there now for Manly all of a sudden.
Yeah, starting to get a little bit off their feet. This is where Dual Dunham's got to stand right back up at the 12, bring them right up as they are there. Not with that dump, but they've got to bring Manly right up. So when they get a bit tired on their feet, you don't want to be creeping too close into the line inside the 7. You want to be at the 7 or further out. Manly struggling with their subs here. This is this could be a big finish if Penrith can steal the next one.
Good pressure here from Penrith. A few plays down, they've barely gone anywhere here, Manly. Little bobble in the play of the ball, let go there from Taudian. Now Smythe picks up good meterage. Last play here. They'll try and cycle the ball. I don't think that was played at. In fact, it's come off the side of the head there of Ito.
All right, so this is probably it here. I don't want to go off too early here, James, but I think coming into the last 5, Penrith needing 2 scores. I think they've got to get some value out of this set. A 6 again, a penalty, or a try. They've really got to have to get a result.
Here's Graham Whittle. Now a short ball here for Marchong. Marchong bouncing across the field. Looking to work for that strike done. Marchong drops it down. Now options out on that right-hand side. Cuts back against the grain. She takes it herself. She's grabbed this game by the scruff of the neck, and the Panthers for that matter, and brought them with her. She set up the first of their tries for Graham Whittle. Now she gets their third. The margin down to 1. It's game on in the final 4.5.
Well, we always get what we ask for, don't we? We wanted close games. We wanted a big finish. We've got it again. And you might have caught on the replay there, Penrith very patient, got Manly right up off the line and then diving at the offside player. So it's almost like they were tuning in to the KO coverage, and they've executed right on point. And we're 7-6 coming into the last 4.
The drama of live sport. It's unmatched, unrivaled. It's all live, exclusive and free thanks to KO. Right here, the decider for the state championships. 18 girls division, brought to you by Guzmani Gomez. Dul Dunham drops it down quickly. Great roll ball. They had to hit Dul Dunham directly. Maybe not. Maybe they can go the express route. It's called back.
A diving touch there. Both the referees in great position. And Penrith, it's a game of inches, isn't it? Another half step and they could have been up 8-7. Manly have gone from cruising to victory to being on the rack here. This is a grandstand finish.
Jeez, I still think that through the hands of Dul Dunham was the better option there. I had them strip the numbers, but they went wide early. However, they'll get another look at the line here, Penrith, inside the final 3 minutes. Down by 1, and all of a sudden, the Seagulls are panicking.
Yeah, I'd be looking for a quick dump here, giving it to Dul Dunham. She's got plenty of run and players are off their feet.
There she is again, a little pocket rocket, Dul Dunham.
Well, she kept him into that game with that great chase, and now they're only 1 try away from giving her the reward probably she deserves. Penrith have definitely responded in this one.
Well, you're right, Jason Stanton. You mentioned when that happened. How crucial will that prove to be? Long ball here for Sienna Bruce. Bruce bouncing around off the foot. They'll get another penalty here. So now there's a number of concerns for Manly.
Yeah, Manly just got to try and be active here if they can. Get off the line on the Penrith side. I'd be walking right back here, James. I'd be getting them right up. They're tired. And I'd be asking questions. Here we go again.
It's Marchong who's out there once more. She's been the key architect so far. Marchong again, going wide early. There's plenty of space there. They'll cycle it back to the middle here through Elford.
Yeah, it's not quite the right play. They've really got to get Manly up. You can see the Manly links the back. Penrith have got to be patient and get the whole team up if they want to get this winning try.
Here's Marchong, goes all the way through. Links up out wide, and Penrith have the lead. It's 8-7, and there's only 90 seconds on the clock. Bailey Marchong once again produces for the Panthers.
We've been seeing it throughout this whole state finals day. When you get ball and you get a lot of possession, you have to kick on and really break out a bit of a lead. You can't go try for try. They're all great teams. Penrith have just hung in it, and now they've probably got to defend 1 set. Can they hold Manly out 1 set and be the champs?
I think it might have been Matilda Telfer who's got that try, and the try could be telling for that matter. Here's French. French brings it all the way to the line. 1 minute to go here. Manly somehow might be going home empty-handed. Penrith have pulled victory out of the jaws of defeat. The call is for more pressure from the Panthers defenders. Here comes French though. French takes off. What a touch. What a touch through the middle. That might have saved it for them. It's a massive play there from Faya. Well, they've just got to hold the ball now. 30 seconds on the clock. That should be enough time to see out the whole set. Elford, the draw and the pass. They pick up extra valuable metres. Still alive here for the Panthers for the finish. They put the foot down. Game, set, match. Try time for Sienna Bruce. The championship is heading to the foot of the mountains. The Panthers are on the prowl.
Panthers, they just hung in there. This game looked to be Manly for all money. For the first, 5, 10, 15 minutes, Penrith just stuck with them. They've kicked on and they're the champs, James.
Well, they threw caution to the wind with that final play. We all thought they were just going to tuck it under the arm, but Elford had other ideas. She set Bruce on a path down the sideline. What a way to finish. And Penrith, who were down by 5 points with only around about 6 minutes remaining, produce a pile-on. 8 points, 4 tries, and they claim the 18 girls state championship. Jason Stanton will catch up with one of the Penrith players in just a moment. We'll take a very short break, and then after Stanto has a little word, we wrap it all up with the big one. The final dance for the 18 boys, Wagga Wagga Vipers up against the Central Coast Dolphins.
Jason Stanton here, sideline with champion. The Panthers are champs. I'm here with Lucy. Dill Dunham, how does it feel?
It feels amazing. Oh, it's the best feeling ever. I love it.
It was great. How did you come back? Like in a game 3, like did you do anything different, or you just felt you could get them?
I think we just felt we could get him. We tried to work on our driving down the field to get the ball down the field. But other than that, we just stuck with our defence and just did our best.
And my favourite play for the game, I must say, was when Manly were away for all money and you come flying across the field. How did you save that try?
I just saw it and I was like, oh, I have to chase this. So I just took off and I was like, am I going to get there? And I dived and hit her boot and I was like, I got her! But it was scary. It
was amazing. Certainly that was the play of the whole game for me. And I felt like Manly in the first 10-15 minutes probably had your measure, and I felt like they're going to be the champs. And it was almost like that chase turned it around.
Yeah.
And then how did you feel coming back? Did you feel you could get them?
Yeah, I feel like after I got that touch, the whole team lifted and our energy just went straight up, and that's when we just rolled over them and we won.
Awesome. Big congrats. Very happy for you. The Panthers are champions, state champions for 2024.
Tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Well, welcome back here to Tempe. Guzmani Gomez State Championships Finals Day. the winners of the Southern Conference up against the Northern Conference, and we end it in style. It's the big one. The 18 boys division, with arguably the two tightest contests of the day so far between the Wagga Wagga Vipers and the Central Coast Dolphins. The first match, Wagga somehow taken the victory away from them right at the death by the Central Coast Dolphins, 15-14, but then in like fashion, they responded right on the bell to win Game 2, 10-9. Jason Stanton, we well and truly have saved the best for last.
We definitely have, and I have been saying for a couple of weeks now, let's see whether my little predictions proved correct. I did say Wagga would win the South, Central Coast the North, and I had Wagga winning this, so I can't change my mind to the coast now. I'm going to have to stick with Wagga as my tip.
We have made the call early, but speaking of early, first attempt, and Jake Dixon gets across the line for the Central Coast Dolphins. It's taken all of 20 seconds.
And that's a really good settler for the coast, because I think they've been a little bit off in games 1 and 2. I had a chat with Coach Walkerton coming into this one, and he just wanted a real steady and real disciplined performance like we've seen last week. That's all he needs, nothing special, and that's a great start.
So now the Vipers getting quite literally their first use of the ball in this decider. It acts as the championship final. One game apiece if you're just joining us. 15-14, Dolphins claim the first one, and then 10-9 to the Vipers. This time, the Vipers turn it over here. Wagga Wagga, who won, of course, in front of a very vocal home crowd a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, very much so. There's no home crowd here. They're both away from home. Central Coast and Wagga, and this could be a bit of a match-up of the heavyweights. Jesse Walker, the number 7 for Coast, and number 11, Reynoldson for the Wagga team.
There goes Hunt looking long. Lucas read it well, though, and jammed in for the Vipers and made the touch. Now Beer provides a little pass here for Plum. Lucas, Beer once again with the dummy. Lucas with the short ball. Now they'll head a little bit wider still here, the Vipers, dropping it down inside enemy territory. Billy Maher pops the pass back toward the middle. Now Cole, Maher having a little look at them again. They keep it alive here, cycling possession around. Maher for a moment there, it looked like he was going to go for the chip and chase. The leg came up. It just turned out to be the goose step. There's the turnover. So far the Dolphins, they look switched on in this match. There's the commentator's curse. It had to happen, but it's a much better start from the Dolphins compared to games 1 and 2 so far.
Yeah, very much so, and a real good call there from the referee Cheesley, because that's not an easy one to get that forward pass on the ruck when you're running back to get the 7. So classy call on that occasion.
So Mattingly caught here, and then back to the 7-metre mark. Maher in at acting half again. Lovely pass there from Diesel Watson, but the hands just failing the Vipers on that occasion. They had opened up space in both that link and middle channel.
Yeah, I wonder whether Wagga sort of picked up on that one. The short ball would have been a try when it went through the hands, so they probably need to hit short, maybe go a little bit more direct to start the game before they go wider. Central Coast, probably the reverse of that. I'd be running the middle dumps and looking wider.
Here comes Hunt, though, putting the foot down. Great diving touch from the Vipers, though. And after around about 3 minutes of play, it's end-to-end. It's enterprising from both teams here. A great end to what's been a wonderful, ultimately 3-week tournament between the Southern Conference, Northern Conference, and now finals day, where we bring the two worlds together. Hinch, a tough one for him to take. It didn't come out of the hands right. We haven't really seen too much of Lindsay Hinch so far in this tournament either. We're still waiting for him to really get that scoop and drive working.
Yeah, he was amazing a couple of weeks ago, and I like what I'm seeing from Central Coast in the midfield, how they're meeting this Wagga team. You would have heard me over the last few weeks say that Wagga, in my view, are the best driving team in the state. But Central Coast are meeting them here. You'll see the number 60, they're charging up to meet them at the box. So it's a real good ploy there, probably something that Coach Walkerton's picked up on, and Central Coast will need more of that if they're to get over the top of Wagga in this game.
Reynoldson getting his first run of the match just then and there. Now they drive forward through Transfield. Walker. Well, that is interesting so far. We haven't really seen any of Walker or Reynoldson so far in the first 5 minutes. It's almost been a case of the rest of the cast holding the fort.
And I wouldn't mind that. If I was on the Central Coast side of it, you're up 3-0 and you haven't got your best couple of players with the ball in hand, that's a really good sign. And I would just keep focusing on completing the sets. This is the best Central Coast have played all today out of game 1, 2, 3. So really good start from the Dolphins.
So the Vipers looking to hit back here as Ma turns it away to that right-hand side. Good meters here from Mattingly. And now again, diving from distance, the touch is made once more here from Riley Post. And I must say, out wide, Harrison Wheeler was furious. He didn't get the ball. There was oodles of space for him.
Yeah, see, this is referee Cheesley again. It's really hard. I know I'm giving him a bit of a rap, but it's a really hard thing to do. You're rushing back to set the 7, and then you actually pick up the forward pass. It's almost behind you. So he's caught him twice there. Pretty good call.
Wheeler receives it here from Ma'u. Little bobble before collecting possession and then diving for the line. 19.5 minutes to go here. 5.5 gone. Just the one try in it. Central Coast Dolphins scoring first and collecting that bonus point. Ma goes long. Lovely pass. Cutting back against the grain. In, away. Burning him on the outside. Riley Howard goes in for the try. But they're going to say the touch was made. Last one now. Mattingly operates down a short side. Well, he'd done enough to just squeeze the pass there if he wanted, but then delayed on it. And it gave the Dolphins enough time to come back in.
Super touch. Was that Kesby? I think he saved a couple in the last game too. Great wing play there.
Well, Kesby's been unreal. He scored hat-tricks in both matches so far, Dylan Kesby. And a try saver on that occasion, of course. And now they take off through Diesel Watson. Watson plays it here for Wheeler. Ma floating around in the middle. Watson once more having a little look at them. Touch is made. Walker and Russell working hard through the middle here for the Dolphins. Russell makes that touch. Mattingly loses footing. Great pass off the ground. That nearly fooled them all. And they're very vocal here on the sideline, the Dolphins. Bouncing across field. A long pass here. That'll hit the deck ahead of time. And it's a credit to this up and in, aggressive defensive style from the Dolphins so far.
Yeah, good adjustment there from the Dolphins coming into this game. I like that they've been active in the midfield and bringing the energy. They've got to have a loud box, so they've definitely started the better of the two.
Now Hunt, hopping out of acting half, short pass for Dransfield. Well read though from Mattingly. He makes the touch here for the Vipers.
Yeah, one of the things with Wagga, James, I'd like to see them do, look out for it when they get down there, is they have Central Coast sort of a little bit in trouble, but there's I'd like to see, like if they do that quick release or the middle link coming onto it, just getting it and just going straight for the line. You know, that little hesitation's giving Coast a chance to recover, so let's see whether Wagga can maybe do that on their next opportunity.
So Hunt now driving forward for the Dolphins. Post in an acting half and then back to Hunt. Rodriguez to Hunt once more, who drops it down. Nice quick scoop. Hunt operating quickly, wants the quick strike dump, doesn't quite get it. Or was there a bit of interference there? No. Both sides to blame, so this will be the last play and a static one to work with. I'll give it to Rodriguez here. The goose step comes out. If there's one man you're not going to outspeed and burn on the outside, it's Lindsay Hinch.
No, I'd be looking to run around someone else because Hinch is, he's got the jets. And if Wagga can get a bit of dump scoop action for Hinch, you're going to see the stadium light up. Forward pass at the ruck. Again, the referee's getting the right call. Sanderson on that occasion. And I think we might have seen this last week when we had high standard refereeing like this. Is, you know, you can't get away with anything. You know, all these little forward passes, indiscretions, the players have been nabbed by it. So they've really got to adjust and clean up their drive.
So Walker forward now for the Dolphins. Russell hopping in acting half. Walker again stepping off the left foot. He burnt two of them in the one movement. We've been waiting for Jesse Walker to stamp his claim on this match. And there he is, a second try for the Dolphins. His first real attempt at them, and he comes up with the points.
Yeah, and this is a little bit more Dolphins-like. You'll see on the replay, I want to give a bit of a tip here maybe for those watching if you're the defender. If your other middle makes the touch and you're already back on side, when your player in front of you gets the ball, you've got to go man on. You can't afford to then give them the inside dive. So that's a bit of a tip there. Hopefully you're following that okay. Walker taking full advantage of the Wagga team getting a bit confused with their D.
Great pass there from Diesel Watson. That had more than enough diesel on it. Straight into the waiting arms of Harrison Wheeler, who hit the gap at speed. It's a nice hit back here from Wagga Wagga.
Yeah, and I think they really needed that there. Really good hole running. And it's probably, you know, they really took advantage of having that nice full set there after the try. So I don't think Central Coast will be all that unhappy. 5-2, they're still looking good. Let's see what Walker comes up with on this occasion.
So 10 minutes down, 15 still to play. Anybody's game still. Based on what we've seen in the first two matches, if anything, scoring first does not guarantee you victory whatsoever. And certainly leading deep into the contest doesn't either, because there's been late attempts from both sides. There's going to be another attempt that's successful here, though, from the Dolphins. Another try thanks to Guzmani Gomez, and that was clean, fresh and delicious.
Very much so, and I think we might have spoke about it earlier today. At this level, you can't afford to let these tries where it's just a quick release dump there. In this occasion, there was a player coming around the back. You've got to cover your side of the field and get the other guys to come in and help you out. So Central Coast, deserved leaders here.
So Kobe Rodriguez, the latest try scorer, as Reynoldson has a little skip and tries to take off with a change of pace. Turned away though, back to that 7-metre mark, he'll go now.
Yeah, probably the middle was offside there, but the link made probably that's why we got the penalty on that occasion.
So Zach Connolly making way for Murray Beer for the Vipers. He joins the action now out in that left link position. Hall. Wider still now from Lockie Cole. Now Beer threatened to link back up through the middle instead. A nice long stretching dive, and Beer picks up a nice frothy try there.
So Wagga hanging in there. They're going to have to try and kick and get a bit stronger in their D if they're going to get the result, but they're definitely hanging in there. And Central Coast, I don't know whether 7's going to be enough for them, James. They're going to have to keep scoring if they're going to be the champions today. They can't defend that lead. They've got to get the next one.
Well, of course, you cast your mind back to game one here of the championship finals today, 15-14. So I think you're right, Stanto. There's plenty of points in both these sides. As Walker delivers here for Russell, plays it quickly. Walker again looking dangerous, looking long this time around. Great ball. They get there quickly. Did Jet Lucas do enough? No, he did not. The Dolphins wormed their way inside the sideline. A nice put down here. Beautiful ball once again from Walker, though.
Yeah, and this is what we've seen with this Wagga outfit. I've been giving them lots of raps over the last few weeks, the way that they play the game. They've just got to be a little bit more consistent. They've floated in and out of games. I think I mentioned it in game 2, and that's another example. They've got a great try. That's when you've got to be really loud, support each other, stay connected in defence and hold them out. That's another soft one for the Coast.
Darby McIntosh on the try scorers list in the decider here. As away they go through Mattingly. Mattingly looking to link up, does exactly that. Jet Lucas is on the spot. Try time. So anything you can do, we can do just as well. That's the call here from Wagga. And once again, we're locked up at a very tight scoreline.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be all that unhappy if I'm in the Coast side. Like I said, if it's a try-for-try game like this, I think Coast are going to be the champs. Wagga have got to try and really have some tight defence here and then maintain their good drive. That's what's going to get them on top. But at the moment, try for try, I think you're going to have an uphill battle to beat Jesse Walker and the troops.
So Walker now, once more having a little look at them. Passing here for Post. Post again, trying to set up for that strike dump. Walker crabbing around the background again. They're going to force Lucas to do a lot of work. They're diving through the air again. The pass is good. It's another finish out wide, and the Central Coast Dolphins are swimming in them at the moment. Plenty of tries.
And Jesse Walker, again, we've been talking about it. He's making a very difficult pass look so easy. He's swept around towards the bottom of the screen. His hips are facing down towards the bottom of the screen, and he's ripping it right across to the top of the screen. It's a very difficult pass, James, and Jesse Walker showing he's got the full bag of tricks here today.
Well, yet again, Dylan Kesby getting across the line. Beer once more has a crack at them. This time they're going to say it's come loose, though. But Kesby has scored in every match he's played here today. 2 hat-tricks already. There's another one on the board in the decider. 10:20 to go. Based on the form, you back him to get another 2.
To be down, I think the referee's called he's dropped it on that occasion. So the Wagga Vipers have got it all to do here, James.
Certainly do, as Plum makes the touch. Ball comes spewing out. So that will be the changeover, and it's something they certainly need here. Plum with a short ball to Reynolds, that's a man we haven't seen too much of so far in this decider.
Yeah, definitely maybe a little bit off in this one, but still with 10 minutes to go, plenty of time for them if they're good enough. Here comes a sweep around the back.
Diesel Watson, and now they go even longer here. An option back on the inside, play on for now. Oh, great right footstep a couple of times. Oh, how do you like that? Riley Howard, bang off the right, ankle snapping, and another try for the Wagga Wagga Vipers.
Talk about the wing play. We often talk about how crispy and silky their hands are in the corner. On that occasion, don't worry about their hands. Absolute superb step here in the stadium. Off the right again. Their heads opened up. Absolute superb wing play here. They're back in it, the Vipers.
Well, they're not going away. The margin just 3 points. It's still tense in the subs box. Mitch Walkerton, the coach, laying down the law to his troops, making sure they're staying focused here. Each time Wagga have hit back, so too have the Dolphins. So let's see if the trend continues. They'll play short this time round. Rodriguez, well marked up. It was the most recent try scorer, Howard, who stopped him. Oh, I thought maybe Rodriguez has got through for a moment there, but they've called the touch. They haven't really got anything wrong so far, the referees, in this one, so we'll back the judgment there, but it was tight.
Yeah, there's been lots of close ones on the dive-overs that they've actually got them right, and you actually see the tries on the replay, so really good shout-out to the referees. Doing a good job here. I like these big open games, James, when they're keeping the teams apart. Very entertaining.
So Hinch back out there for the Vipers. Can they unleash his speed? Last play now. He's an option here at left link. They were never back on side. Cole knew about it. Passes a little ball here for Hall. Did he step foot on the touchline though? He has. Oh, Cole, a try gone begging.
And they needed that one. It was a nice early call from referee Sanderson. He called the middles off. The scooper straight in the in goal, and really unfortunate that something like that could be the difference on who the champs are today.
Well, quite literally, it's a game of inches, and it might come back to that moment. Here comes Post now, on the last for the Dolphins. Sends it wide for Truscott Jones, who runs out of real estate. A good touch here for the Wagga Wagga Vipers. 7.5 minutes on the clock, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, I really like the way, and I think I mentioned it a couple of weeks ago when Wagga come into the semis and finals, I really like the way they come rolling into the line, and probably in game 3 they've probably gone away from that a little bit. They haven't charged in hard enough. They're doing it now, but now they're trying to make up the score. I would have liked to have seen them start that way.
Last one here for Beer. Beer, lovely pass for Plum. Does he get it away in time? Yes, he does. Howard picks it up before it hits the deck. What a couple of minutes Riley Howard's having. He goes back to back.
Riley Howard, he showed us his feet. Now he showed us his beautiful hands there. That's another hard one too. Running full pace, bending down, scooping it out of nothing. And now we're back. It's only the bonus point, the difference here.
They've come roaring back into contention here, the Wagga Wagga Vipers. And now there's not too much time on the clock. 6.5 minutes remaining. They are looking to produce perhaps an unlikely comeback here. Once again, the Dolphins out to quite a lead at a certain point. It was very similar to game 2, actually.
These are the champion minutes. James. I think if I'm on the Central Coast side, I want to look for that sweeping play going back against the grain, the reverse plays. If I'm on the Wagga side, I want to try and knock down the front door. So let's see who can execute in these last couple minutes.
They've got all the momentum at the moment here, the Wagga Wagga Vipers. Charging forward. Little pass here now, once more for Cole. How crucial will that dead ball proved to be. Reynoldson takes off, now changes the angle, tries to pop a pass back against the grain. Russell was turned inside and out, but the pass, it had to be absolutely perfect, and it wasn't quite as such.
Yeah, probably didn't need the switch on that occasion. Reynoldson probably would have liked a little short ball there for the try. But there's still anyone's game here. Just the bonus point, the difference. Let's see who can execute in the last couple minutes.
5 tries apiece as Hunt has a little explore through the middle of the field. But look at where they've turned over possession. The Vipers definitely winning the battle of field position at the moment. Up over halfway they come through Cole. Cole again can continue here. Now the touch is called. Or is it going to be called of going again when the touch was already occurred? Or 7 on the field it might be. So the Dolphins will get to start the set here. Bang on halfway. Warden out there now for the Vipers. Pressure coming in. Oh, good touch made there from Mattingly. And they're offside though. So 4.5. There's plenty of time still left. There's time for at least 3 or 4 tries here, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, definitely the way the game's been going, and you're spot on before. That was 7 on the field, and little things like that, they're the things that are going to hurt you. You know, when Wagga looks back, if they end up losing the game by the bonus point, those are the key moments. They were coming in to score a try there. 7 on the field, a little bit unfortunate. Now the Coast probably 1 away from them being the champs.
Hunt now plays short for Walker. Walker goes long. Oh, the pass is too big. Well, Howard has got them a little bit scared out there. He's got the reach and he's on song at the moment. Marked up well, also took the space. So Walker felt he had to go for the big play. Plum now provides for beer.
Yeah, you don't get any bonus points for thinking whether Howard's going to be the winning try for Wagga. I wouldn't be surprised seeing him putting the ball over for the championship.
Reynoldson rolls it back now. Here they come at pace through Marr. Marr drops it down. Great strike dump. Watson has a little crack at them. Russell stepped up into the passing lane. Plays at the ball. There's another set to work with. Inside the final 3.5 minutes. And the Vipers are setting up camp up against the Dolphins line. There's another penalty now. Of course, the first one was played at, so that's only 1 in the actual count. If they get 3, player will be sat down.
Yeah, repeat set there. And again, if I'm Wagga, I want to get the whole Coast line up off the line. Touch made there. But that's, I think this is where Wagga, I think Central Coast look good at these stationary type plays. Wagga got to bring them right up and run into it.
Well, this is the best I've seen Billy Marr play. He wasn't quite as pronounced during the Southern Conference, certainly not in the first 2 games, but he's taken the game by the scruff of the neck here. It's not so much Reynoldson as it is Marr, but here is Reynoldson, who certainly wants to have his own say, and he might get to do so. Well, speak of the devil, Cody Reynoldson puts the Vipers in front, 12-11, thanks to Guzmani Gomez.
And a great call there. I think it was Cheesley, the referee. Have a look on the replay. The dump was right on the 7, and you're going to see the link fractionally off. I'm not sure if he's on camera. The link ran along the try line but was off the line. The referees called him off. Reynoldson heard the call, dived. A great heads-up play there from Wagga. Got their nose in front with 2 minutes to go. But here comes Walker.
Well, the trophy could be heading to the country at the moment, or does it have a home on the beaches? Here come the Central Coast Dolphins. Walker with an awkward stutter step, nearly losing his footing, and all of a sudden there's less than 2 minutes remaining. Can they produce another miracle come from behind play? Walker goes long. What a pass from Walker. Kesby's on the spot. It's gone forward, but they've still got to contend with more defence. Hinch was celebrating already, but they were playing advantage.
Yeah, it was a nice early call from the referees. Forward out of their hands. They got that one right. Walker's got him here. The grand final is going to be with the ball with Walker.
Walker again.
And that's a try!
No touch. Walker's in. He strolls through. Paul couldn't get back in time. It's 13-12 with around about 70 seconds to play. It's ridiculous stuff here at Tempe.
It's try for try, and let's have a look at the replay. I think it was Walker with the static play. We said that's probably where he's going to be his best. And you'll see the defender there never quite got to the line. Great call from referee Sanderson and Walker. What a finish. Can anyone stop this bloke? We've got 50 seconds to go. Is it Reynoldson's and Beers' day, or is it Walker's day?
Well, at the moment, it looks like they might have had a few beers. They all crashed into each other there, the Wagga Wagga Vipers. Here is beer, though. They don't have Ma out there. Given how dangerous he's been, you would have thought surely he's involved. Reynoldson has a crack himself. They turn him away. There's 30 seconds left. They might have done it again to the Vipers here, the Dolphins.
Every game's gone to within the bonus point of the result. You called it earlier. It was going to be high scoring, and the Central Coast, a lot better performance by them, a lot better performance by Wagga. Makes for a great game.
Well, they've got to step up here, the Vipers. They have to step up and meet them in defence. Walker takes off, the touch is made. And they'll get one final play, but they've got to play it quickly. They'll allow the play as well. Here it comes. They've got to throw everything, including the kitchen sink at them. Mitch Walkerton's jumping up and down on the sideline. The flick pass from Reynolds. Beer over the top. It's intentionally knocked down from Truscott Jones. And that'll do it for the Central Coast Dolphins. What a match. Look at the scenes of jubilation. They've pulled it out of the fire. From the jaws of defeat, they snatch victory. The Vipers thought they had a comeback for the ages, but the Dolphins dug deep. They would not be denied. And at full time, the championship is headed up the M1. It's going to the Central Coast. The Dolphins are swimming in their winnings. We'll take a quick break and get all the action from the players, from the coaches, the response, which should be enormous. Jason Stanton will bring it to you. A quick break, and then our final interview and wrap-up.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Jason Stanton here, sideline with Jesse Walker and the crew from Central Coast, the champions. How does it feel?
Oh, it's great. It's great. We've wanted to be doing this for 10 years. To win the whole thing, let alone the Northern Conference, it's a good achievement.
It seems like we've got the same. I think we saw this story last week with your sideline. How about shout out to Wagga? What a great 3 games from both teams today.
Yeah, they're a great team. They never give up. Made it so hard for us all 3 games, taking it down to the wire. They were unlucky not to get the win, but yeah, we just pulled through and grinded out 2 good wins to get the championship.
Yeah, awesome result. And take us through that final play. It was try for try. We didn't want anything else. You know, all of the viewers at home, we wanted it to come down to that last minute. And take us through that last play. I think maybe the referee called him offside, or take us through that last one.
I was just having a quickie and he called to play through, so I just went at him and he didn't make it back on side, so I just dove and got the try.
Yeah, awesome. And maybe some tips for the young ones working at home. We saw you throw some long balls, some dives. What was going through your mind in terms of play selection? Were you always going to go for the dive, or were you thinking long?
Just eyes up, really, see what the defence is doing, back your ability, and yeah, you just get it done if you believe in yourself.
There you go, you've got to believe in yourself. Spoken by the champion here, the Central Coast Dolphins, the state champions 2024. Back to you.
Big scenes there down on the sideline. Jason Stanton, thank you very much, and congratulations to the Central Coast Dolphins and head coach Mitch Walker. And what an epic couple of games there. All of them very close. Game 1, 15-14 in favour of the Dolphins. Game 2, a strike back from the Vipers, 10-9. And of course, the last one had to be another nail-biter. 13-12 to the Central Coast Dolphins to claim the state championships. An unreal day of action here at Tempe from the Canterbury Velodrome. We hope you've enjoyed all the coverage. We've had a great delight bringing it to you. And a big thank you as well to our sponsors. Guzmani Gomez, proud to be bringing us all the action here for 2024, the New South Wales Junior State Cup Finals. We appreciate their support across the Southern Conference, the Northern Conference, and here today as well, along with Steeden. All of our sponsor partners, including ISC for all the apparel. And a big shout out to all the referees and their involvement today. Congratulations to all the winners and, for that matter, all teams in making it to this big dance here at the home of touch football in New South Wales, Tempe. And lastly, of course, big thank you to all the staff here at New South Wales Touch Football. They have been on the road for several weeks now, trying to get all these tournaments up and running and making sure they are flowing smoothly. It's been a mighty effort for them, 21 straight days, I'm told. So thank you for your participation here as well today. A big shout out as well to the crew at Bar TV for all their production. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. My name is James Preston. We'll catch you very soon in April for our next major tournament.
It's just one touch to open, one touch to close, one touch to show me not all minds are cold. One touch to loosen the hold. One touch to free me from falling down on my loosen the hold. One touch to free me from falling down on my one touch to open, one touch to close.
Penrith.